ladies, please scan that QR code right away. As you scan that and as you access the event app, the very experiential event app, you can have a look at the agenda. It can make you stay abreast with what's coming up next. It can also showcase the speaker lineups. You can also fix one-on-one meetings, engage in a cohesive networking. At the same time, very interestingly, it also gives you the AI summaries of each of the sessions that you will be witnessing in each of the tracks. Well, you can also hit on the feedback to give your feedback there. So everything's at one place. I would leave it up to your creative way to explore our event app, while of course I will keep you posted with all the happenings. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I also announce the Leaderboard Challenge live right now. And how can you amp up the scores and make it happen for you on the leaderboard? So it's very simple, as it says, of course, engage more, earn more, and win more. Simply by engaging on the event app across all the touch points that are there, as you must be doing that right now as well, by attending all the sessions in this executive track, and also 2 other tracks post the lunch. Each time when you enter a track, our ushers are there marking your attendance by scanning your badges. So each time you attend the tracks, you are being mapped and you get all those scores by attending the sessions. Also, they say, in God we trust, everybody else must bring data. In this case, the data doesn't, but your opinion matters to us, ladies and gentlemen. So please hit the feedback tab as well on your event app. We solicit your feedback, but this is rewarding for you. As you submit the feedback, it can also earn you points. So please do so all the more. Well, right on the top of your event app, you must also see, as you hit on the social button there, you can post on LinkedIn with a pre-drafted post already. So we've made it very simple and clear for all of you to access it. As you hit on that LinkedIn post, it gets directly posted to your LinkedIn account and our official hashtag IIOTM with it's also there in the pre-drafted post that's there. So that way, it's simple, yet very rewarding, and like I said, very impactful. Now this time, let the AI take notes for you. What does that mean? So our AI summary feature transforms each of the session that you're lending your ears into crisp, impactful, and ready-to-use takeaways, exactly like the way you're seated, immaculate, slick, and effective, like we said. You can access each of those event summaries live on the app, and on and off, we'll also be showcasing the word cloud, as it says, by showcasing some of those keywords from those sessions as well. The idea is that you can see the summaries live, and just in case if you miss on any sessions, you can also access the summary and stay abreast with all that you missed. On that note, I would also invite you during your networking break to please also explore the expo floor, visit the booths, discover the cutting-edge, absolutely actionable technologies, and earn the leaderboard points at each of the stops as you access the exhibit floor, which is right adjacent to the ballroom that you're seated right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we feel that it can't get bigger and brighter than this. So what's the wait for? To officially raise the curtains of this event, to officially inaugurate the event, we are ecstatic to welcome on stage the Managing Director, Rockwell Automation India. I give to you Mr. Dilip Sawhney. Please welcome him with a wonderful round of applause as we get started. Dilip, hi, and a very warm welcome to you.
Thanks so much, Rika. And first of all, a very warm welcome to all of you. It delights me to see a room full. This is a big ballroom, right? And to see it packed to capacity gives us just so much of encouragement. You know, there's so much of effort, so much of ideation that goes in terms of pulling together an event of this nature. And this is the biggest vote of confidence is, despite all the traffic, despite all the odds, the room being packed to capacity. We've seen, this is the 7th edition of India Inc. on the Move, right? And each event, we've kept on raising the bar. It's gone from strength to strength. Each time we've come back to Mumbai, we've broken new records. And I have a very, very strong feeling that many more records are going to get trashed today and new ones are going to be formed. So very happy to really be seeing this. And also, what a grand venue. I think the infrastructure around the country, and Mumbai really is the nerve center of industrial activity in the country, right? You know, this is just emblematic of the change that is going on right in front of our eyes. So just wanted to start off on that note. India Inc. on the move. Well, it's a bunch of years ago, 7 years ago now, when there's a change of thought process that we had. An event that used to be known as Rockwell Automation on the Move. We used to be committing ourselves very prominently to talk about delivering customer outcomes. And it also inspired us to think about shifting from Rockwell Automation on the Move to India Inc. on the Move. The spotlight shifts on India Inc. And we just become the enablers of that transformation. So India Inc. on the Move as a platform over the last 7 editions has really become a premier platform to bring together a cross-section of industry stakeholders. Ranges from the industry, the leaders within those industries, the ecosystem that works around them, the technology companies, systems integrators, machinery builders, EPCs, right? And all the way across to policymakers on the other end of the spectrum. And also, academia, right? A very, very important constituent because skills are such an important part of the whole equation as this transformation that we are talking about. You know, there's been quite a lot of talk about AI, right? And AI is core and center in our lives, right? The country is getting ready to host a very large event, the India AI Impact Summit, just in a few days from now, next week, right? And I think India is really demonstrating its leadership in terms of, arriving on the global AI stage, right? There are going to be 100+ global leaders who are going to be here, 100+ countries actually, right? And several hundreds, if not thousands of leaders, right? And I think AI is well and truly, transitioning over from this slick little thing that came out of behind the curtains when the ChatGPT moment happened a few years ago, to now where it is shifted from just being a slick app kind of a thing into something which is impacting every walk of life. So it's just moving from what used to be, a consumer sort of focused engagement thing to something which is core and central business priority, right? And I'm deliberately using the framing of consumer AI versus industrial AI. And that is core and central to India Inc. on the Move. You may be thinking, why? It's AI after all. It is, but it is not. And the reason I say that is when you talk about consumer AI, when you interact with all of these very powerful applications, you can conjure up images just because you had a way to describe an image and all of those things. What happens if something goes wrong? Well, you do it again, right? Till you get it to the way you wanted it. Does not work in that manner when you're talking about industrial operations, right? At a very minimum, it could lead to some very unexpected, machine performance, or at a minimum, a downtime, right? Worst case scenario, it can lead to life-threatening situations. And if you have model drifts or whatnot, you may have to discard entire batches, right? It's important to understand that in the context of industry, industrial AI is vastly different. It needs to be deterministic, it needs to be explainable, it needs to lend itself to an audit trail, right? And more than anything else, it needs to conform to some standards, right? So it could be scaled across organizations and also across entire ecosystems and supply chains, right? So very, very different set of considerations. And I wanted to draw this distinction right up front because that is core and center to what IIOTM focuses on, right? We talk about industrial AI, we talk about making it real, and we talk about making it now. So when we say that the future has already arrived, what I mean is the power of all of these breathtaking new technologies are already being experienced, right? And we're seeing an enormous amount of policy tailwind. What I mean by that is we're just a week or two out of the budget, and it was heartening to see the prominence that we are seeing being paid to manufacturing. But it isn't just manufacturing, it is manufacturing that is aided and being transformed through technology. One is the high-tech industries itself, such as semicon, but also about the power of these frontier technologies, as it's being called. Many of us are familiar with this roadmap that was put out by Niti Aayog, where they prominently called out the transformation of India's manufacturing happening aided by frontier technologies, and they named a few: AI, digital twins, right? And modeling techniques and advanced materials and so forth, right? The reason it is important to understand is, on the one hand, we are supporting the growth of manufacturing. The other hand, we are seeing that transformation happen through AI and these frontier technologies. I think it presents a once-in-a-generation opportunity for us to take advantage of that and really aid India's breakout growth and emerge as one of the top 3 global manufacturing powerhouses, right? And I think platforms such as India Inc. on the Move have a big role to play in that. And that's what goes in terms of conceptualizing an event of this nature. There is a whole lot of idea and thought exchange through thought leaders who represent different aspects of the entire ecosystem, right? So there's going to be ample amount of that. But in addition to that, we're going to double click on industries. It's really not good enough to be talking about technology and manufacturing in general, how it gets applied to industries which are as diverse as automotive, to life sciences, to consumer, to process and heavy industries. The use cases differ quite significantly. So yeah, there are going to be industry-specific tracks, right? And there are going to be several sessions which make it real for you, including some use case studies. The most important part, which I think really differentiates India Inc. on the Move, is really the expo floor, right? Expo floor is where the whole thing comes to life, not because of the exhibits that are there, not because of the booths that you'll get to visit, but through the conversations that you'll have with the domain experts who are out there. And that really is the most enriching part. So I'll encourage each one of you to be doing that. That is very, very important, right? But more than anything else, it's an opportunity to renew old connects. There are a lot of people over here. We are all a part of one big manufacturing community, right? But also form a lot of new contacts, right? And that's something which is very important, because if the transformation is happening at an ever-increasing pace, we've got to be very mindful of the fact that these new connections are going to be aiding us in terms of accelerating the pace of that transformation. It's also very, very important to be open to outside-in thinking. And what we've also tried to do this time around is woven in 2 very diverse external perspectives. We're going to have an applied futurist join us, right? So Tom Cheesewright, he's going to be here, and I'm looking forward to what he has to share with us in terms of how technology is playing an increasingly important role as the velocity or the frequency of change, as he calls it, just continues to increase. And then we are also going to have a cross-industry view from an industry that is as diverse from manufacturing as chalk is from cheese, right? And we're going to have Ekta Kapoor join us. Now, she needs no introduction, but what she brings in is the manner in which AI is transforming media and the entertainment industry, and there'll be some very great ideas. So looking forward to that. So all in all, it's going to be an action-packed day for me. As it's been for many years, it just turns out to be a day where you don't know when it was 9 a.m. in the morning, and suddenly you look at your watch and it's already 8 o'clock in the evening, right? So really looking forward to it. Appreciate all of you prioritizing this event over many other things that would have been very important for you, right? But look forward to meeting with several of you, and have a great event ahead. Thank you so much.
Dilip, thank you very much for setting the pace and direction of this mammoth event, and that too, I must say, in such a humanizing and an inclusive way at the same time. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's set the stage right. After all, in his book, 21 Lessons for the 21st Century, Yuval Noah Harari says that information and knowledge are so readily available that they are no longer the source of real power. Do you know, ladies and gentlemen, what is the source of real power? He said, Clarity is the source of real power. So as we just set the stage right, coming up is a leadership dialogue that will feature industry leaders walking their talk. They are the ones who drive the transformation across India and Asia Pacific. But before we set the stage right for this trialogue, this leadership dialogue, I would once again be absolutely benevolent to give you those extra 20 seconds because I am in your interest. I want most of you, all of you, to compete for the highest points on the leaderboard. And for that, please ensure that you're scanning the QR code that's there on the backside of your delegate badges or of the 10 cards. Access the event app. It's very self-explanatory in the sense that all the points that you can gain and sort of garner in your kitty for the final scores to total up, based on which we will be announcing the prize winners towards the end of the show, the leaderboard champions towards the end of the show. So please make sure that you're engaging with every feature in the event app. Of course, like I said during the networking breaks, visiting the booth, filling in that feedback form, of course, amping up those scores by hitting that LinkedIn tab where we have, like I said, a pre-drafted post that will announce not just your presence, but your enthusiasm and your participation here. The stage being almost set, I cannot literally contain my excitement to introduce to you the ones who absolutely need no introduction, but the ones who are also the titans of their trade. The industry leaders who will, just in a few seconds from now, will step on the stage. So please allow me to introduce to you the three leaders who will take the stage. All right, 10 seconds remaining for you to get yourselves acquainted, because we are just warming up with all the participatory energies, right? And as Dilip just said, the energy is absolutely felt. We must ensure that we are just brimming up with all the right momentum. So please do the right scanning right away. And if there's any other post that you'd want to make on LinkedIn, please feel free to do so with a picture, with a perspective, what will be or what has been already your aha moment at the event. Of course, there's lots that's going to come up, the immersive booths, along with everything else. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, with your warmest applauses, we'd like to introduce and, of course, welcome on stage, like I said, the ones who walk the talk. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rohit Pathak, the CEO, Birla Copper. We would also like to invite Mr. Sanjay Sharma, the Vice President of ArcelorMittal, and Mr. Scott Woolridge, the President, Asia Pacific, Rockwell Automation. As the three leaders take up the stage, allow me to also talk a little about them. It is my privilege to talk about Mr. Rohit Pathak, the CEO of India's largest copper producer and the world's third largest copper rod manufacturer outside China. He also holds key industry leadership roles, serving on the National Executive Council of IIEMA and as president of the Indian Primary Copper Producers Association and the director at the Fertilizer Association of India. Thank you, Rohit, for taking out the time and joining us indeed. It means a lot to us. Of course, talking about Mr. Sanjay Sharma, who also serves as CEO China and VP of Business Development, Southeast Asia and India, the Vice President of ArcelorMittal. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sharma, when we talk about his so many accolades to his credit, has served on boards of multiple business entities and joint ventures of ArcelorMittal, also serves on the board of Namtech, guiding its global alignment and strategic growth. So you already realize the kind of power that we have on the stage. With earlier experience at McKinsey & Co. and SAIL, he is such a sought-after and respected industry voice, frequently representing ArcelorMittal at global platforms, ladies and gentlemen, such as the World Economic Forum. So grateful of you joining us here, sir. Thank you so much. And of course, talking about Scott, who leads the execution of the company's strategy to bring the connected enterprise to life, combining very beautifully our technology and domain expertise to deliver nothing but positive business outcomes for our customers. So good to see you, Scott. And with that, gentlemen, I leave it up to you to please take charge of the dialogue. Over to you all.
Thank you and good morning. It's great to be here today. The intent of this event was to talk about an industry in transition, an industry that's evolving quickly and moving forwards using the latest technology. The theme of the event is around smart, sustainable, AI-driven manufacturing. We use another term as well that you'll start hearing more and more commonly, and that's the transition from automation to autonomous operations. And that's the theme that we'd like to discuss today in more detail around how relevant, how timely, and what the business benefits are driven by that transformation from automation to autonomy. It may be a new terminology for some people in a manufacturing context. We've certainly seen it outside of manufacturing, whether it's self-driving autonomous vehicles as an example, where tasks are being managed by AI versus managed by human intervention. It's a collaboration, it's not one or the other in most circumstances, but there's a definite trend that we see across many industries, and that trend is starting to become prevalent in manufacturing environments, whether it's discrete, hybrid, or heavy industry type manufacturing environments. Autonomy isn't a tool, it's a business process and an operating model. It's also a philosophy. It's how much you think you can drive from an autonomous operations perspective within your manufacturing environment. And it's not just within the operations itself. It starts at the design phase, using tools to more simulate and emulate a plant design before you ever get to the point that you dig any dirt or you build any walls. It's the tools that generate the code, generate the plant design, to cut down on the time to market, to reduce the engineering development times, reduce the on-site commissioning because you've tested and validated a plant before you get to site. It's the operational tools actually when you're running your process, AI agents in your process to improve quality control by better vision detection, to control quality by better inline process productivity improvements with advanced process control. It's how you develop and use technology that's evolved over 20 years, not just the last 2 to 3 years, to drive that incremental yield in your plants so you can have that competitive advantage against the rest of the market. And then it's in the maintenance and longevity and life cycle of the assets. How do you get more preventative, predictive maintenance capabilities? How do you maximize the uptime of your assets and maximize the lifespan of your assets? AI, autonomous operations plays a part in that. And finally, it's within your supply chain, how you connect upstream and downstream real time with data analytics to maximize and optimize the operations of your supply chain. And then as that supply chain makes its way into your manufacturing environment from a raw materials, from a into stock type management, how do you use autonomous operations? And this is areas like inline robotics, mobile robotics. So accentuate what you've traditionally automated in a fixed plant environment using mobile assets from warehouse to the manufacturing line and back to the warehouse. Those assets run autonomously. They're AI-enabled. They're designed to operate in a safe environment. They're designed to reschedule and reroute in real time with limited human intervention to maximize the throughput and uptime of your manufacturing environment. So there's a real shift happening in different domains, at least from a communications perspective. I'm very pleased to be joined today by Rohit and Sanjay, who have outstanding expertise, particularly in the heavy industries, the metals environments, and I'm looking forward to sharing a conversation on their experiences in this transition from automation to autonomy and around the overall adoption of technology within a manufacturing environment. So Rohit, I might start with you. I just threw out a lot of buzzwords. AI, sustainable, autonomous operations. There's definitely a trend and momentum in that space, but I would like to understand from your CEO perspective how you see this happening. Are we still living in a buzzword scenario, or are you seeing a real-world implementation of these types of technologies? And are they really happening on scale, or they're happening in maybe pilot-type scenarios?
So, look, Scott, I think, I see this trend slightly differently. I won't call it automation to autonomy, but I think for India, this is a great opportunity to get manufacturing to scale. That's, if you look at Indian history, we jumped from agriculture to services. We missed the manufacturing sector completely. And this automation to autonomy is something that is helping or can help India really bring manufacturing up from the 16-17% of GDP to 20-25% of GDP. That is our target, right? And that, I think, is the big shift. And I think there are three things which I see, the new tools allowing us to do at scale. First is bring speed and agility. When you're designing a new plant, how do you churn new designs quickly, better, more efficient, build up new plants much faster than historical way of doing stuff. Second is how do you bring in a lot more predictability and repeatability into our operations, right? And that from not just from a process optimization, but also from a safety perspective, as well as increasingly from a quality perspective, because customers now require a very different level of quality, which you can't get to unless you get repeatable, predictable performance. And the third one, which is, an AI, unlike automation tools, AI probably can bring it to bear, is how do you codify not just the knowledge, but also the wisdom of operations into the system so that you can use it for operating, but also use it for skilling people at scale. The new workforce which is coming, historically we were used to in India, people being in the plant for 20, 30 years, they knew in and out of the plant. Now you're going to have a workforce which is coming in right at the beginning, 1 or 2 years, engineer trainees, who don't have that experience, and you need them to perform at the plant. So that's the third part, which I think the new technologies will help us bring. The last, one other thought which comes to my mind is, look, we were struggling to get talent into manufacturing. With AI and what you call autonomous operations, I think we will be able to attract a lot better talent into manufacturing in India.
I think there's some excellent insights there. One I hadn't thought of was around that transfer of skills for that emerging workforce. And it's essential when you've got such a fast-moving manufacturing sector that India has. You don't necessarily have that heritage transferred to a new plant.
Yes.
If we can use AI-based training and transfer of skills to support that.
Yes.
And the inline quality control scenario and the quality control and improving quality, improving yield is a really common use case that we hear everywhere that people have adopted early. So that seems to be something that can scale and can be deployed currently.
And we have started trying to do this. So for example, in the last year, we have converted a large part of our SOPs into local language AI tools, which the operator can just use voice control in his local language to get an understanding of, which is, I think, fantastic. It's a very different way of how we look at technology.
Yeah, that's an excellent scenario. So Sanjay, you have a unique perspective given you sit across India and China, and I guess the perception is China is a very fast adopter of AI and autonomous operations. How have you seen that adoption rate in China? And also, what are the pressure points that's driving the adoption of those type of tools in the metals industry?
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. And I also want to thank Rockwell for bringing all of us together. And congratulations on organizing this event so well. the aspect of China, what I see is China celebrates manufacturing. And that's something very unique to country. And that's what has led to almost, say, 1/3 share China enjoys in global manufacturing. India is very uniquely placed. India is among the top 5 manufacturing nations. And top 5 manufacturing nations constitute roughly 60% of global manufacturing. Now, India has great aspirations. India has ambition of growing manufacturing to 25% of GDP. Rohit talked about one side is the manufacturing share is growing, other side is the cake of GDP is growing. So with the GDP growing to 30 trillion and to look for 25% of manufacturing, India's moment is now. And AI is a great tool which is going to leapfrog India's manufacturing. India has talent, India has ambition, and AI is a great tool for it. Coming to the question of why in the heavy industry we are seeing deployment of AI rapidly, I think it's a structural change. AI is no more an option. AI will decide the future winners. And the winners are going to be the fast adopters. India is very uniquely placed. India is very fast in adoption of technology. And if I look at the use case in the steel industry, look at in last few years itself, one side we have robotics taking over a lot of dangerous operation, including things like zinc pot draws or tundish cleaning or sampling. If I look at drones being used for raw material inspection or for stacks and for quality monitoring, or if I look at digital twins, which can we prepare for blast furnaces. We operate blast furnaces at a temperature of around, say, 1,700 degrees centigrade. At these temperatures, these things, lot can be, digital twins brings a very different level of efficiency to it and makes it far safer. And finally, if I look at closed quality loops, high resolution visuals to machine learning to all corrective action, it improves the efficiency to a very different scale. So AI is a great tool for structural transformation, and it's going to leapfrog manufacturing. And finally, Rohit, you have made a wonderful point about this enables manufacturing to attract the talent. And this also addresses one of the very important points. India has a huge demographic dividend. It creates a gainful employment. It transforms the society in a very positive ways. Thank you.
It seems like, Sanjay, you don't think it's an if or a maybe, it's a now and it's an imperative for manufacturing, and you're already getting benefits from deploying these type of technologies. Do you see any difference between how your plants operate in China or how the industry operates and how it operates in India with the deployment? Are there any barriers or any mindset changes between the countries that might give an advantage one way or the other that Indian manufacturing should think about?
China has certain advantages of early start. China also has advantages of ecosystem availability. Ecosystem allows it sometime to do things in a faster way, sometime in a more cost competitive way. And India is a fast on this track. And AI is going to bridge this gap in very positive ways. I don't see barriers in India. India is a place which is always in love with technology. India is one which adopts technology very rapidly.
But I'll just add a couple of points to what Sanjay was saying. I think in India, one of the challenges which we have to overcome is, in India, traditionally manufacturing, whatever we have, is dominated by a lot of small and medium enterprises who have stayed small for the variety of reasons around how the Indian structure, economic structure has been. And AI, to really bring it to, or bring the benefits of AI, you need a bit of scale, which China has built over the years. China always built factories which were far ahead of today's demand, right? India has always built factories which are still short of the demand of today, right? That's typically how the thinking is. So I think one, scale. And The second one is, what Sanjay spoke about, the ecosystem. I think that is something that we have to build on. The recent moves by government to encourage the ecosystem creation are the right moves, but there's a lot of work to be done to build an ecosystem so that you can iterate quickly, right? If today I come up with an improvement in the process, I don't have the equipment manufacturer next door to make the adaptation of that equipment. I need to go to China or Europe to say, okay, now please can you give me a new equipment which has these features. Yeah. China has that big advantage. The whole ecosystem has been built over the years with its scale.
And I think I'm looking for more and more celebration of manufacturing.
Yeah.
Manufacturing is the topmost priority of the country. It's a integral part of developed India, Viksit Bharat. It's recent times have taught us that manufacturing is core for any country's progress.
And I think I can see it, having traveled to India for 30 years, the improvements in government policy, in planning, in taxation. And India already had a great foundation, which is the training and education, the university programs, which to some extent was similar to China, which creates that capability. And this move towards AI-driven manufacturing should play to India's advantage on a global scale, not just comparing one country in Asia Pacific. So I think it's an interesting scenario. Again, Sanjay, we're talking about the need and the imperative. There's lots of pilots happening. How do you pick what's a good idea that should be deployed on scale? And then how do you scale it effectively? I imagine you're looking at a network of similar assets across countries. You would like to have a similar capability to deploy those capabilities quickly and effectively.
I think pilots are wonderful to work to begin with, but finally anything has to test the variability of the plant. And continuous operation, as Dilip was talking about in his inaugural, that reliability is the topmost aspect. Things cannot go wrong in industrial AI. And we are dealing a lot with safety. When it comes to industrial AI, all pilots need to stand the test of variability in the plant. And AI, if done right, helps us in achieving higher safety, higher reliability, superior quality, and leapfrog in the efficiency. I think the test for pilots to move to real implementation, there are tremendous gains. Most important is setting the governance right and having a workforce which is ready to use AI. Ideally, we need is very native AI workforce, and it's for us to design that how AI integrates with the workflows, decision-making process, and most importantly, to have the leadership team which is comfortable with AI. And AI is here to help manufacturing do better. The winners are ones who are going to adopt it faster.
And I think, Rohit, similar to that, AI to some extent is about agility and speed to market. But then we want to have cybersecurity systems, we want to have systematic approaches to workflow and managing plants. How do you sort of balance that need for standardization and corporate governance versus empowering teams to have that agility and try something new within your environment?
So, at Hindalco, over the last few years, what we have been doing is, we had a phase where we did a lot of smaller pilots to just test out and get the larger workforce to get an experience of different types of tools. And now we are getting into a zone where we are saying, look, okay, now there's enough knowledge in the system, and now let's start building scale. Now, as we build scale, I think there are three aspects that we are very, very careful of. One is, like Sanjay mentioned, safety. I think that's something which you have to be very, very careful of, especially in a plant scale. You don't want a situation where someone has done something, the process has gone out of control, and then no one knows what is to be done, right? So that's, I think, part one. Part two is how do you keep the IT and the OT sort of isolated so that the cybersecurity part is taken care of. And that's a very important priority. Some of our experts in that domain are here in this event, but that's something that we are very consciously working on, because I think increasing incidences of cyber attacks in manufacturing are happening, and you can't afford that in big scale plants in India, right? Or anywhere in the world. Third is, I think what we are also a bit paranoid about is that as we do AI, we don't lose the wisdom of the plant on the process and operations, right? That I think is absolutely a must. As we codify, so what we are putting as a mandate is, as we do any tool, whatever is being codified is not some code, but is made alive through a commentary on what you're trying to do and what you're codifying, how does the process work that you have codified into the AI. Because that knowledge, once lost, will not come back easily. So that's something that we are focusing quite actively on. I would say early days, lots of work to be done, but I think we're moving in the right direction.
It's good to hear. And there's clearly movement. I think there's always a reality, particularly in the metals industry, heavy industry, you tend to have plant infrastructure that is of different ages, different technical background,
yes,
and there's legacy infrastructure. Maybe Sanjay, do you see that there's a practical way to approach that modernization, deploying AI agents, where you're trying to fundamentally keep your production going? It's probably easier in a greenfield environment, and I see people in, say, the battery industry deploy a lights-out facility, but it's a clean greenfield. It doesn't have that legacy install base. I'm curious, how do you see that modernization journey being tackled, and particularly deploying areas like AI on top of historical legacy systems?
You are right, Scott. When we are talking greenfield, designing things, embedding intelligence at a design stage itself is far easier versus transforming a lot of asset which is established. While there are merits of legacy asset also. As Rohit talked about, there is a wisdom in the plant accumulated over years. It's a matter of codifying that wisdom, knowledge into processes and AI tools which can be passed on to younger generation very quickly. AI adoption needs speed and scale both. And the fundamental thing to really make it happen is really make a very strong discipline of data. As long as everything is data driven, transformation is easier. Second is have a very clear governance. What is AI driven? What is AI assisted? What is AI assisted human intervention? Escalation points defined clearly. And lastly, it's all about making the workforce ready. Generally, technology is catching up faster. Most important is how do we train our workforce for it. When we talk of legacy asset, indeed this requires a lot of upskilling for the workforce. And if workforce can upskill, then only it gains, it trusts AI. So more than the asset, it's all about upskilling the workforce. Technology is faster, most important is workforce.
And Sanjay mentioned a very important point. Historically in Indian manufacturing plants, we've had a lot of good operators, and a lot of, I would say, attention went to the good operator. And we are not necessarily great at system thinking in general, right? You celebrated those 2-3 operators who would, in a crisis, come and solve a problem for you. And now, as you're deploying AI, which requires scale and standardization, you need a fairly significant culture change effort on how you're going to operate, which many organizations probably still, don't understand the importance of. That if you have to make AI happen, it's not just about a tool being implemented. The larger challenge is how do you think through the scope upfront, how do you do systems thinking and plan it out properly and bring the culture towards data versus individual excellence that historically we've had a culture of.
Yeah, I think, Rohit, there's definitely, it's not going to just be the technology. And a lot of the technology already exists around AI. And in any technology transformation journey, it's really around the leadership and the culture.
Yes.
And how do you bring the people in the organization with it? Do you think there's any major shifts from how you operate today that
Yes.
you'll need to drive through that leadership and culture transformation to make people comfortable with a journey towards autonomy?
Yes. So, what we are trying to now do is think of the organization and see how we invert the pyramid of how we operate. Historically, right from top, decision making would go down on what to do with the plant. People would pride themselves in saying, oh, if something's wrong with the plant, me sitting 2,000 kilometers away, I'll tell what fix has to be done, right? And the command will just flow down on how to solve the plant. To a culture where the front line is fully enabled to operate the plant. And the senior leadership, whether it's the functional heads or the unit heads or the others, are actually supporting the front line in ensuring that they get what they need to run the plant stably, predictably. And ensure that the senior management time is not going towards running today's plant, but thinking of the structural shift to do in the next 3, 6, 12 months. And that's where the time goes. And then that's a very powerful culture and mindset shift that we are trying to drive. Early days, but I think that's where we see a big change happening. We have launched Hindalco business system effort where our focus is how do we simplify the frontline job, how do we standardize it, and then we bring scale to it. Right? That's sort of the approach we are following.
Yeah, I think in most technology adoptions, you're going to be more successful if you have a diverse team that represents all the functions. It's not just an IT initiative or an automation initiative and a mandated
Yes.
top-down, as you said.
Yes.
It needs to involve stakeholders that have the domain knowledge, have the passion, and I think that'll drive a successful outcome in most projects if people understand where the direction is going, why the transition is happening, and then feel they're contributing to that outcome.
Yes, and positioning this whole AI as something that will help the front line. See, for you to realize that finally in a manufacturing, most of the work is done by the frontline operator, right? If they do their job properly, then all of us as seniors have a job. If they don't do their job properly, you are always fighting fires. So, tuning and positioning this AI transformation as something that will help the front line do their job better, efficiently, safer, is I think the focus of all our culture change efforts.
And maybe a question to both of you. We've talked about people and technology. Where have you seen a good example of that coming together and you've seen the adoption of AI or autonomy in your own businesses and you were surprised? You went, wow, that's a great idea, the teams came together. Are we at that point yet that it's self-evolving and you're actually surprised at the innovation of your teams? Or you think it's still people are incrementally learning and because it's been a fast change in a short period of time, the move to AI?
So, maybe I can start, in copper, we run the largest copper smelting operation in the country. And, we started building tools for improving the plant operations. We started working on tools to improve quality with the customers. And then suddenly we realized that, okay, now with these tools, and if we are able to integrate them, we have a much stronger position than many other players globally on how we think and serve the customers. So we integrated the 3 tools we had. One is on how do we blend different concentrates, which is a way of operating in copper smelting, where you blend 20, 30 different concentrates coming from different parts of the world into a feed for your plant. The plant model, and then the customer model that we had on what quality they need. And now linking the three, it has given us, in a time where copper is going through probably its most turbulent time, a lot more flexibility to source different types of concentrates, because we know exactly which concentrate can do what to the quality, and hence we are able to play around with different tougher concentrates better than many other global players, and hence get that concentrate. And at the same time, work with some of our customers to improve the performance of our product in their plants. Now, maybe a bit of exaggeration, we've still got lots to do, but I think that aha moment of saying now these three different tools that we had thought of integrate well and can create a very powerful business model for us is, I think, something that I feel quite good about.
Very good.
One of the transformation in the industry we are seeing, traditionally in the industry, it will be lot of workforce present on the shop floor and closer to the operation. Today, lot can be done with high resolution visuals or cameras put in place, robots put in place, and we are seeing some of the greenfield facilities for us are becoming rather than lot of people on workforce, but creating a centralized data command and control room, which could be a size of this hall. All digital screens around, and bring most of the operations decision-making team in command and control room. And lot can be done by the people together. Other big change when we see this transformation happening is this is only possible when we get domain experts and data scientists together. It's a marriage of, or it's working together that of domain experts, and domain experts are a lot more in say finally the user, input provider, building that interface, and then a data scientist can play with it and help create a solution. This is a big transformation moment in the manufacturing. It's aiding safety, reliability, quality, efficiency, and also transforming the workforce. We are seeing the need of lot more data scientists to come into the workforce, which has been traditionally lot more domain-centric workforce.
And I know, Sanjay, you're heavily invested in the upskilling of Indian manufacturing, and you're on the board of Namtech. Is it a skill set challenge you see in terms of the availability of data scientists, or is it core engineering talent, or is it scaling enough domain experts to feed the models in AI? I know there's a strong investment of upskilling, but where do you see the core focuses are, and maybe the core gaps are that need to be bridged quickly for this to be deployed on scale?
Namtech for us is a education initiative focused out of Ahmedabad, New Age Makers Institute of Technology, primarily focused on innovations in manufacturing and preparing the workforce for new or the new way of manufacturing. Ideally, when we look at the manufacturing in AI world, it needs AI native workforce, it needs AI specialists, it needs hybrid engineers who are not just siloed by a particular domain and functional expertise. And finally, it's need a top leadership which is very comfortable with AI-based decision making. And today we look at technology is far ahead of workforce readiness. Everyone in the room would agree that finding a talent and right talent is one of the biggest challenge. And that's where I think academia has to work a lot more together with industry, keep the curriculum relevant, and prepare the workforce which is a lot more comfortable working across the intersection of domain expertise as well as the functional expertise, and and work with AI specialists to build new way of working. And that's a transformation needed, I think, across the education sector. A lot of our curriculum needs adaptation to new world. And that's a pain point for the industry to get a workforce which is a lot more ready for today's new manufacturing world.
No, I think that is a need not just in India but globally. And as I said earlier, I think India, with its technical background, its quality universities and its emerging manufacturing sector, should be as well positioned as any country anywhere to adopt and evolve. So it should be a competitive advantage in this market.
Oh, you are so right, and particularly India has a very young talent.
Yeah.
And the future of manufacturing is where the people on the front line are the innovators. Innovations are happening a lot more on the shop floor, at closer to the action point than so much far off in lab. And that's where I think India's unique advantage of young workforce and very fast at adopting AI is.
Yeah. And again, I think just building on his point, the trick here is how can you, and Sanjay used the right word, how do you ensure innovation happens at the shop floor?
Yeah.
Right? A lot of organizations get sucked into the fact that you want everything to be centralized or move away from the shop floor. Right? All the seniors, people who say they have knowledge, slowly want to move away from the shop floor. And one of the efforts that we are trying to do is how do we bring everyone to the shop floor, right? So that people understand physically what's happening and are able to help make things happen on the ground. And that, I think, shift is what is the exciting part of this journey. And I think if we can crack that and make, like Sanjay said, celebrate manufacturing in India, then we've really cracked the code in this.
And maybe a final question off that point, Rohit. So you've often commented about being a chief empathy officer for your business.
Yes.
In a move towards AI and autonomy,
yes.
Do you still see that as a key criteria? And how does empathy enable AI or autonomy?
So I think completely. I have always thought of the CEO role as a role of empathy, enablement, and empowerment, right? And I think, and energizing acting as the third E. And that's, I think, the role of the leadership to do. Because this is a big transition for everyone. You today still have people who have worked in your plants for 20, 25, 30 years. They still have maybe some 5 years, 10 years to go. At the same time, you're getting now fresh engineers who are coming in who want to do things differently. So one large part is, you can't tell the experienced guys to say, look, now you become suddenly digitally native. They won't. You have to help them, enable them, give them their respect, but also take the knowledge from them to train the young. At the same time, so we started a reverse mentoring effort, for example, at our plant, where we said, okay, the young engineering trainees will mentor some of their department heads because they know digital better, right? So I think one is empathy and understanding that this is a big culture shift for everyone is an important role of what you do. Second, I think, like I was saying a little while earlier, I think we are consciously moving the definition of the senior management role to one where we are enabling the frontline to perform and where the middle management is thinking about structural improvements, whether it's AI based, whether it is technology based, to say, look, you need to move the game we play in a significant way. That's your focus, not the day-to-day performance. That, I think, is a very important shift that we are trying to drive.
Very, very good points, Rohit. Well, Rohit and Sanjay, this has been an engaging conversation. I have a few key takeaways. It sounds like autonomous operations and AI is now and is happening and is starting to scale. There's clearly projects that are delivering value now, whether it's digital twins in the design phase or vision systems in line, but it's not a technology-only driven journey. It's around engaging domain experts, it's around engaging data scientists, it's a people and technology collaboration that is going to drive scale delivery, outputs on scale that deliver business returns and sustainability within the deployment of the systems. I think it's interesting to see that there's sounds like more similarities and differences across the region between countries in the pace of deployment, and it's clear that India is well positioned with such a great technology base to the society to accelerate manufacturing as it transitions from automation to autonomy. So thank you, gentlemen, for a very engaging conversation, and we really appreciate the opportunity to have you with us today and share your wonderful insights with the audience.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen, thank you very, very much for those riveting dialogues indeed. That definitely ensures us to think that this room exists without a roof.
Thank you so much.
Well,
Okay,
as
thank you,
we
Scott.
request the gentlemen to please stay back on the stage, and Scott, may we request you post the group photograph, if we may request you to extend our little way of saying thank you to our leaders here with the token of appreciation, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, most importantly, your round of applauses. Scott will be presenting a token of appreciation to Sanjay and Rohit, as we thank them for their time, their energies, and of course bringing their stature, their perspectives to IIOTM 2026. Thank you very, very much to the three of you. Well, after this trilogue, ladies and gentlemen, we will be setting up the stage for the first plenary discussion of the day. And I must tell you very quickly, and I must not fail in my duties, and rather remind you that we have captured all the key takeaways from this very session that you just heard in your AI summaries that you can access on the event app. I'm sure you've scanned the QR code already. If you haven't, the QR code is sitting, like I said, on the 10 cards and on your delegate badges. Please scan that to access the AI summary of this session right away. And of course, like I said, we'll also be flashing the word cloud that will pick up all the buzzwords, the keywords, to reinforce what has been the most important takeaway from each of the sessions there. Well, with that, as we move on to our first plenary, and as you are accessing the summary as well, we will now move on to the session that actually touches the heart of this congregation. The future is here. Smart, sustainable, and AI-driven manufacturing is what this panel will get talking about. Now, this plenary session will bring together the leaders from diverse industries to discuss how manufacturing is not just being imagined, but how it's rather reimagined in a way. Because they say, right, it is, of course, not about the survival of the fittest, but about the survival of the redefined. So, ladies and gentlemen, continue converging your focus, of course, towards the stage, but it is these little moments where you can also take a little bit of a breather and have an access to your event apps to explore all the features. While when I was sitting backstage, I was actually tracking as to who are the top 3 scorers who are already trending on the leaderboard. But the good fight has already begun. It's only the start. Like I said, the scores can be dynamic. The more you engage, the more you earn, the more you win. So that's how it goes. Now with that, since we are almost all set, allow me to please introduce to you our moderator for this session, who's in fact an adept conversationalist and has this enviable quality of striking conversations. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gautam Srinivasan, the consulting editor from the Economic Times. Gautam, so good to see you. Always good to be greeting you. Stage is your second home. Thank you so much for walking the talk. Now it is that time that we invite our specialist. Of course, as you can see on the screens out there, our panelist, who would be coming up for this much anticipated dialogue. Our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, when he walks, of course, walks in with him his humility too. Please welcome Mr. Sanjeev Nawangul, the MD and CEO of Bharat Serums and Vaccines, a Mankind Group company. Mr. Nawangul, as he's just about to take the stage, I must tell you, as we all know, is such a distinguished pharma leader driving BSV's global patient-centric and innovation-led growth, which is indeed exemplary, as we know. He's been instrumental in introducing life-changing therapies, ladies and gentlemen, and shaping India's healthcare landscape. Please welcome him with a good round of applause. And we'll also humbly urge our panelists to take their seats as per the pictures that are right there sitting on the screens. In the meanwhile, I would also like to announce and, of course, welcome Dr. Tapan Sahu, ED, Maruti Suzuki, India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome this very seasoned automotive leader spearheading Maruti Suzuki's digital enterprise, driving innovation across customer experience, operations, and business transformation through AI, AR, VR, and Industry 4.0 technologies. Welcome to the two of you. As they get seated, we'd also like to invite Kailash Pandey, Mining and Cluster Head, Sambalpur Aditya Birla Group. Mr. Pandey brings a distinguished career spanning operations, project leadership, and such large-scale aluminium manufacturing, making him a respected and a revered voice driving industrial transformation. A very warm welcome to you as well. Please welcome P.S. Easwaran, the partner and Asia Pacific supply chain leader, Deloitte. Well, Mr. Easwaran focuses on transformation programs aligned to digital supply networks, designing and deploying advanced manufacturing initiatives across such a range of discrete sectors. And of course, please welcome, let's welcome our very own Dilip Sawhney, the Managing Director, Rockwell Automation, India. Thank you, Dilip, for sprinting your way towards the stage. And with that, Gautam, we are entrusting the responsibility of driving the conversation onto your very responsible shoulders. Please take charge.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shikha. Always a pleasure to be at India Inc. on the move. I think this is my third year running, and I always look forward to the conversations that I get to have with leaders of India Inc. Because as they say, the future starts today, not tomorrow. And this is truly the forum to discover where is advanced manufacturing taking India forward. And in fact, as we saw through the leadership dialogues, it is in full flow. We are thinking about these things in a much, much more detailed and in-depth manner, not just talking about technology for technology's sake, but we are actually looking at how is it unlocking business value. So since the future is here, when we talk about smart, sustainable and AI-driven manufacturing, we thought we'll get you the best in business to give us the ringside view of, well, how are things being measured as to whether the signals from automation to autonomy are truly getting stronger. So we'll get, over the next 50 minutes, the true perspectives from a cross-section of leaders as to what they think about this issue. So we'll start with, as everything is these days, the headline statements as to when we talk about this move from automation to autonomy. How is it, first of all, impacting business and operational leaders, not just the technology leaders? So maybe, Sanjeev, we'll start with you, and then we'll take a dipstick check from everyone. A 30-second headline statement view from you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for asking a question which I keep asking myself, first of all. Probably amongst the very different kind of industry, which manufacturing heavy industries, while mine is a slightly different industry. In our industry, I would say that, look, you know, we were continuously spending time for the last 30 years in building better machines, for better yields, for better quality. We kept on doing that, and it took us a long way to come to a stage where we knew, okay, most of it is okay. But in biopharma, what happens is the parameters are a lot. So they change quite often. And now, when we are moving to an autonomous situation where let's say, a lot of things get controlled on its own, the role shifts. From manufacturing leadership to company leadership, everywhere the role shifts. And every day on your table, what used to come is, okay, this went wrong, this is not operating. So you were always the kind of a chief problem solver. Yeah. Now the whole thing is, okay, that is taken care of. Then where does it lead you? And the move have shifted for us in our industry from thinking about creating the right product to ensuring what is right for the patient.
All right.
So your role has changed from being the chief problem solver to chief context officer because of AI. Suddenly you are in a new education environment where you have to think about the last mile patient and say, okay, everything should go right for the patient, what can I do?
You have
the
to
product is taken
reconfigure
care of.
yourself. You have to reconfigure yourself because
Yes.
as a leader,
Yes.
the expectation from your role itself has changed. In fact, in another forum, somebody said maybe it's time for a chief worry officer to be designated in an organization. Point taken. That's the starting salvo in this conversation from Sanjeev. Dr. Sahu, your thoughts on this in the headline view of when this move happens from automation to autonomy. What does it mean for business and operational leaders? What would you say?
I think if you look at autonomous to autonomy, probably the biggest change will be in terms of being visible to being decisive. So are you making your system decisive enough to ensure that the right goal sets, what you are having for the organization, are met in the business context, I think. So that's the key difference that I would say, very shortly.
All right. Kailash, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so basically, automation to autonomy is a shift of basically mindset. Mindset, accountability, and ownership, I can say. So basically, in automation, people or leaders approve and machine executes. But what happened in autonomy, basically, leaders set the guardrails. Leaders set the systems, processes, limits, and also basically they take the data, intelligence, and go for continuous improvement. So basically it's a shift of firefighting, daily decision making to operational excellence.
Absolutely. And it's that release in bandwidth which actually makes the difference for an organization, which
Right.
when you look at the broader uncertain economic environment, the fact that a leader has the bandwidth to actually drive growth rather than just keep firefighting on a
Right.
daily basis, that is a big driver. All right, Ishwar, coming to you from an enablement perspective, considering you work with so many clients, what's your thought on what should be the headline statement on this signal from automation to autonomy from a business and operational perspective?
So if you take the business leaders, I assume CEOs of companies, one of the biggest changes that I see or the tilt that they need to do is really to move from the traditional command and control to all the dimensions that they spoke about, right? To really becoming into a model of mentoring, guiding, and enabling. So that's a big mindset change for the CEOs themselves. And in my view, I think if the CEOs don't make the shift, I think they become CEO emeritus, right? That's the way I look at them. So that's possibly the first thing that I see as a change model for the CEOs themselves. The second is if you look at the business leaders to the points that many of them mentioned, one of the biggest changes is as to how do they deal with employees. And most employees are moving away from the classic operators mode, be it in the staff functions or be it in the operations, to really becoming mentors of AI themselves. So how do you really make the shift for your employees to be AI mentors rather than operators in the company? That's the big shift, I think, as a model that companies need to do. It can obviously have multiple pathways to do it, but we can discuss that later. But essentially, these are the two big things that I see. And the third one, therefore, a resultant of all this, from an organization's perspective, is that if you move away from automation to autonomy, the big shift that you would see is from a process definition, actually you're doing to go with variability definitions, standardized processes to standardized variations, which you are able to control with. So to that extent, I think the CEOs have a big take on this, obviously followed by the business leaders would be my view. And moving away from command and control to, let's say, going to a model of looking at mentorship and guidance would be the role that they'll have to take.
And echoing that sentiment on the command and control structure, one of my other guests in another forum had likened it to operating as a cricket player who's comfortable operating whether at the top of the order or on the middle of the order or when it comes to the death overs. That's the definition of leadership in these days. You have to be flexible enough to play wherever the team needs you to. All right, point taken. Dilip, coming to you. the opening headline statement in this discussion that we are having, very pertinent when we talk about decoding the signals from automation to autonomy. What do you see in the crystal ball?
You know, I'm just going to pull the camera back a little bit, Gautam. I think if you take the classical management approach, doing things right, versus doing the right things, we've been talking about that for decades. Doing things right is all about efficiency. Doing the right things is all about effectiveness, right? To me, automation, doing things right? Autonomy is where you're thinking about doing the right things, right? Where you're not worried about the individual steps that go into creating a product, right? But you're thinking about how do you want to produce. The systems take care of that. That's the how piece of it. But the what and the why is basically what the human leaders take care of. That would be my 2 cents.
And you've given me the perfect segue for my next question, because when we look at this difference between doing things right and doing the right things, it is a big difference. It appears simple enough, but there are many moving parts, so to say, to make sure the organization is doing the right things by embracing advanced manufacturing. So maybe we'll get a viewpoint from Sanjeev and Dr. Sahu, and then I'll come back to you, Dilip, for your thoughts on that. So, Sanjeev, when we talk about doing things right and doing the right things, what are sort of the benchmarks we are keeping in terms of knowing, whether we are being reactive or whether we are distinguishing ourselves from basic digitization to advanced manufacturing? Any sort of yardsticks that we need to keep?
Yeah, so let me context it by giving a simple example very quickly. Is that, look, we do a lot of cell culture based products. So, you grow the cells in an environment, make it very simple. As you grow it, then there are several parameters, like temperature, humidity, pH, several things that are important. And even if one shakes, the whole product can go waste. So now, and you are in life-saving products. So anything going waste is one thing, but you are damaging supply chain and therefore a patient. So you have to be very careful that nothing goes wrong. So we used to put a lot of sensors and all and say, okay, give us a dashboard, give us readings, continuous monitoring, you get it on your phone, everything was happening. But then all the time what you had to do was, okay, you get the data, then you have to intervene. And that intervention time, any delay in that intervention time could again create a big lapse. Now that was what was there earlier. What has AI done? AI has done a simple correction to that. That, okay, if the pH is changing, there is addition of material that is required to change the pH parameter. If the humidity is not right, there is extra humidity pumped in. The management is so well done now that you do not have to intervene for the sake of intervention for things to go wrong. But what you need to plan, therefore, is that, is this enough from a demand perspective? Is this flask size right? Is this, the right reaction time? Those things that we were not paying attention to for solving for the future demand is something we have started to pay attention to. So that, if you ask me from a reactive mentality of how we were, what has changed today because of AI is the fact that we can pay more attention to what is required now rather than pay attention to really correcting things all the time. So I can sleep better at night, but I have to wake up and start thinking about how to deliver it better for patients.
You can see the woods for the trees. So from a bird's eye view, we are getting a zoomed in perspective, enabled, of course, by technology for a leader to iron out the issues and focus on growth. Dr. Sahu, coming to you, because you drive the digital innovation agenda at Maruti Suzuki, what would you say separates basic digitization from advanced manufacturing? What would you say?
I think basic digitization is all about collecting data, interpreting something, and it's a reactive mode, like you rightly said. But smart manufacturing is all about, if I expand smart, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and target time bound, it does the task done in an autonomous mode, and it helps you. Take for example, maintenance. You can have some systems to capture data. You can look at the data and react to it based on a human-centric intervention. So that's a reactive thing. But smart manufacturing would be you augment this with AI, with analytics, and predict the failure and make sure that you are able to take the corrective action before it happens. So that's really smart manufacturing, where it aids human decisions into an autonomous board. And that's what actually is true smart manufacturing is all about.
Augments human decision making. Dilip, your statement on this in reaction to what Sanjeev and Dr. Sahu have said, and from the Rockwell automation perspective, because when we look at what we are all here for, it is to drive operational excellence and in converging IT and OT to make sure that the value is delivered. So in terms of the yardsticks, the guardrails of what separates the good from the great, what separates basic digitization from advanced manufacturing, what's the Rockwell automation point of view?
Yeah, I'll say this. I think a lot of goodness came out of that basic digitization, as you put it, right? Suddenly you could see a whole lot of information and insights from the plant on a dashboard. That's great. It's liberating, right? But as the world is moving and as we continue on this journey of smart manufacturing going to autonomy, right? One thing is changing. Basic digitization, as you put it, basic digitization enables you to react faster, but you're still reacting to situations, and you have to initiate those actions in response to what is happening, right? As you continue down the journey of autonomy, you are basically moving towards a scenario which is a lot more prescriptive, right? You're designing in response to scenarios. You're creating the decision wireframe for your organization or your operations. Should situations pan out in this manner, how would that response be taken, as opposed to taking those reactions yourself? That's the change. Yeah.
But when I look at it, from a positivity lens, there's a lot of positivity that we have discussed. But at the end of the day, it's the leaders who have to implement technology in their organization. And that's where we hit one of the biggest barriers, which is integration. Integration is tough, especially if there is a large legacy to look at and there's a lot of technical debt which you need to solve. So maybe we'll get a point of view from the guests, but I thought I'll get your thoughts on this as well, Dilip, because as someone who enables companies to be modern, this would be a common pain point which clients would come to you for. So what's the statement you give, what's the hope that you give to your clients when you say, when they think that they are in a position which is intractable, but you give them the assurance that technology is here to take you to the next level?
So a couple of things to bear in mind. First of all, AI is great. If anyone comes and says that you got to set up a brand new plant or a new factory so that you can get the benefits of AI, something is wrong there, right? AI has got to make itself relevant to the context in which we are operating in. And that context in 95% of the scenarios is brownfield settings. Brownfield settings, legacy equipments, and legacy us, meaning people who've been operating. The previous panel did such a good job of bringing out things including empathy, right? Which is very, very essential to realize that suddenly, because a new possibility is available, that doesn't mean that everything else that has existed, all the goodness of it is suddenly obsolete, right? That needs to be taken forward, and that knowledge needs to get institutionalized. So you've got to really meet the plant situation where it is, and then begin the journey from that point onwards. So what we end up doing, the first and starting point really is doing the plant walkthroughs, coming in and understanding what the state of the state is, what the as is, and figuring out what are the most pressing, challenging problems, right? And then begin to deliver some value unlocks there, right? Build some basic credibility, and then take the next step, and then take the next step, right? And that's how you gain momentum.
So you're helping clients chart out an organic transformation journey.
That's the
what
only
you're
way
here
it is
for.
sustainable.
All right. Kailash, let me come to you for your thoughts, because when I look at the metals and mining sector, this is a classic problem that your sector would face. There would be a lot of legacy, but there is this need for transformation. So in terms of integration as a barrier to make sure that you're opening up all these possibilities that advanced manufacturing can offer a sector like yours, what would you say are the ways in which you've overcome those barriers?
Yeah, so if you see that in a manufacturing company perspective, so the biggest barrier what I see is the fragmentation. So fragmentation of data and fragmentation of ownership. So because in plant also, and we have a different plant and we have a different subset in the plant. Different equipment has different technology. And basically some technology has a excellent MES. Some technology has a excellent data dashboard, but there is no common language. So how to take the data and how to make it to have one language? So usually we call it slice model. So basically we work in a slice model, and it's very, very difficult in slice model to take something and integrate. But the good news is that so in old technology and even in new technology, that combination is possible. So what we are doing in Hindalco, that we are switching from slice model to cake model. And what is cake model? So basically in cake model we have a data lake. So we are generating that data lake and connecting all the plants together. And from that data lake, anyone can pick the data, any department can pick the data and create the dashboard and actually attach the AI also in that. So we are trying to create the meaning of data by assembling everything together through cake model or through data lake. So this is what we are doing.
Data in service of operational excellence rather than siloed approaches, which is where we see a lot of the problems arise.
Right.
Ishwar, coming to you, because you were lead contributor for a report that I read about what Niti Aayog thinks about advanced manufacturing. And Dilip, you're the lead council member for that as well, the executive council member. So maybe we'll get both of your thoughts on this. But coming to you, Ishwar, specifically, India has lofty goals when we look at manufacturing as a share of GDP. We want it to be from 15% to 25%. That has been called out in that report. And there is a sort of a three-step process that they're looking at, where hopefully by 2047, we are meeting a lot of the goals. And if not, there's a potential $1 trillion loss happening. Keeping that in mind, that there is a lot of interest from policymakers as well. On the ground, what are you seeing in terms of the barriers that are still hampering integration?
See, I think he spoke about the biggest operational dimension, right, which is really the fragmentation of data. And obviously there are, like what he said, technologies now available for us to sort of have at least the bank of data as data lakes and then really take advantage of it. So that's one dimension. But if you really take a step back and look at what's the biggest barrier that we have, and just to give you a context, and most of us in this room as manufacturers would fall under that, our factor productivity, and Dilip and I in the council have discussed this many a time, our factor productivity on manufacturing is one of the lowest in the world. I saw Sanjay saying that in the earlier panel, saying that, the Chinese love manufacturing. And just to give you a context, the factor productivity of China as a country is roughly about 2 to 2.5 times on an annualized basis over us. So therefore, all the arbitrage that we have as labor will be offset by a lot of productivity gains that they may have. So that's point number one to be noted. So our factor productivity is one of the lowest. But what we are fundamentally taking an action on is what I would call the life cycle of the business plan. So what we end up looking at in the country is really, because the cost of assets are pretty high, we end up looking at a return on capital employed of, let us say, anywhere around 25% and an IRR of, let's say, 20-odd%, and which I think in many cases may be a little bit of a contrarian view to medium-term competitiveness. So what's happened over a period of time, and to his point around the fragmentation of data, what we have done is we have really augmented everything in slices, including IT as well as OT. So the big barrier, therefore, today is the integration of IT and OT. Both of them are legacy because India has a manufacturing history of 50 odd years on a minimum, right? Or maybe a little bit more. So that's the first barrier that I see which is there. So if you are able to really look at a model which is towards a medium-term competitiveness rather than the short-term life cycle model, that is the first big barrier that I see. We naturally blame it on data integration, data fragmentation and the related areas, but primarily it's a strategic view towards factor productivity that we need to fix at the individual company level. That's possibly my first dimension. And maybe the second one, I think what is slightly different between India and I think the example of China which was taken, and I sort of have a view on that being the role that I am. One of the things that we see in China is that there is a big cluster learning model on smart manufacturing. Whereas here we are adopting an individual organization model. I'm sure Dr. Sabu will know better. He has been anchoring, they have been anchoring the entire model of how their suppliers would actually gain in competitiveness. So they are adopting a cluster-based model, whereas most of us are really on an individualized model towards smart manufacturing. So those two things, I think strategically we may need to change. The government is obviously coming up with policies of industry clusters, etc. So we may also have to build on some of the policies which are enabling. So tactically, yes, there is a dimension of data integration, etc. But strategically, I think we may have to look at it from an ecosystem point of view to get gains of smart manufacturing.
So a quick follow-up, which is going to be the toughest phase? Because there are 3 phases, as I mentioned, to reach that goal as per the report. One is the creation of the ecosystem, one is then comes acceleration, and then comes sustenance. So is creation of the ecosystem going to be the toughest phase? And if we do that right, the next 2 are just going to be on autopilot, so to say.
I think we may need to have the anchor model coming in pretty quickly for 2 reasons, right? I think all of us are also interested in shareholder value. So I understand the conversation is not about smart manufacturing alone. We need to develop enterprise value to the fullest. And this is possibly the best time that we have the right gains for enterprise value. So I think if you are able to really look at the first stage where we are able to create a model of cluster-based competitiveness. So just to give a context, we are not competing country against country, right? We are actually competing cluster against cluster. So the smart manufacturing cluster of India in leather will compete against Wenzhou in China. It's not India competing against China. So just keep that in context, and I think we may have to have therefore a slightly different shift to thinking about manufacturing. And since there are I'm sure there are about 500, 600 of us in the room, we should really be able to start thinking about competitive clusters that we can take advantage of.
That's another headline statement coming from the panel. This is not a country versus country battle. This is a cluster versus cluster conflict. So we'll see how we emerge from that, and hopefully we do reach the top 3 of the pack as that report envisages. Before I come to you, Dilip, let me just have a quick follow-up with Dr. Sahu, because we all talk about AI. The question is, where is the reality and where is the hype? Where are we sort of running ahead of ourselves in terms of looking at AI from an operational value perspective? So quick point of view from you, Dr. Sahu, as to where are we in terms of gaining operational value from AI currently, and where are we running ahead of expectations? What would you say?
I think if I take our example, when we wanted to use AI in various operations and for operational excellence, just to give a sense of what the scale that we are operating, we produce about 2.2 million vehicles today. Ambition is to go up to 4 million by 2030. We have 4 manufacturing locations going up to 5 locations, but maybe multiple plants. 10,000 plus connected machines, 5,500 plus dealer touch points. So when we looked at operational excellence, we looked at areas with tasks which are repeatable, which needs to be accurate, and where humans can falter. For example, humans have a tendency that, after a certain period of time, you need to take rest, and you actually slow down in terms of your cognitive systems. So therefore, AI is very, very useful in that. So for quality control, for example, for visual inspection, multiple tasks, multitasking. For example, we are doing 150 plus instrument panel variants in one same assembly line. It's humanly impossible for an operator to check on the line that. We used AI-based vision system to ensure that it's accurate and it gives you the right feedback. So AI can really give true value where tasks are repeatable, and you can use judgment systems to aid that. Where it's running ahead of reality is that, in terms of autonomous systems. For example, we deployed a system for fraud detection. You get so many documents, it's humanly again impossible for somebody to look at all the documents and make sure that you are, finding out the real fault. So you use multiple kind of, so-called agents to ensure that you go from one to another and look at through various API calls to ensure that it's done correctly.
All right.
So these are the two examples I'd like to cite just to give you a sense that where AI can really deliver value. Quality control, I think repeatable tasks, hazardous tasks, which people can be avoided by humans.
So there is a use case momentum building up as we go along, and then more richer use cases as they come into focus. It helps the marketing of AI within the enterprise in terms of the leadership.
And if I may just say, what we are looking at is we are not looking at AI for the sake of it.
Okay.
We are looking at AI where AI can actually give authentic impact. So artificial intelligence with authentic impact.
And I think that's the best approach. It's not AI for AI's sake. It is how is AI relevant to what we do and how can we improve ourselves.
Absolutely.
And of course, drive value from a human to machine perspective.
Absolutely.
Dilip, coming to you, because when I look at it theoretically, AI is supposed to be at the trough and it's supposed to reach this plateau of enlightenment where the use cases emerge, and we talk about AI in a more realistic value manner. What are your thoughts on this in terms of delivering operational value when it comes to AI? Where are we currently and where are we running ahead of yourselves? A quick point of view.
Sure. No, first of all, I completely concur with Tapan-san, the manner in which he framed it. I think there are numerous areas in operations, in discrete industries, process-heavy industries, where AI is already delivering value, right? In fact, if I can take a little bit of a liberty, before even we started using terms like AI, there were models which were being built 30, 40 years ago, model predictive control and such, where we were able to derive a lot of value in our process, right, to drive optimization, right? Where value is being realized today, closed loop optimization, right, where you're able to really attain optimal performance, right, within an operation and get the machine or get that process or the skid to be performing at optimal value even when there are input disturbances, right? Where I think we might be running a little bit ahead of ourselves right now is if you want to, in simplistic ways, if you want to deploy autonomy for the sake of autonomy, you have to stop and ask ourselves, what problem are we trying to solve? If you do not have a clear problem definition, stop, right? If we know what problem it is that we are trying to apply, there'll be multiple options available to you to evaluate, and then you can pick and choose the one which makes the most amount of sense in that context, right? So coming under peer pressure because someone else is applying, and thus you need to, may not be the best approach, right? Some people talk about having a full lights out factory. It's a great vision to have. To me, it's a vision, it's a journey, right? But you start from where you are, identify a problem, begin to solve that problem, build capability, build competence, right? Get the organization's trust behind these new technologies. It always really comes down to people, processes, and technology. Technology is getting disrupted, right? There's a brand new set of possibilities. You need to reimagine what the new set of processes need to be, because your processes can be hugely simplified, right? And if all of that is happening, and if your people are not on board, then you have a big problem. So you have to solve that equation as that triad, people, process, and technology.
Absolutely. You don't need siloed processes. You need to avoid the siloed thinking as well and make sure that everything works in harmony. Perfect point. Taking that forward, Sanjeev, coming to you, because you operate in such a sensitive sector. So this question of automation to autonomy is very pertinent to you. At what point in time, as a leader, what sort of guardrails do you set in place to make sure that AI recommends actions in certain situations, and in certain situations, it executes control autonomously? As a leader, what guardrails do you set in place, especially in a sensitive sectors like pharma like yours?
So, Gautam, that's a very important question from many perspectives, because the ethical story about healthcare is much bigger. Let me indulge for a second in something else and say that, look, 30 years ago, roughly 30 years ago, we came to cloning of sheep. Yeah? Dolly, we cloned a sheep, which is still not where AI is. That is far bigger science than AI. We reached there. But there was sense in healthcare systems all over the world to stop it there. So the guardrails of understanding ethical impact of anything, any technology has to be understood. In our case, where are the guardrails required? The guardrails are required in terms of who takes what decision. Can machines take decisions until a point? What is the escalation ladder for it? It's extremely important. The second thing is agencies, regulatory agencies will skin you if you do not have enough traceability. So when decision making happens from machines, do you account for enough traceability in the system? The third is the access to write. Ultimately there are a lot of programs running. Who has the access to write and who can overwrite a decision? What can machine do and what can humans do? At what stage the separation happens? These are such important issues in healthcare that if we go little bit wrong also, it has huge impact on human life. So for us, as we think technology, we have to think twice harder for what controls we need to put in. So in our industry, we don't have quality control alone. We have quality control and there is quality assurance. We have these two separate parts to an organization who control each other in different ways. Because if you don't put enough guardrails, you are risking life. So for us, any new technology brings further complications in what can we control.
And you need to get your homework done properly to make sure that when you're in a live environment, when you're in a production environment, those problems do not create answers you don't have for at the moment. All right. From AI, let me look at digital twins as well. Kailash, let me come to you in terms of how is that paradigm evolving for your sector. We are seeing a lot of employment. What's the latest from what you have to say about the utility of digital twins in the way it's optimizing operations for you?
Yeah, so you know that Hindalco is exponentially growing. And one thing is the productivity improvement, but second part is capability improvement. So we are using digital twin in both. So I will take the two examples, give you the two examples. So first is, our smelters are power intensive and we need to reduce our energy. And what we are doing that, in smelting process, one of the deterrent is anode effect. And if you have a high anode effect, your energy consumption is high. So we have built a digital twin for understanding the anode effect. And it's an in-house built digital twin. And that has given us actually the root cause of anode effect. And it's multiple variables, and because of the multiple variables, it's difficult for a human being to understand what is happening right now. And that has helped us. Our energy has, this anode effect has reduced by 50%. And because of that, one of our plant is the actually global best in the DC energy consumption in making the aluminum. The second part which we are doing that, actually if you build a digital twin, if you build the replica of your process and you are in a continuous process industry, you can experiment and you can train your operator. You can create risk and tell your operators, shift in charge and engineers to solve those problems. And we are doing that in smelting also and in power plant also. So we have simulators with the digital twin, and we are creating the risk and training our people and doing the capability building.
Fantastic. Ishwar, let me come to you to take forward some of the points that Kailash has mentioned, because while energy cost reduction and all these savings are great, it also dovetails nicely with the fact that sustainability is now a key business KPI. So in terms of AI helping achieve sustainability in a sector which has gotten a lot of the bad rep, honestly, but it is working to improve itself. How can AI play a constructive role there?
So if you really look at one big area of traction One, we spoke about productivity and like what Kailash said, all the dimensions around energy efficiencies and therefore competitiveness. And also, some of the others around the regulatory aspect that Sanjeev and others spoke about. See, one of the biggest things that we are seeing in the Indian market now is that with a lot of the free trade agreements coming in, there is a lot of export potential for not just sunrise sectors, but also for the traditional sectors, because all of them are obviously covered in the line items. And their sustainability is an end-use requirement as far as those markets are concerned. You can take, let's say, CBAM or any of the other dimensions to export into Europe, etc. So if you take that journey and look at where AI is enabling, all aspects are getting covered. If I take the top 2 or 3 biggest gains areas for Indian manufacturing, one is really on everything to do with the footprint of logistics and transportation. Quite naturally, transportation optimization is much higher. Fleet optimization is much better. Therefore, there is one sustainability angle directly from, let's say, a scope 2 dimension. Second one is manufacturing. What he talked about from an energy consumption perspective is one. Second, most important, I think, is also the dimension from a quality perspective. What we are now seeing is that cost of quality is actually coming down by about 40 to 50% for companies which are effectively using AI in quality, rather than just to the point that was mentioned by Dr. Sahu, primarily only for analysis. It's fundamentally for insights and also for predictive. So as these two dimensions of insights and predictive analytics come in, we are actually having quality dimensions which are significantly impacted. That will be your biggest area because it will go directly into your earnings. It will also directly impact your consumptions. So that's the second one. So these are the two big ones. Obviously, the rest of them in terms of product development is an area where we are a little bit early. But I would think material science is going to be the third big area that we are going to have AI having a substantial impact. And to his point, that will be an area where we reduce not just errors in terms of product development and cycle time, but also have the right material usage which can be sustainable.
And that has been called out in the report as well in terms of frontier technologies, AI, ML, robotics, advanced materials. All these are going to be crucial in terms of...
That's a quick one on that. So instead of just looking at AI, digital twins and robotics, a big area for India to have sustainable competitive advantage that we are focusing on in this discussion is also on material science.
All right. We have less than a minute left for our discussion. So quick point of view from Dr. Sahu and Dilip in terms of this change that we're seeing as all these frontier technologies come into force. The factory itself will change, and of course the role of the workforce and talent and skilling issue will come into focus. So Dr. Sahu, what do you think is going to be some of the key conversations that are going to be happening in this talent and skilling arena, especially as more and more factories become smarter? Quick point of view from you, and Dilip, I'll come to you later.
I think very simple. As the new technologies come in, people need to be going up the value chain. For example, from doing to deciding, from executing to orchestrating things. And so therefore literacy, data, AI literacy, understanding system and developing a systems thinking is going to be critical as far as the future is concerned.
All right. Dilip, what were your thoughts on this?
I think it's less than a minute, so, it's a
we
very deep topic.
We can stretch for
No,
5 more minutes.
I'll limit myself in that. I think two big considerations.
Okay.
First and foremost, because technology is going to now play an even more core and central role, it's going to relieve you of the burdens of managing the how piece of it, right? There is much more that needs to be done because manufacturing, A, is a global competitive game. B, it's getting more complex by the day with supply chain disruptions and whatnot, right? Access to raw materials and all those things. There's so many things that you have to solve that you need talent to be thinking, if they're relieved of how a manufacturing operation needs to happen, you need that bandwidth to be deployed in terms of how the next set of challenges need to be dealt with and how the exceptions coming out of manufacturing need to be dealt with as well. So you need to enable your talent to cope with that transition. You need people, right? Oftentimes there's a dialogue around, is workforce going to get totally disrupted? I do not buy into that. I think you're going to need people because there are many more challenges to be solved if you have to stay a globally competitive organization or a globally competitive value chain, right? Or a globally competitive cluster, as Ishwar put it, right? So you need people, but you need different skills and a different temperament in those people.
In a brave new world, you need new thinking, whether
New thinking.
you are in the shop floor
Yeah.
or you're in the boardroom. So on that note, we will wrap up this plenary session around how the future is here to drive smart, sustainable, and AI-driven manufacturing. I'd like to thank all of the panelists here for sharing their perspectives on this hot topic. And on that note, I'd like to invite Shikha back on stage.
Thank you very much, Gautam. First up, ladies and gentlemen, can we please extend a big, big round of applause for our distinguished panel indeed, for that discussion that was on fleek, and thank you for all those thoughts. Gautam, may I please request you to step forward and felicitate the panel, followed by Dilip will request you to please felicitate Gautam on behalf of all of us. And ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause as we do this. What you heard was a strong and a future-focused discussion indeed. So let's take a group photograph therein. A round of applause indeed, acknowledging the panel for their participation and fortifying the fort of this very platform, IIOTM 2026, with their exclusive perspectives. Thank you to our moderator, Gautam, for extracting all those so very well. Thank you so much. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, of course, so of course, group photograph we begin with for each of our panelists to trialogues, because that's a customary thing that we do on the stage. Of course, the attitude of gratitude, they say, is indeed the best one to have. So exhibiting that and more, here's saying thank you to each one of our very learned panelists as well. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, of course, shortly it would be time you could also check your scores, where you are faring on the leaderboard by accessing the event app. Of course, when you step outside, we also have a wall in the exhibit area where you can also check who's trending on the leaderboard, as they say. But with all the points, I'm sure we've got you covered. Can we have a round of applause one more time for our panel, for our moderator? Thank you so much. Thank you very much, gentlemen on the stage. Very shortly, we will also be flashing, ladies and gentlemen, the feedback QR code right there on the stage. So please, let it be unmissable. You should not be missing the chance to scan this QR code. Thank you once again, panel, so that we ensure on our part that we keep improvising and improving our content delivery year on year and maybe grow from strength to strength together. So please render your feedback by scanning this QR code. And of course, you also assimilate all those bonus extra points on your leaderboard. So I think it's a double good news. On that note, of course, as you're vying for those exclusive gifts that we'll be announcing towards the end of the show, I'm sure as your thoughts will continue to power our future events as you scan this QR code, that will help us stay always on the right curve, ladies and gentlemen. We are setting up the stage, also giving you this little bit of a few seconds there to scan this QR code as you submit your feedback now or after a few minutes. So keep doing that and more. Also, please don't forget that you get 300 extra bonus points, everybody, as you share your experience on LinkedIn by just clicking on that predefined post tab that you see on the top of your event app. So please continue doing so. Because this time, ladies and gentlemen, the one whom we are getting on the stage is no ordinary person. In fact, he is extraordinary, I must say. Our next speaker, ladies and gents, is our special guest, I must say. And I must also say he's one of those limited editions. I'm sure you're all excited to see him talking to all of you on the stage. So just in a few seconds, we will do the needful as this well-recognized voice on the future of business, technology, and society would be here in a few seconds. To talk about him, he is known globally, in fact, an acclaimed one as the applied futurist. Wow, looks like the next rendition will be futuristic already. Well, he's somebody who wows. He's somebody who helps leaders and organizations see the future clearly. I think this is this rare ability. And he turns that foresight into compelling stories for their teams, for their customers, and the stakeholders. They also say, कहते हैं ना, that humans understand more in stories rather than facts, numbers, or equations. So this special guest will do exactly that for us. He has, ladies and gentlemen, I must share based on our research, advised over 30 of the global 500 along with major institutions, including NASA, bringing that clarity that Yuval Noah Harari spoke about, and of course those strategic foresights as well to some of the world's most influential decision makers. You want to clap to that one, ladies and gentlemen? That reminds me, we'll practice the exercise of clap and tap, but maybe post the break. For now, please continue focusing on the stage as I tell you that he's also the author of 3 acclaimed books, including The High Frequency Change. Please note, also the Future-Proof Your Business, and his latest release being See Inside the Future. Wow. Blending storytelling, evidence, and insight to help audience rethink what's possible. Not just think out of the box, but think like there is no box. Joining us, after all, is crossed oceans straight from Manchester to be with us this day. Please welcome, as he's all set to spark right now, right here, in a very esteemed presence, the new ideas. He is ready to shift your perspective and take us on a journey into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you our special guest, Mr. Tom Cheese Wright is right here. Can you please have some towering round of applause as we welcome Tom on stage? Tom, it's so hearty to see you. We met in the morning right in there. Thank you. They're all yours.
Do you feel like change happens faster now? About 10 years ago, I started asking this question to business leaders around the world. And you know what you're like. They didn't answer the question, not at first. They came back to me with questions. They said, well, what do you mean by change? What are you referring back to? What's your datum point? Has change happened faster since when? I said, stop answering with this and answer me with this. How do you feel? Do you feel like change happens faster now? And then I got the answers I was looking for. They started to admit that they felt unsteady on their feet, that they'd been knocked off balance by the pace of change, that they couldn't keep up anymore. They started to accept that things were different now, in a way that perhaps they couldn't explain. And trying to explain that feeling, trying to explain that sense that things have changed, that change is happening in a different way, inspired my first book, which Shikha kindly referred to just then. And the book was called High Frequency Change, because I don't believe that everything happens faster now. It's not true. Some things stay the same, as I will come back to. But something had shifted. And I put that shift down to technology. Technology acts like a lubricant. It takes the friction out of things. It takes the friction out of innovation. It's easier to translate an idea into a product now than it ever has been. It takes the friction out of distribution. We are part of a global economy. We can move our products to anywhere, tariffs notwithstanding. It takes the friction out of communication. We may not have the brand, the authority of the Economic Times, but we are all publishers now with a global audience. And the result of this is that more things happen more quickly in particular domains. We've stripped the friction away from so much of commerce. And the result is this sense of destabilization, because things now go from science fiction to science fact incredibly quickly. Not just in my lifetime have things that were part of Hollywood movies and books become real, but things that were science fiction in my children's lifetime are now reality. 2016, an android that could walk and talk was still a Star Wars character, something we were dreaming about. And in 2026, we are deploying that technology into factories. They are moving parts, making cars, doing dangerous jobs. That is an incredible speed of transformation for your mind to try to keep up with. This was the state of the art of an android just 10 years ago, incapable of safely making it down a set of steps. That is an incredible transformation. It is no wonder so many people feel destabilized, unable to keep up. And it is no wonder that we all feel attracted to events like this, where we can come and learn and keep abreast of the latest advances. High-frequency change is how I described the rapid iterations of technology. It doesn't come in one linear fashion. We get wave after wave, and each wave enables the next wave. But because of that lowering of friction, those waves come faster and faster and faster. We're being pounded by these constant updates, these constant iterations of new technology. And as I said at the start, not everything is like that. Not least our own biology. We do not evolve at that pace. We cannot shift at the same pace as the technology that we create. It leaves us with that sense of being destabilized, of being unbalanced. And that means we have to use our intelligence. We have to use the unique capabilities of the human mind, not just on this planet, that as we know of in the universe, to apply our understanding of the world. And if we can't change our brains, we can't reprogram ourselves. Elon Musk might like to put a computer in our brains at some point in the future. But for now, what we have to do is change our behavior. And this is one of the critical lessons that came out of this book, of speaking to so many leaders who had this sense. And 10 years later, I think this lesson is even more critical than before. Because AI is just the latest technology to accelerate development. I don't know how many of you have just taken it home and played with the technology. How many of you just sat there and said, I've got an idea, how fast can AI help me make it real? The scale of productivity, the ability to bring your ideas into reality now is staggering, absolutely staggering. So we have to do some things differently. We have to behave differently as leaders, as organizations, particularly in manufacturing, if we want to achieve some of those goals that we heard about this morning. Whether it's at the cluster level or the country level, if you want to achieve that competition, if it's you as an individual organization want to achieve that level of competitiveness, to leverage this technology to its maximum extent. The first thing you have to do is accelerate decision making. We don't have space, we don't have room anymore for the inefficiencies of old. There are lots of ways to do that. You can accelerate the movement of the information through the organization, which digitization began. But much more importantly, we have to move the decisions in the organization closer to that data, closer to the edge, closer to the shop floor. Too often, we delay decision-making with layers of bureaucracy, with layers of management. If we want to be quick, we have to have trust. We have to push power to the edge of the organization within a suitable governance framework, and I shall come back to this issue of governance. But so many of the technologies we need now are available, they are accessible. And increasingly, because of that accelerated pace of change, they might not be a strategic differentiator anymore. They might just be what you need to do to keep up. You can't have strategic minds making operational decisions. And these become operational decisions. Push that power to the edge of the organization and trust those people within a framework to make those decisions. The second thing you have to do is not to focus on today's technology. Again, don't focus on the operational. Think about what's next, what's after that. Think about those waves. Are we spending too much time thinking about the current wave of technology and not enough thinking about the wave after that or the wave after that? Your strategic minds should not be focused on this wave. They should be focused on the next wave and the one beyond. And there's a great case study of an organization that's done that in this room, actually. An organization that I work with very closely, ArcelorMittal. I interviewed late last year the head of R&D for ArcelorMittal, and he told me some incredible stories about their use of AI. It's a company that actually recognized the potential of AI before we were really talking about AI. When we were still talking about neural networks back in 2004, they established an AI research group back then. Not necessarily to look at the technology that was already coming around, but to look at the next iteration and the next iteration. How could it be applied? And it's now applied in many different aspects of the business. But something we heard about right at the end of the last panel was R&D, research and development, and particularly the incredibly complex field of materials science. Metals are one of the most complex areas of research and development for new products, because you're talking about products that go through a phase change in their production. There's an enormous amount of science, of research, and knowledge that goes into producing new formulations. It's complex, it's difficult, it's a rich, broad space. Applying AI to their R&D efforts allowed ArcelorMittal to accelerate the time to market for new formulations 5 times, connecting people, sharing knowledge, bringing these ideas through. It's an incredible demonstration of what you can do when you take the technology and don't focus on today's application, but focus on the ones to come and point your strategic minds to those opportunities. The third change we have to make, and I cannot stress this enough, is that we must build for reality. You've heard Dilip and Sanjay earlier refer to some of the challenges around deploying AI, particularly in this sector. Safety, first and foremost, absolutely paramount. The risk, governance, cybersecurity, data protection, regulation, All of those things mean for good reason that actually with AI, development is easier than it ever has been. You can see all sorts of incredible demonstrations on social media, on videos, people talking about what's possible, what they can do. But those ideas, those demonstrations often do not translate into an operational environment. The brownfield sites we've already talked about with Dilip earlier, the levels of complexity that you are facing on the day-to-day. We shouldn't be chasing these excessive dreams. We should be confident to focus on some things that might seem mundane, that might seem simple, but that can drive real, robust, and repeatable benefits in our organizations today. Not dreams that we're constantly chasing in the future. Development is easy, deployment is hard, particularly in this sector. Chase realistic results. So if I was going to leave you with 4 things today, the first thing I would say is, if you feel a bit unsteady on your feet as a result of the pace of change, you're not alone. It is fast, almost excessively so. There is so much going on, so many acronyms, so many new pieces of research, so many demonstrations, and it's all hitting us constantly in these new waves of change via social media, email, the news. We are constantly being bombarded with this change. It's okay to feel a little unsteady, because as almost all the leaders I've spoken to do. You can't change your brain in response to that sense. But what you can do is change your behavior, your organization's behavior. Start by accelerating decision-making. Free up your strategic minds by pushing power to the edge of the organization. Allow people to take those decisions within a good governance framework that allow you to keep up with the state of the art, with the opportunities today. So much of the value of AI is going to be embedded in the software that you're already using, brought to you by the suppliers that you are already using. Take those opportunities, but don't necessarily engage your strategic minds in pursuing that. Instead, let them focus on the future. Let them think about not this wave of change, not even the next wave of change perhaps, but the one after that. Each wave of technology sequentially unlocks new possibilities. What possibilities for your sector, for your organization, will this wave of technology unlock for the next one and the next one? Focus those strategic minds there. And build for reality. Don't chase the incredible demonstrations. Don't chase the videos that you see. Don't chase those possibilities that now that it's so easy to develop, your mind might say, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this. Build for that complex operational environment. Build for that brownfield site. Build for those mundane opportunities that actually can be transformational for your organization if you deploy this technology well. Thank you so much for welcoming me to the maximum city, which I shall take away from Shikhar. I think that's a wonderful phrase. And for welcoming to this incredible conference. Big thank you to Rockwell Automation. Big thank you to the Economic Times. And thank you very much to you as well.
Request you to remain on the stage, please. Can we have the mic functioning? Tom, request you to please take the center stage. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's thank him for the fascinating journey that he made us traverse into the future. And to do the honors, may I please request Ruchika Jain, Director Marketing and Strategy Asia Pacific from Rockwell Automation, to please step forward and extend a little way of saying thank you to Mr. Tom. She's right. Of course, like I always say, the best gift you could give to anybody is nothing but appreciation, ladies and gentlemen. So please ensure that your applauses count, as all of you are present in mammoth numbers. Can we have another round of acknowledgement, everybody, please? Thank you. And Tom, thank you very, very much. We really enjoyed your session and the insights. I'm sure the AI summary will do its part, but at the same time, some very interesting and intriguing takeaways. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, they also say that clapping helps you in releasing endorphins, the happy hormones, and good blood circulation. So all into one, and of course, like I said, in thanking and acknowledging our wonderful and the most respected speakers for the day as well. You are at IIOTM 2026. Looks like the stage is being set for a plenary discussion. So all the more, we are always happy looking back into our event apps, right? This time I have my event app handy here with me, trying to manage with all the cue cards that I have, containing the illustrious experience of the plenary session speakers who will just take up the stage. But this time around, as you could check your scores or maybe also share your thoughts. I'm also seeing that there are a lot of conversations brimming on the event app as well. And sir, as you are busy looking into it, could I ask you what has been the most interesting feature of our event app that you encountered till now, apart from all the points that you're gaining on the leaderboard?
So we are seeing all the events that are upcoming. We can give the feedback here. So it's very user-friendly, actually.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Who can tell me what's the official hashtag of our event? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. I must have said that at least some 5-6 times since the morning, right? All right, all right. Okay. Anybody else who would want to just voice? Ma'am, could you tell us? Okay, sir, I'm going to do all the legwork coming straight up to you. Tell us, what is it that you're enjoying the most here? Of course, not missing on the good hustle for the leaderboard, right?
Good morning, everybody. And myself, Bhaskar from JSW Steel. During the initial talk, we enjoyed the AI, application of AI in industrial lifeline. And the speakers rightly spoke about the taking the AI and digital tin towards the shop floor. Similar things we are doing in our group also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Can I please have a round of applause to everybody who's participating and speaking? And my team has been very diligently tracking it on the apps. So, of course, the team says, let's announce who are the top scorers till now. At this juncture, we have the one who's topping on the pedestal at the moment is Deepesh MS. Deepesh, where are you? Can I please see a wave of hand? Where are you in the house? Deepesh, can you all please look towards Deepesh and give him a round of applause till now? You know, this will always pump up the inspiration. So keep up the good work, everybody. On the second is Dinesh right now. I guess it's Dinesh Kumar. Dinesh, where are you? Could we see a show of hand wherever you are? Okay. Looks like you want to keep it absolutely secretive till now, but that's all right. Like I said, this is dynamic. We have so many opportunities galore to increase those points. And on the third is Mark D'Souza for now. Mark, where are you? Can we give a shout out to Mark? Mark, wherever you are, keep up the good work. And everybody else, like I said, every touch point gets you some points, so please be at it. While I give you the last 5 seconds to check the AI summary and take it ahead, we're going to take up the stage and do the needful, like I said, of inviting our very illustrious panelists. Of course, our moderator is all mic'd up, ready to take up the stage. So I will make you wait no further at all, ladies and gentlemen, and get the show back on the road. So here it is, now in this second plenary session. Very quickly, you know, I always feel rather than me doing the context setting, it should be the experts who should do the talk. But allow me to share that the leaders will come forward and they will talk about shaping the industrial operations, this time through digital transformation, the automation, and next-gen robotics. Well, to moderate, of course, we'll invite our very diligent moderator. Please welcome Mr. Gautam Srinivasan once again back onto the stage. Like I said, I always like how he sprints onto the stage and begins with the right bang of energy there, the consulting editor, the Economic Times. Can we welcome him with a round of applause once again? Thank you, Gautam. With you, we are short of a great discussion. We already know who's going to step onto the stage. Seeing the stage there, our blue ribbon panelists, please come on board. May we invite Mr. Prashant Sharma, the CTO from Zydus Group, walking in. Let's keep the applauses going, and ladies and gentlemen, as we know, Mr. Sharma is a part of the leadership team and manages group manufacturing and operations for formulations and API at Zydus Kerala. Mr. Sharma, very warm welcome to you. Thank you. I hope you're having a great time with us here. Can we invite Mr. Prashant Dorswamy, the President and CEO, Continental Automotive Components, India. Well, 3 decades and counting in the global automotive industry. Mr. Prashant brings this deep expertise, ladies and gentlemen, across automotive, electronics, smart mobility, and large-scale ER&D and operations as well. Please welcome Mr. Vipul Tandon, the CEO of Wipro Pari. Ladies and gentlemen, the one who leads the global industrial automation business across sectors such as automotive, e-mobility, intralogistics, and smart infrastructure. Well, with all the time that we have in hand, talking very briefly and inviting Mr. S. Satish, partner and national sector leader, industrial manufacturing, KPMG, India. You know, they say the might in the will is more than the vigor. They led, they tried, they conquered. Mr. Satish brings 28 years of experience in driving EB/ITDA improvement through procurement optimization, digital manufacturing, AI-led business solutions, and so much more. And finally, we are so happy to be inviting Mr. Dennis Tang, the Regional VP, ITD and SWC Asia Pacific, Rockwell Automation. Ladies and gentlemen, a global business leader takes up the stage as well. 30 years of experience across industrial, technology, and automation sectors. Mr. Tang is known for driving growth, performance, and transformation. And Gautam, can I take like a nice long deep breath and say lights, camera, and action for you this time? Over to you.
So much. Gentlemen, please take your seats. There are still some things which require physical intervention. It's not entirely software-defined automation. But call it fortuitous timing. I was wondering how to start things off with our discussion. So it's great timing that we had a futurist at the session before us, and a very important term which he mentioned at the end, that development is easy, deployment is hard. That line stuck with me, because when we talk about creating the future of industrial operations, there are going to be some concepts which might appear easy, but in the end, when the moving parts come together, that's when the risks, the complications all come to fore. So that's what we're here to understand. First of all, as we move from hardware-defined automation to more software-defined operations, what are going to be the emerging trends and risks that you as leaders are watching out for? And again, as we did in the first session, we have a nice cross-section of industry leaders with us and enablers to give us the bird's eye view and the in-depth details required. So let's start this plenary session on that note. The first question around this whole transition that we are seeing from a hardware-defined automation to a software-defined automation, the key trends that are emerging. So maybe, Vipul, we'll start things off with you in terms of what are the factors which are accelerating this transition from hardware-defined automation to a software-defined industrial operation? What would you say is the headline statement? To you, that's right.
Thank you. I think from my vantage point, sitting in Detroit, close to the automakers in the United States, I lead this global system integrator called Wipro Pari. And we've seen everybody see how much the rate and pace of change. The speaker before us talked about how change is getting faster and faster, and the impact that is having on our customers. The big threes that you would have seen in the last couple of quarters have gone through some significant pivots on their products, and as a result on their manufacturing automation. So from my limited vantage point, close to them in Detroit, I've seen some significant value getting destroyed because of the implementations of fixed automation, right? It's a significant part of it. So the need for flexible automation, software-defined automation is very much there, and its proof is in the pudding. And how do we help enable our customers to achieve those achieve those faster product life cycles with more flexible, reapplicable investments is where the holy grail is currently.
All right, let me go around the panel and see what they have to say, whether they echo some of the sentiments that Vipul has mentioned. We have two Prashants on the panel, so I'm going to state the full name because one is pharma, one is automotive. I don't want our lines crossed. So Prashant Sharma, we'll start with you. I've had the good fortune of speaking with you in the last IIOTM. So as we move on to IIOTM 2026, some of the points remain the same, some of the points are different. So in this paradigm of software-defined automation, from hardware to software, in your opinion, what is accelerating this transition? And why is it essential at this moment? Because global economic uncertainty remains. So in light of how we are so razor-focused on profits these days, this transition that is happening in the manufacturing sector from hardware to software, how important is it?
So machines have always existed mostly to assist, and software will move them from being assistants to making recommendations and eventually being autonomous. Largely that is when I think people will get replaced. So what we're looking at within pharma, for example, my mistakes are very expensive. When I make a mistake, I make a bad pill and I make a sick person not recover, right? So we are looking at de-skilling operations completely, which means that my pill should not be human dependent in its output. That's where, if I can say, intelligent machine, the difference between a dumb machine and intelligent machine would be the software which is embedded. In fact, in Zydus, we are now looking at embedding AI within the equipment, not even letting AI reside outside. So there'll be some AI residing outside the equipment, but there'll be embedded AI within equipment which will determine better on-the-go batch controls, product controls. And I think that's where, but it's a very scary future at the same time. When we say dark factories or near dark factories, I've seen factories in China wherein what we do with 2,000 people are being done with 80. And that's somewhere is a future that we have to reconcile with.
All right. It's surprising how the news hits the mainstream. I was reading about potentially a dark factory in Chennai and how people discovered it, and they were very surprising. Where are the people? They're just seeing robots going here and there. So it's entering mainstream consciousness. On that note, Prashant Doreswamy, when I look at your sector, looking at considering automotive components is tied into the automotive sector, huge variability in play in terms of demand and supply. So when we talk about your sector, the components sector, and this transformation from hardware-defined automation to software-defined automation, what is accelerating that move?
Okay. So even before I talk about the factors accelerating, first we need to understand what is this software-defined automation. A couple of decades back, it all started in telecom. And what you see in this mobile, software and hardware is separated. Same iOS works on 5, 6 different hardwares. Then it moved to automotive. We call software-defined vehicles, and now we are talking about cloud-defined vehicles. And now it's catching up with the industrial automation. The reason is, if software and hardware is coupled, then it becomes extremely difficult if you want to upgrade. Then you have to reinvest a lot. So if you're able to separate the software and hardware, then you get a lot of agility with reduced development time and reduced cost, your ability to speed up the transformation. That's exactly what we are looking for in software-defined automation, just to give a set of concepts. The factors, certainly if you see in 2025, I think the total size of software-defined automation market was about $35 billion, and the projected to go up to $71 billion by 2030. Number one. Number two, as such in automation, the size of the market in 2025 was about $275 billion, which is set to go up to $470+ billion by 2030. Third is also everybody looking at scaling up of Industry 4.0, and today nearly 40% of the total investments in a manufacturing is going to automation. So these are several factors which is really speeding up the, and also to have the advantage with the transformation which is going around, irrespective of the domain we are talking about. How we become much more agile, and our ability to respond to the variable demands is what we are looking for. So these are some of the factors which are really driving software-defined automation, I would say.
And it's great to hear the numbers that you've just shared, that there is so much investment going in. And that's the sectoral perspective that you have just received from our leaders there. Let's get in the enablers to talk about what's really going on. So Dennis, we'll start with you, and Satish, I'll come to you.
Sure.
In terms of how software-defined automation is fundamentally changing control, changing scalability and flexibility on the shop floor when compared to traditional systems, give us the bird's eye view of what's happening in this world of tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, if you look at it from, you talk about control, flexibility, and scalability, right? The traditional methodology of control is you have a ladder logic, it's embedded into the hardware of the PLCs. If you make any changes, you're constrained by that hardware. How much can you do? How fast can you do it? What Prashant just mentioned in terms of that, the constraints you may have with the funding, the cost of that. If you go to now, we transition into SDA, right? Now it's no longer the hardware constraint, it's the software. And then software, the speed at which you can develop, how you can containerize those, put into workloads, the interoperability and the integration of that is now greatly enhanced. It can be done quickly, at a much lower cost, much less engineering time. So that's where kind of the control is going to be done. The flexibility that that also enables you to do is now you can expand quickly. The capacity that you need to add on, again, is no longer constrained by the hardware. It's the speed at which you can develop, and you can now reconfigure, reuse that code or the development time you spent previously. So again, that speed and that flexibility, it enables that. And then finally, the scalability, again, all that comes together in one piece. If you look at it, you think about an example that I might use is, for example, someone like Continental, they buy a bunch of machines that someone like Ripple would make. And what an end user wants to do is integrate all those and pull that data and use it at the enterprise level. Today, even if it's the same manufacturer, there could be a lot of integration engineering to do to integrate that. With SDA and software defined, when everything's containerized, put into workloads, it is very easily integratable. The amount of time to do that will be minimal, very little effort, and now they can pull that data at the enterprise level and to use that across the entire organization. So you can pull that together, use it easily, integrate it easily, and then you can scale it very quickly as well.
Absolutely, and it's one of the features which was called out in our previous panel, where they said in terms of scalability, this is what we are looking at, where you have a service data lake, and then every department that needs the data for its own use cases, it is able to utilize it. But Satish, coming to you, taking forward what Dennis had mentioned, as I quoted at start, what was said, that development is easy, but deployment is hard. And as we are seeing rapid development happening. So in terms of the transformation that software-defined automation is bringing to the table, whether it's scalability, whether it's control, you're a sector leader for KPMG. What's your bird's eye view on all of this?
Okay, if you ask me, software development automation, software-defined automation is coming at the right time, okay, because there is a lot of manufacturing momentum in India, okay, and one of the ways I see is it's important for us to capitalize. There are a lot of opportunities we're opening up with FTAs coming in and others, and a lot of sectors are also looking at investing in capacity. But if you really look at the time taken for them to set up capacities and then coming into commercialization, takes a lot of time. One of the important reasons is, getting hardware set up, ensuring that is actually done, smoothly. If I have to set up a new plant, I'll have to invest completely in a new hardware, and the entire hardware-dependent, systems pursue onto it. So it doesn't, give speed to go about responding. That's where I see SDA coming into play very clearly in terms of looking at, one, do the scale much faster. That's one. Second is, if I were to look at digital penetration in India even today, only 20% of the companies are at a higher quotient on digital penetration. Significant 80% of it is actually even below digital penetration. One of the key reasons for why they have not done is exactly the same reason of you are locked with vendor-specific hardwares, you're not able to make systems talk to each other. So while the energy is actually there, it doesn't really get translated into it, except certain pilots which actually happen. So I see this, in a way, is a boon to ensure that if India needs to really scale up as a manufacturing momentum where it makes the globe to look at it, it has to move higher in the index on digital transformation. I see this will be one major step in terms of going about looking at it. Second is, for us to capitalize on the opportunity, scalability and speed to market is important. This is, I would say, is a great support and enabler to make this happen.
That's the defining message coming at the starting leg of the panel, that India needs to go higher in its ambitions towards digital transformation. But any ambition also needs to be balanced with risk assessment. So Prashant Sharma, let me come to you, because AI is, of course, the center stage of every talking point, and in the context of advanced manufacturing, it is a key component, so to say, driving the change. But when we talk about what's happening right now and what are some of the areas where manufacturers are approaching AI with caution, for example, real-time optimization, sure. Adaptive control, sure. But in some of the other areas, some of the guests I've spoken to have said that maybe it's too early to go AI in that route. What's your thought on this? Considering you're a very highly regulated sector, what would you say?
So I was reading somewhere that in the next 20 years, there'll be more robotic surgeons doing heart surgeries than human surgeons worldwide. In the factory, there are essentially two roles other than the managerial, the doing and the supervision. Now, the doing roles are completely going to be replaced by robotics. But even the supervision roles, basis visual learning, visual automation, will also be replaced completely by camera-based intelligent AI-embedded systems, wherein you're doing something, your AI will give you an alarm, this is not right. There's another aspect to it. The way we have structured HR processes, the way humans negotiate with each other, that is all set to change completely. We are not ready for that, perhaps, to understand the impact on collective bargaining, unions, how will they respond to this massive change? So while productivity will change, Tom mentioned earlier that the biological evolution is at a different pace compared to the technological evolution. Now, technological innovation is fast-paced and is going to leave people behind.
But how are manufacturers also sort of driving home the message to folks on the shop floor about the augmentative power of AI? Because there's someone on the shop floor always has this worry that today, that AI is there, tomorrow, what if I don't have the capacity to learn and then I'm made redundant? What's your thought on what manufacturers should be doing to make sure that folks at the shop floor consider AI as an augmentative power?
I think most people are intelligent to understand it's going to replace them, not just augment them. And that's a reality. You look at most countries wherein, for example, you go to San Francisco, you will see self-drive taxis replacing human-driven. So this is not augmentation. This is truly replacing. Robots today, packaging line which were being run by 10 people earlier, are now being run without any manning whatsoever, completely robotic. It's a given that this is not augmentation, this is autonomous in the current stage and independent in the few years to come. So factories are going to completely change. They're going to be de-skilled, they're going to be people-free, and they're going to be dark, not near dark. So that's the reality we have to prepare ourselves for.
All right, let's get down to the brass tacks with you, Dennis, and let's try to understand, as equipment becomes more autonomous, how do intelligent motion, analytics, and closed-loop control redefine production performance and reliability? Give us some of the use cases and the examples that you've seen, which is sort of driving this revolution forward.
Okay. Well, first of all, you mentioned the automation in terms of the motion, the analytics.
And the closed-loop control.
Right, and the closed-loop control. Those things are all what we at Rockwell Automation, we kind of call what's going to make up the backbone of autonomous operations. So no longer are we manual, automated, it's now autonomy. An example of that, if you talk about, for example, the motion. Motion today is at a speed and an intelligence and adaptability that's already very advanced. If you look at something that we call independent cart technology, instead of having what is a conveyor line and things moving at a single speed, and you're kind of constrained by the slowest moving part in that process. Now you can have independent carts moving along asynchronous paths that now determine based upon what the production requirements, what product you're actually trying to make. It'll take you to different stations based upon what the production requirements are. So that again is an adaptive change in terms of manufacturing and the flow that you can put through the plant. The analytics are the part that now you can collect that easily on the location that you're closest to the location. You can quickly at the edge calculate those and put that right into the production process, what variabilities you need to adjust to. And then the other thing too, if you think about is what now many companies are using CMMS, computerized maintenance manufacturing maintenance systems is they could have downtime, they could have scheduled downtime, but that could be stopped by a work order, and that work order then needs to be adjusted to allow for the production to continue to meet the requirements that are being required. So those type of systems, if you look at the motion and then the CMMS ability to change, and then now the analytics that allows that to adapt, and then the closed loop control feeds that information right back into the system. So again, all that information is captured quickly, the production is made to change and adapt, and you have really what's called autonomous operations versus predictive or preventative or scheduled maintenance and scheduled production.
And where are we going to hear more use cases come from? Because would we hit a certain plateau when it comes to performance or reliability, or do you see this as just as the start and that we are going to see far more robust use cases emerge?
You said it exactly. I think this is just the start of where this can go. Rockwell says human possibility, right? How far can we take this capability and this technology? I think we're just learning. We're still figuring it out. What are the things that we can achieve? I think we're completely amazing ourselves, what we're able to achieve and the speed and the throughput and adaptability. And it's just the beginning of the journey.
Absolutely. And I love the fact that Rockwell Automation, in a sense, is customer zero. A lot of the changes that you evangelize to clients, you try it yourself first, because then you have the confidence of going out and saying this works and making sure that your clients are at the top of performance and reliability matrices as they move forward. All right. Prashant Doresalmi, let me bring you into this conversation because robotics, that's another theme which is gaining strength, and it's something that Prashant has also called out. Now, considering the rapid evolution that we are seeing in robotics, from fixed automation to collaborative vision-guided and flexible systems, what impact is it having on productivity and line design? Where are we currently? Sort of, remove the fog of war and give us what's actually happening on the ground. Give us the full picture.
Okay. If I talk about our own example, one certainly on the collaborative robots. Today, there is a business case. It costs you between 14 and 15 lakhs, and it can really replace a human being who's doing a repetitive task and can work between two human beings intelligently. And also, it can work 3 shifts. Otherwise, you would have had 3 people. So we always have the belief, right? More number of people on the floor, more space, more quality issues. It comes with its own problems. So at least there is a business case here in India for the given economics, collaborative robots, if there are very intricate, repetitive assemblies in nature. Second is autonomous mobile robots. I think that helps a lot in terms of reducing your floor space. You need not have a predefined conveying system to pass on the raw material, feed the raw material. So autonomous mobile robots is one such example where we got benefited, where the break-even is less than 3 years if you implement. And also it reduces the inventory on the line side storages. So it reduces, it can feed you at the right time. And the third is certainly in terms of what you call this orchestration of the software, right? Where we are really, this helps a lot. And we are looking at how do we orchestrate. Because the value going forward, it's not going to come from hardware. It's going to come from software. That's the middleware what we are talking about. Top and bottom always can be bought out. So that's where this industry is moving from fixed, rigid PLC hardware control units to how do we enable the software-defined automation.
And when that happens, what possibility excites you the most as a leader as this transformation happens? What is what is it that you're looking forward to as making the headlines in the next 3 to 4 years?
Multiple advantages. One, certainly the productivity gains, the quality gains. Unfortunately, in India, today, India is not known for brand quality, right? We are still, while we are talking about software-defined automation, still in MSMEs, the implementation of Industry 4.0 itself is lagging behind. And many times we have a wrong assumption of Industry 4.0 in robos, cobos, and all the automation. For me, the definition of Industry 4.0 is visibility of material flow in the system. If you're able to get that in advance, then your ability to control even before the event happens, right? Today, even in the shop floors, you have all sort of charts. At the end of the month, you go and see what has happened last month, what could be the reason, I will take action, park this thing. But if you have the control before, your ability to really predict and control it even before the event happens, then you are gaining with the productivity, you are gaining with the quality. So these are some of the advantages certainly you will have. And third is certainly in terms of flexibility, with the way how you react to variable demand. Those are the days gone where most preferred batch production. Today, it's your ability to be able to produce one single product of that one SKU with zero change over time. So
All
that's...
All right, Vipul and Satish, let me bring you into the mix of this conversation because I want to talk about scalability because besides all the gains that has been mentioned by Prashant. Now, high mix, low volume production, that requires reconfigurable lines, so to say. So Vipul, your thoughts on how practical is this today and what is the role that software-defined automation is going to play to make it scalable? A thought from you and then Satish, we'll come to your thoughts.
You know, that's a fantastic question, and what Prashant said really resonated with me. When I think about where, even in our lifetime, right, the automotive industry, there was a time when Henry Ford, introducing the Model T, talked about what color of car you could have. And the saying goes is that you can have any color you want as long as it's black.
As long as it's black.
And that's the classic of fixed automation, is the fact that you were looking for low proliferation, high volume, to be able to balance the value to stakeholders, an affordable car, and yet a very high salary. At that time, $5 a day was the highest compensation people could. So people don't have to lose out. I might differ with Prashant on that perspective. I think the value is to be created across all stakeholders because it is in the benefit of humanity that we're going after this, right? So making jobs easier, to be able to get what you want, right? So now people can have any color they want, any feature they want. If you want a seat warmer in Pune, you can have it, right? Why you would use it, I don't know, but if you want it, you should be able to get it. And that's where I think for us to be able to keep up with that stakeholder model, our ability to deliver manufacturing systems that can achieve that in a cost-effective way is the scalability portion for me.
That's a good point.
Because for any implementation, right? I mean, an average project that Viprapari takes today lasts anywhere from 12 to 18 months to execute. We just did a 80 kilowatt hour battery pack for a large American manufacturer in Germany. And it took us a good 18 months from start to finish to get that up to production. So now we are talking about how do we reduce our control software because there's repeatability, you can cut, copy, paste, but the software is smart enough that future applications, the next generation of assembly lines will help us self-generate, right? We're talking about generating PLC code, even if they stick with PLCs, to write, to get assistance to deploy faster, right? So
I get a sense that it's a perpetual greenfield expansion.
That's
that is
right.
The whole brownfield aspect has just completely gone. When you're in a software-defined automation framework, it's always a new problem to solve, a new need to address. And as you mentioned, changing customer needs. Earlier, it was a bit static. Now, a customer demands change and demands a product which they want rather than agreeing with whatever the manufacturer has given.
And that's where
them.
the reapplication for me, right? You cannot go, there's only so much earth we have, right? So there's so many green fields that are available, right? So for us, the automation to autonomy is about being able to reapply and get new value out of so like he talked about, conveyors to AMRs is an absolute classic for us.
All right, let's see what Satish has to add to that.
So, of course, adding to Vipul, I mean, he alluded to Ford, which was mass production. We're moving towards mass customization. People are directly reaching out to customer to understand, and that's where the differentiation comes in. So high mix, low volume is no more a choice. It'll be a reality, okay? And given that we're getting into maybe more medical devices which are specific to a patient requirement, or maybe electronics, where you need to actually mix in multiple components to go about producing, that's a reality. But if you look at high mix and low volume, manufacturing process, it comes with its own set of challenges. Obviously, in terms of different sizes, which need to be, going about managing. Operators need to be cautious about something which comes regularly as a part of a module, and also special aspects of it. All of them need to be taken into consideration. We are much better off today to handle high mix, low volume manufacturing than before. Of course, I've definitely seen some of the companies, some of the industrial product leaders have actually done, far higher. They could actually crash time to market somewhere from maybe a 45-day to a 10 to 15 days kind of a crashing is something which I've seen some of them being done. They've not purely done only with software-defined automation. That's one of the enablers. But if you really look at how they've done it in multiple pieces. Software-defined automation helped them to set the line relatively faster. They've also been using, as Prashant talked about, collaborative robots, where you're able to train them really better so that the humans can take care of the special aspects of it, where the collaborative robots can actually take care of it, and you're able to train it much faster. Third is people are also leveraging vision-based systems, when we need to look at it, which basically adjusts itself depending on the size of the material which is actually coming in. That's something which I've seen people are looking at it. And the fourth one, today there is a lot of evolution happening on quick change toolings and fixtures, which ensures that, the reality of single-minute exchange of dies, which used to be more a concept, is moving towards achieving that in terms of really single minute or less than a minute per se, because technology is evolving. So it's a combination of changes in hardware technology, software development automation, and the entire thing coming together, and digital coming together is what is creating the mix. And we are far better now to go about handling this complexity than earlier.
And I was reading somewhere that it's not just about training of robots, training of humans. The timeline has also substantially reduced as industries embrace a more software-defined framework. Keeping that in mind, Dennis, coming to you, in terms of how this IT-OT convergence, this software-defined brave new world that we are in, how is it impacting plant-level decision-making, if you can give us some specifics there?
Okay, yeah, I think we talk a lot about OT and IT and the convergence and the complexity of that. If you really look at what we're doing, you have the edge, you have the cloud, how those are all playing into it. The edge is now giving you those capabilities to really pull in the data real time from a machine, a line, and understanding the variabilities of that production line. So that edge capability, giving that capability to analyze, adjust, and make those decisions on the factory floor closest to where that decision needs to be made. You can now pull that into the cloud. The cloud gives you that ability to store that large mass volume of data that you need to do. But what it really does now, it takes that information and it contextualizes it. The one thing that we talk about is having a lot of data is, does it really mean anything to you? What can you do with that data? And now, if you pull it up into the cloud, you can have that ability to analyze, to assess, to crunch that information, use AI algorithms to pull the real essential information that you need out of that, and to adjust your manufacturing production or volume based upon that information. So that merging of the two capabilities, the OT and the IT, the cloud, the edge, giving that ability to digest the information, pull the right information, analyze it quickly, and then make quick decisions to the operations on the plant floor immediately is what I think this OT and IT is really enabling. Then the SDA, the software defined, just quickly enables that to move even faster than, again, the taking away the hardware, the constraints that are existing somewhat still today. That's going to just allow you to have that information flow quickly, faster from the plant to the, from the line to the plant and then up into the enterprise level.
All right, we have just about 8 minutes left, so let's put this conversation into high gear as we head towards our destination. Prashant Sharma, a quick view from you in terms of integration risks, while we are talking all about the possibilities, in terms of the risks that as a leader that you will need to sort of see in terms of making sure that everything is working as it is intended to. Legacy systems, interoperability, cybersecurity, these are themes which would come up. How should leaders deal with them? And in terms of mitigating them when we're talking about scaling and automation, what are some prescriptions that you could share?
So one challenge that we face is who owns this? Most organizations have fragmented designs which are not designed to really address these issues. So there's an IT department, and then there's digital department, and then there's the manufacturing.
It's a very federated architecture.
Yeah, so the ownership and accountability is very fragmented, and organizations still, because of legacy HR issues, are not able to completely redesign organization to address this is one softer aspect. The other is many plants, the legacy plants, have organically grown, at least in pharma, and therefore they will have multiple generations of equipment and automation. And most vendors, if I can say so, including software, hardware, are practically acting like a mafia. So they are acting against true automation acceleration, because they are trying to, the cost that they are asking you to simply configure systems is disproportionate, right? And that really is an inhibitory factor in scale up at a plant or organization level of automation. Until that is addressed, you will have interoperability issues not really being addressed. And the last would be, I think, talent. Our engineers are more interested in making dosas and burgers available to you at a cheaper cost, right? We are not really, we are still a services industry. We are not really a product industry. We are still not there, right? You go to a China, etc. You see the level of engineering excellence. You go to Germany, you see that, right? We still do not have. So therefore, most of it is imported, our solutions. And therefore, integration becomes even more difficult, because you are working with vendors across continents. And so these are the challenges that I think we'll have to face. We'll have to circumvent them. We'll have to address them. That's obviously a given.
I think there was a quote circulating in the internet somewhere which read that, I don't want AI to do the painting while I do the dishes. I want to do the painting while AI does the dishes. All right, taking that conversation forward as we head to the last 5 minutes. Prashant Doreswamy, a question to you as to how will a manufacturing enterprise know that they've truly built a future-ready industrial operations? What are some of the milestones that they should be looking at? This is a question I'll ask to the rest of the panel as well.
So one is the KPIs in terms of scalability and the flexibility. Have you achieved the future manufacturing concept, yeah? And your ability to respond to varying demands, flexible demands. Number two, I would say, having invested so much, at least average you should get a productivity gain of 20%. So have you done that? Third is certainly the most important is cybersecurity. How have you really protected your equipment? You have seen a couple of months back in UK, one of the OEMs. I think the biggest challenge in our manufacturing, while IT takes care on the enterprise side, unfortunately still on the shop floors, you still left with old systems, which are easy to penetrate.
It's still a very reactive environment. It's only when the news breaks that we all talk about cybersecurity.
How well protected your systems are in the event of any cyber attacks. So that's three. And number four is, I would say, creation of new opportunities, like analytics. That could be for manufacturers per se. So analytics and predictive maintenance and keyboards, sort of things which they can provide to many of the companies. And the last one is, if you have a multi-site, can all the sites integrated so that your ability to view in one single dashboard is one. So these are the 5, I would say, indicators for a matured software-defined automated plant, I would say.
All right, Vipul, your thoughts in terms of the outcomes that enterprises should look at when they want to truly build a future-ready industrial enterprise? What are the outcomes they should be looking at?
Thank you. And I'm in the interest of time, I'll help you out. I'll keep it short. Two real reasons. I think data, and that to me that's the fuel. And you know, we have a company called linecraft.ai, and we spend 80% of our effort actually helping the data out for our manufacturers, and only 20% on the real value add that we actually expected to do. So data to me is the big one. Architecture of data, getting this information out, because analytics, et cetera, gets very simple. That's 20% of the journey. That to me is the big one. For me, the objective, right? We'll know when it has arrived is when I can see self-learning smarts in the machinery. And that day is not too far. I think that's where the compute power, the hardware, the stuff that Rockwell Automation is talking about as well, gives me hope that that day is not too far.
Absolutely. While they say data is the new oil, refine it to define it. That's the idea there. Who refines it best will be the leader. Who doesn't, they will be the laggards. All right.
Beautifully said.
Satish, your words.
Yeah, I would go with 3. Vipul said 2. I'll go with 3. Of course, I mean, any manufacturing which adopts the leading technologies, that is given, okay, if you want to compete. 3 dimensions I would actually say, where is, as Prashant said, flexibility, but I would qualify flexibility with efficiency and quality is one, if I'm able to actually look at it. Second, most important parameter for me is speed to scale. How shorter you're able to actually look at it. And third is, all this technology should help in building resilience in manufacturing. Tomorrow, anything else happens, I'm able to scale up and scale down at a much faster. These 3 are parameters which I can say very clearly, skill building and others will be enablers for me.
I love the fact that you've all given easy to digest talking points for the audience to germinate. And as we conclude this discussion, Dennis, maybe a short point of view from you, some key bookmarks from this conversation that you think the audience should have to germinate some thoughts as they move on to the next session.
Okay, that was a lot of information. It was hard to hear actually some of the speakers at the end of the panel there, but I think the flexibility, the removing the barriers of hardware, how the software enabled, the real convergence of IT and OT is going to be absolutely critical. We are moving into a world, I think there was discussions that we were having that, okay, hey, the OT and IT convergence you asked me about, and even though we're primarily OT, we're actually part of the IT, right? IT is the king, and I think OT is now, with the software-defined automation, it's only going to be even more clearly a part of that IT world, and how that flexibility, the scalability, the reconfiguration, the pushing out of data is all going to be a part of that world, and how do we adjust to that? And I think this SDA is going to be critical. I think Dilip was talking about earlier, the AI, as mentioned here as well. How does AI play into that? And it doesn't require a large-scale mass implementation of software to be able to achieve that today. And I think a lot of our panelists have talked about that. You can take those small steps as you go to build that AI capability into your production today, and then as you continue to learn. And then maybe the final walk away is, how does your operation get to autonomy? Can it think, can it act, and then can it adapt? So those 3 things, if I try to simplify that, is how do you, those 3 things, can your operation do that?
That's a great framework. Think, act, adapt. And well, they say change is opportunity, and that is true for the IT crowd or the OT crowd. That's the message coming out from this discussion.
To
Yes,
add one further, is while of course there's a lot of transformation happening on the hardware and the software side, you need to definitely keep in mind the change management aspect of dealing with people for transformation is very, very critical. Prashant did touch about it. Okay, per se, that's a very important bedrock. And there's a large role leadership had to play to ensure that this transition is smooth, just as a connecting point.
Free your mind and the rest will follow, whether it's the boardroom or the shop floor. How about that? We'll keep that as the message out of this panel. And then on that note, we'll wrap up this second plenary session. I'd like to thank all of the panelists for sharing with us some wonderful insights and experiences from their respective sectors. A big round of applause, if you can, to our guests. Thank you so much. And on that note, Shikha, I invite you back on stage.
Couldn't have been wrapped better, Gautam. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, panel, for powering us with your perspectives on the industrial operations and more. Can we request all of you to please rise for a group photograph as well, and of course, followed by the felicitation ceremony, where it's just a little way of saying thank you to our panel, and we'll request Gautam to please help us do the honors, but post the customary group photograph that we take of our panelists. Can we have another resounding, may I say, thunderous round of applause? Like I said, we're all faring really, really well at this 7th edition of India Inc. on the Move. We'll request Gautam to please help us in extending our thank you gesture to each one of our panelists there. Continue clapping, ladies and gentlemen, as I also let you know that we are being featured live on et.com, so please share the same with your friends and colleagues there, and you can catch up all the insights and the live updates as we are featured live at theeconomictimes.com. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I know, it is time for an appetizing lunch, but please allow me to be a good announcement bulletin for some of those pivotal announcements, I must say, critical announcements, I must say, because they're critical in deciding where you are on the leaderboard. I'll just take you through all of that, but once again, let's say thank you to the panel. We really, really appreciate
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
you sharing your 2 cents in the time that we had in hand. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so here we go. During your, thank you, Gautam, thank you so much, as always. So during your networking luncheon, ladies and gentlemen, please also use some of the time to connect with your peers. Of course, network. That is something, like I said, that the joy of being a human lies in the social connect, so all the more. And most importantly, do not forget to visit each of the exhibit area, each of the booths at the exhibit area, I must say, the booths that are set up by our partners and also the booths of Rockwell Automation. I must not miss on telling you that as much as you get yourself scanned at each of the booths, as many points as you can gain, ladies and gentlemen. The new product introduction booth of Rockwell Automation is the place where you can find all things new and what's next at Rockwell Automation, so please ensure you visit that one as well, and all the booths to gain all those points as well. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please note that post-lunch, the executive track where you are right now will resume at 2:30 p.m., so please come back in time. You can also choose to join the other 2 tracks, and remember, whenever you join a track, you are being scanned right outside at the gates, so you gain those extra points as well. I must tell you, the other 2 tracks begin at 2 p.m. sharp. The industry track in the Eon Ballroom is all about industry insights, use cases, and trends. Please also note, ladies and gents, that the technical track happens in the Grand Terminus, is all about product and technology-specific sessions. Well, also at this juncture, we'll thank our ever-supportive partners as well. Thank you very, very much. Can we hear it for them once again, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, dear partners, for supporting us in this initiative and producing this mammoth experiential event for all of us there. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we may all please rise. Like I said, enjoy an appetizing luncheon, some hot piping meals, and raising a toast to some great conversations, great connection, but most importantly, don't forget to get yourself scanned at each of those booths there. Find out what's new at the NPI booth of Rockwell Automation. Get yourself scanned when you join any of the 3 tracks, but I will see you back into the same house at 2:30 p.m. Happy networking and happy luncheon. Thank you, ladies and gents.
sustainability goals. We understand manufacturing a car is more than assembling parts. It's a carefully orchestrated dance of human skill, technology, engineering, and supply chain efficiency. Both electric and traditional vehicles rely on tier suppliers who face their own challenges. Smart manufacturing technologies and solutions can help them increase plant efficiencies, meet timelines, and improve operational flexibility. This is critical. Any lapse in the supply chain doesn't just delay production and erode profitability. It can also damage brand reputation. Manufacturing at scale, especially for EVs, demands perfectly calibrated balance and timing to ensure quality. Traditional automobile manufacturers and machine builders face their hurdles too, with increasing demand for improvements in efficiency, quality, and safety, all hinging on a dependable network of suppliers. With Rockwell Automation, Sam's journey becomes a partnership. With Emulate 3D and ROC's manufacturing execution system, he can see clearly, control precisely, and share vital operational data across the enterprise. The results? Unmatched efficiency, quality, and control. And challenges transformed into achievements. Leo is the plant manager of a tire manufacturing facility grappling with industry changes. He's feeling the pressure from global competition, a tightening economy, fluctuating consumer demand, and so many SKUs. Digital technologies are no longer a nice-to-have, but a must-have. Leo needs smart, flexible, low-cost tire operations to stay competitive.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is to let you know that the technical track has already started in the grand terminus at the lobby level. As you know, this technical track will be about the deep dives into the demos, the hands-on session, and everything actionable. So all the more, if you want to be a part, you'll have to head to the grand terminus at the lobby level, technical track, where you'll be once again marked for your attendance there. You can gain some points for your leaderboard as well. While we will be beginning with the executive track here just in a few seconds from now. And in the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, please leave no stone unturned as you keep excavating all that you haven't experienced yet on the event app. Please explore all the features because you never know from where you get all those extra brownie points, I would like to put it that way, before we put a final bow to your scores on the leaderboard. Thank you. gentlemen, that's my cue to enter onto the stage. But you know, as we welcome you back into the house, very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to IIOTM 2026. Are you all happy to be here? Are you all having a great time? Thank you, team, for those applauses. We always begin with a bang, applauses. But let's do something differently like we always do in every edition. I know everybody has their anticipatory eyes on the prize, the leaderboard prize winners, but of course that happens towards the end. Before that, let's raise the excitement meter a little. Let's spread a little bit of a cheer. Of course, I have some interesting announcements so that we are all on the right page. Of course, there's a panel discussion that's going to just unfurl in a few seconds from now. But okay, ladies and gentlemen, when I say clap, show me how do you clap? You clap once. Yeah? When I say tap, you could tap on the tables or you could tap on your thighs. So when I say clap, you clap. When I say tap, show me how do you tap, everybody? That's more like it. Okay, so clap. Clap, clap. Okay, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Clap, tap. Tap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Tap, tap, tap. How many of us want to do squats right now? No, Shikha, not after an appetizing lunch. Well, I didn't have lunch, so I can fairly do squats and even sumo squats. But as long as there's good energy, I want you to clap, 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 everybody, loudly, because, like I said, such a sheer force to reckon with, everybody. Thank you so much once again for being in attendance. I should definitely tread my way forward and take you through some of those unmissable announcements once again as we do this ride. And before we even do that ride, let's once again, put our hands together for our wonderful, wonderful partners, our sponsors. Thank you so much for coming together, supporting us, right? So, like they say, good things happen when we work as individuals, but greatest of the things happen when we actually come together. And today, all of us have together shown that we indeed have come together. Well, the other tracks are on as well, and so is ours. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good, refreshing, energizing, and an appetizing lunch. And with that, like I said, my most favorite feature on the event app is the AI summaries. So I think that's quite a unique and hands-on feature. You can definitely catch up with all the insights just in a succinct, brief way, just those key takeaways, the word cloud as well, by just clicking on the AI-generated summary for each of the four sessions and the erstwhile sessions at the same time. So please access that, and in the meanwhile, as we do march forward, do not forget to also render your feedback by scanning the QR code. Of course, that's there on your badges as well. And on and off, you're also showcasing that on the screen. It's sitting right happily on your screens as well. So please do that to ramp up your scores on the leaderboard. But at the same time, the success message of your submitted feedback also helps each one of you to accept a little token of appreciation, an exclusive gift from us to you while you're signing off from the event as well. So that and more, I hope. How many of you actually did visit the exhibits, each of the booths? Come on, raise your hand and say, hey, that's me. Did you visit the booth? Oh, that's like a very low, hey, that's me. Come on, can we give a big shout out to ourselves, to all the good participation that you did? Did you visit the booths? For the sake of leaderboard or for sake of visiting the booths? Right? So I hope both, right? So that in the good spirit, of course, as we are on, make sure that you're keeping a tab on who's ranking in the top 10, the top 3. You know that the top 3 leaderboard winners would be announced towards the end of the show, but here's the catch. As we announce the leaderboard winners, the top 3 spots, it's also true that that person has to be in the room as well. Just in case if you're not, we will move on to the next up in the ranking. So that's there as well. So make sure that you're there by the end when we are ready to announce the prize winners, the top rankers on the leaderboard. So that's there. Like I always say, eyes on the prize. Make sure that you are keeping it up absolutely actionable right in there. I know we are waiting for our panel discussion to just unfold, but maybe take these last 30 seconds at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, just in case if you haven't filled in that feedback, just in case if you haven't done that post, the pre-drafted post on LinkedIn, which is just available just at a tap. I think we've made it as simple and experiential because the idea, like I said, is to be in the moment. Now, who can tell me, ladies and gentlemen, what is the right way? Okay, tell me, I think I should rather go this way. How many of us are yoga enthusiasts? Can I see a show of hands now? Well, these are lesser hands than the hands that visited the booths. Okay, ma'am is raising her hand as well. Who can tell me what is the right form of conscious breathing? What's the right way to practice conscious breathing? And why do I say that on this platform? Because, you know, conscious breathing helps you to be in the moment. And that's what we want. All your attentions, which is the most prized resource, garnered towards the stage, towards the deliberations, towards the ruminations and all of that. Who can tell me that? Okay, think about that. Or maybe, ma'am, I'll come to you right after this panel discussion, maybe. And think about it. It's very, very important. Most of the times, we are breathing not in the right manner. So learn it. I would just give you a small cue. Learn it from a little baby who's lying, and you have the cue with yourself. On that note, I think we are all set to get ourselves introduced to our panelists and, of course, the session moderator. I hope we are good to go as we go ahead and talk about leveraging the connected manufacturing technologies to drive the workforce transformation. So this is what is going to be the center, the focus of our discussion now. We would like to invite our session moderator. The session will be chaired by our very able editor, ET Auto and ET Manufacturing. Please welcome Mr. Dipanshu Tomar in the house. Please welcome Dipanshu with a good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as he just is about to take up the stage, you already know the who's who are also going to take up the stage. Dipanshu, a very warm welcome to you. You've got the tech mavericks in your panel. I'm happy and delighted and ecstatic to be welcoming them. May we please request, as we lead this conversation, Arpita Das, VP Tech, Pernod Ricard, India, to please come up on the stage. Please welcome Arpita with the warmest round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Like you agreed, you're refreshed and re-energized, so all the more. May we also invite Vikrant Deoras, CDIO from Tata Chemicals. As our panelists are just about to take up the stage, may we also have Venkata Narayan, VP and Digital Transformation Leader, GMO Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, also stepping forward. Please welcome Ram Bhadoria, GM Engineering and Projects from renowned Hindustan Unilever. May we, of course, also have Dimitris Georgiakopoulos, the Global CHRO, Rockwell Automation, also joining us. The leaders who will throw light on this important facet. Dipanshu, I hope we are ready. We are ready to say ready, steady, and go. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shika. A very warm welcome, panelists and the audience. We have a tough job to do. We are just after the lunch, though Shika has done a very fantastic job of breaking the ice. But the topic for today is leveraging connected manufacturing technologies, transforming the workforce. And here, the key word is the workforce transformation. Basically, because we are talking about technology since morning. So, would like to understand from the panelists and also to set the base of this discussion is that we as a country in India, we are a country of mass scale production. At the same time, technology is also intervening. We're talking about efficiency, we're talking about sustainability. But to become the globally competitive country in manufacturing, how do we do that? And that too with our strength, that is workforce. So we'll start with Ms. Arpita, your opinion on this, and then we'll move forward with the panelists.
I think, when we talk about smart factory, we talk about we went through industry 1, 2, 4, now people say industry 5. Now for a country like India, as diverse we
Ms.
are.
Arpita, you have to be a little louder, your voice is...
Am I audible?
Can you give the hand and mic, please?
Anything to do with tech has to have some glitch, right? I'm used to it. Every board meeting, I'm the first person who is called up and said, this is not working, tech problem. So yeah, as I was saying, India being a very diverse country that we are, and we have gone through all kinds of things. In fact, we have leapfrogged into Industry 4 and Industry 5. But as rightly mentioned, our strength lies in our people and the sheer number of people we have, irrespective of the age group, and primarily on the, the new generation who is starting to get into the workforce. So I guess when we talk about technology, technology alone, a smart manufacturing, we talk about AI, we talk about cobots, we talk about everything, but without carrying the people with us who are actually there on the floor, who is helping us to achieve those goals that the top floor is setting up at a shop floor level, it is very difficult. So yes, connected workers is where we want to go, but is our workforce there to kind of understand how to use data, how to use a robot, or how to use the kind of dashboards, the fancy ones that we are used to seeing, and the top floor wants to see it. I think that's the thing that we need to look at when we talk about a connected workforce, that what is it, where each organization is in terms of the journey that they're in terms of industrialization, smart factory, and then look at it from a people perspective and put in the technologies. That's my only 2 cents.
So Mr. Vikrant, what is your view? Our workforce is ready to adapt to the new technologies. How do you see the environment evolving currently?
Yeah, am I audible? Is it clear? Is it better?
Yeah.
Look, so going back to what you're saying, I think the workforce really is the center kind of pole for the tent for this to work. And we generally, expect our workforce to be the most, flexible. They need to learn the new tech. They need to, kind of keep up with what changes happen in our plants, etc. I think our job as the leaders who are trying to bring in the technologies to really help clarify the why. How do we really help? Why would it really help for the workforce to come along with us in this digital journey? Because at one level, there is a fear that tech's going to actually replace me. On the other end, you're saying, look, the entire process itself should change if this has to work. So I think first step is for us to accept the fact that it shouldn't be taken for granted. Just the amount of work that we're doing in terms of figuring out the right tech, we need to have similar amount of work to bring the workflows along. But I also feel the Indian worker, and I say worker in terms of all of us who work in this Indian space, is perhaps the most resilient worker. We have gone through multiple phases of tech changes in the last 30, 40, 50 years, and they've always adapted. So I feel personally very, very positive that this is only going to enhance the abilities of our people and make us far more successful as a country.
Got it. Mr. Venkat, you come from an industry where a small mistake can cost billions and even lives. So how do you see that, where technology's intersection with the workforce? What is happening in your industry, specifically in pharma? How are you training your workforce when it comes to the new technologies, when you talk about digital twin, AI, and all those manufacturing technologies?
Oh, yeah. Thank you for asking that question, because I can see that, pardon me for the word, digitalization and automation and all that is considered very sexy. True, it is. But then the fact is that the people who go along with this technology, if they are not brought up to the mark, nothing is going to work. This is what I have seen in my own experience when we digitalized some of our factories. And finally, we got the World Economic Forum's Advanced Digital Lighthouse as well. The last person on the shop floor who is making the product, who is running the machines to make those tablets and capsules, he is no longer a physical worker. It's not that he has to scoop in hundreds of kgs of powder into a machine and so the tablets are churned out. He has become a knowledge worker now. When digitalization has been implemented, it's found that he can make a higher order of decisions than what he used to make earlier. And because of that, he is also able to maintain his equipment along with the principles of total productive maintenance, the TPM, etc. He is able to do much, much more than that. And not just that, he is also able to concurrently take decisions if something is going wrong. Earlier we used to talk about very good Japanese techniques of a huddle in the morning, so you are discussing what happened yesterday. Now that whole post-mortem business is going. It's gone, actually. So now it's online, immediate decisions, immediate actions. And therefore, that has made a huge difference to him. Does he need to become capable for all of this? Yes. And that's where I think we need to put in a lot more effort as an industry together, not just pharma, but overall, wherever digitalization is happening, that is a very, very important thing to be done. But coming back to pharma and life-saving drugs, digital is any day better because use of technologies to control the quality of the product, whether you call it through a golden tunnel mechanism or a quick investigation if something is going wrong, all these are much, much easier now and therefore heading to higher productivities, better quality, lesser market complaints. What else does an operations head want?
So, Mr. Ram, would like to understand from you, since we're talking about the connected workforce, and so how's the role of the shop floor worker is now evolving and fundamentally changing on the ground now?
See, thanks. Thanks for that lovely question. And coming from an FMCG industry, when we look at the digitalization, automation, advanced automations, I think these things are now part and parcel of the life on the shop floor, without which you can't make a product. I think Venkat alluded it very nicely for the life-saving drugs and all. For an FMCG also, without these things, you just can't produce. You can't produce with quality. You can't produce having a more productivity on the shop floor. And also, we want to sweat the assets as well. Now, what a better way than having the dashboards in front of you, telling you the analytics, telling you the losses where the machines are making it. You analyze it, rework on the losses, and then improve the productivity. There's no, I would say, this is not a rocket science. It's a very well done. But I'm more looking forward to Industry 5.0 now coming into it, which is on resilience, on a human-centric approach, where it is not that robots replacing the human, but you working along with the robots and cobots to enhance the productivity and do away with the mundane jobs. I don't think humans were made to do the mundane jobs. So I think that is where a makeshift, I would say, the upliftment of a productivity in a shop floor will happen. And that's where Unilever is pitching for it. Yeah.
We would like to understand from you, because we're talking about the advanced technologies in manufacturing. So how critical is workforce readiness alongside the technology? Because we are talking about an ambition of becoming the global competitive. You have an exposure to the global markets as well, and you sit right at the intersection of the shop floor and the leaders. So what are the 2 to 3 points that India should do going next 5 to 10 years to achieve this?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And being the only non-technical person on the panel, I'll probably take a little more of a softer approach on the HR side. But look, the technology is there, but the technology needs to be unleashed. And in order to maximize the productivity and the output capacity of our technology, you have to upskill the workforce to be ready to take that on. During our journey at Rockwell, we approached it from what are the main 4 strategic initiatives that we're going to drive, and we settled on production logistics, process automation, artificial intelligence, and of course sustainability. And so working through that, partnering with our internal capabilities like Calypso, like Knowledge Lens, they really helped us chart out what the course might look like, what is the art of the possible with the future of manufacturing. But from there, we had to take that over. And so we spent a lot of time upskilling our talent to have them drive programs and to execute them. And I wish the universities were in a better position and the technical schools to help us out, because it'll be a critical partner going down the road. But for now, we're taking the track of building our own. And as we look at upskilling our talent, it's a very holistic approach. Certainly, a big component is around the technology and AI. But we're also looking at lean enterprise. We're also looking at things like workforce planning. We're also looking at things like process automation. So it's not just a pure play AI, but it plays a big part of how we approach this. As we embarked on our journey, we partnered with a lot of external partners to help upskill our workforce, but we also partnered with our vendors and our suppliers, our machine builders, our robotics builders, and talked to them about how can we augment their products with predictive insights to drive more automation, to develop digital twins, and really work together hand in glove to build out that strategy. And as we built that strategy in place, we spent a lot of time, both internal and external, upskilling our workforce. And today, we're at the point in our journey where we are creating distinct training roadmaps, skill by skill, for all of our associates on the shop floor. We have 100 hours of training we're targeting for our logistics associates. We have 200 hours of training for our quality engineers. We have 300 hours of training targeted for our production supervisors. And so ultimately, the whole organization is going to have to learn a whole new set of skills and capabilities to drive this vision and execute it. So, growing your own, we can do that. But we're going to be better served as an industry if we can partner with the schools and universities to help prepare that next generation of factory worker to drive this transformation.
Got it. Ms. Arpita, I would like to understand from you.
Dipanshu, can you just take this close to
me?
Yeah, or a handheld.
Is it okay now?
It's better.
So Arpita would like to understand from you about we are talking about new technology. Every time we talk about a new technology, there is a new dashboard. We talk about real-time data access, right? We talk about efficiency, that we can virtually literally operate the factories. But how do you see that this technology can actually implement it at scale to a larger manufacturing facilities or multiple? And how do you see that translating to the workforce? So what's your view on that?
I think that's a good question, and liquor being an industry where most of our workforce is highly unskilled and untrained. To ensure that whatever we are discussing or saying that we want to go here, and we also have to ensure that the people who are already executing it on the ground, because they are consuming the data that are coming from our IoT devices, they're consuming the other data which are coming from ERP and all that. But how do we make it more actionable and, I would say, something that they understand and can act on it? You and me, or maybe the shift in charge, will interpret it in a very different way than somebody who may not be so tech savvy. So I think as technology leaders, and with all the AI, and we talk about Copilot, we talk about all the other IoT and other initiatives that are being done. The only thing that we have been able to do at least in our company, is that we have made it, if you see their dashboards or if you see their data entry screens, these are all visuals. So suppose somebody is sitting at the end of a line and doing an inspection of a bottle, or at the beginning of a line doing an inspection of a bottle, and he or she has been told to input the error. If I give him a drop-down with some things written, it is not so easy. So what we have done is made it so visual friendly for them that they are able to just click on it. So the same set of workers who perhaps we would have said that, okay, I need to train so much because he or she does not know how to consume that data, we have looked at the ways and means of how we can make this consumable and contextual to the workforce. I think that is more important. Yes, they can do it. I don't think we can't do anything, especially as Indians, but it has to be contextualized to the person who is consuming the data and is acting on it.
So Vikrant would like to understand from you about, since we're talking about the real-time data access, the efficiency, what is the responsiveness from the frontline workers? How are you orchestrating decision-making at your end? Because you being the CDI of the Tata Chemicals, how are you seeing this as your dashboards? What the decision-making, is it real-time or what is the lag there?
Yeah. So I think great point about making things visual. I think it's just India's better with the folks on the shop floor. So at our end, what we really ended up doing is we made our folks on the shop floor part of our project, in a way, right from day one. So just to give a quick sense, we got plants which are now running for 80, 90 years. They're highly optimized, running smoothly. And one would wonder what else can you do in terms of driving efficiencies. And the internal conversations were, look, there is more that we can do, but we need to understand our data better. We need to understand what the data is telling us better. So what we did, of course, is that we got our teams who are running those particular sub-plants to be part of the journey, to which perhaps we needed to supplement with folks who understand how to look at data and build models. But the big learning that we had quite instantaneously was that if those models are not explainable, if I may use the word, chances are you're not going to have too much of purchase on the shop floor. So I think a lot of the effort was to have the folks into the problem definition on day one, and then look at how do you explain what this is telling us. After that, it was about using the referrals and whatever it is that the model is telling us to do, which had its own challenges. Because at one end, most conversations in our meetings were the edge cases, where things were not going right. But there were maybe 80, 90% of times where things were actually better. So I think it is important for us to also bring in the idea that, look, most of the times it's going okay, but when it's not, it's your job to tell the model it's not. You play as much a role to improve the model as the model is playing a role to improve your process. That's truly, human and machine working together in a symbiotic kind of a fashion, which we feel seems to be working. And I think lastly, if a particular line does well, and I think that's super critical, all the credit goes to the folks who are doing it. It's the plant. It's not IT, it's not digital, it's not tech. The hero always is the person on the shop floor. Perhaps those are the things that I can reflect upon which helped us in our journey.
Mr. Venkat, as per industry report, a lot of companies, manufacturing heavy companies are now, going for these foundational courses for workforce, specifically in point of from the AI, because, these tools are now readily available for everyone. How are skilling being done in the pharma industry right now? What is the actual scenario on the ground? How are you upskilling your workforce at Dr. Reddy's laboratories?
Yeah, thank you. As I said earlier also, upskilling of people on the shop floor is probably the most important thing when you are on a journey of digitalization. Technology, you can throw some dollars and get those technologies. That's never the issue. It is about change management, and obviously, all the people whom we have at the moment are all doing well, and they have done well, maybe in a traditional process. Now that you are teaching them something new and expecting something new from them, you got to teach them well. And therefore, a very, very structured way of training them as to how, for example, they could easily latch on to a WhatsApp. From those people who never had a smartphone earlier, they could buy a smartphone, they could get into a WhatsApp, they are buying things on Flipkart and Amazon left and right. How did they learn all that? Why should it be difficult for them to learn digital within the premises? With this thought, we started gamifying, teaching, learning, finding different pockets of people who are more able to get skilled on this and therefore give some other responsibilities to others and so on and so forth. But believe me, when we did this, we had to do it right from the CEO downwards. There was at least 3 different sessions even for the CEO and his immediate reportees at a different level as to what it will mean once we are getting digital. What is the questions they should ask? How is it that they should expect the data to be shown to them? And so on and so forth, all the way to the middle management and finally to the last guy who is on either in the quality control laboratory or in the shop floor manufacturing drugs. Now the thing is that do they find it difficult? Yes. Initially, yes. The initial hump is always there, when they find that it's very difficult to learn, and then once they settle, it becomes so much easier for them that they are no longer doing just the muscle work. They have even expressed it so much that, it's not just muscle work that we are doing, but it's much more of the brain work that we are nowadays doing. And that has given them a huge satisfaction. Apart from that is also the fact that they are able to identify problems in their own work areas much easier. Now, for example, if an overall equipment effectiveness, OEE as we call, if you'll have it online right now. I can see on my line what is the OEE going on since morning that I'm running the machine. And therefore, I can go and attack it. I can see how it has to be improved or what else I should do today, tomorrow, day after to make that improved. And towards all that, I agree that digitalization is not a one-night game. I mean, we'll have to do much for that, but an holistic approach is what is required and is going to be useful. And now when I look at India Inc. on the move, the entire country to move, I'm sorry, I may be sounding a little harsh or arrogant, but how many people in this room itself are using digital means for doing their own office work? And when I say that, it's not mails, it's not WhatsApp messages. It's about the core of the work that you do. Are you using advanced analytics? Are you using AI, ML to solve your problems with tons of data available with each one of you? All leaders here are from companies which have been existing since ages. We have tons and more than tons of data available with us. But are we making use of that? No. Whereas the problem actually lies in the unknown unknowns. If you ask me suddenly, do I know Bengali? No, I don't. I know that I don't. So if you ask me to learn, I'll sit down and learn, maybe in the next 1 month. But the unknown unknowns is what comes out when we use digital as a technology. And towards that, first we should have the guts to look at it and accept it. Second, we should know and learn how to teach it. And third, expect this from our subordinates. All the three will have to go hand in hand, and that's why the onus, the biggest onus in this whole process I see is from the top. It has to start from the top.
So thank you for bringing the word change management. That is the most important part when it's come to workforce skilling and integration of technology. Mr. Vikrant would like to understand from you, from the chemical sectorial point of how are you handling the change management at your organization and specifically upskilling your workforce with the newer technologies?
Did you say change management?
Mr. Ram.
Sorry. So I think Venkat has very nicely said that it's a continuous process, first of all. And when I look at, let's say, within my Unilever factories, I have 26 factories across India. Now, were they put up at the same time? No. They were put up at different time intervals in the past. Do they have the workforce which is of common age? No. Some factories have a workforce which is in 45 to 55 years old. Some would have a more younger workforce. Do I have a program which runs uniformly and the people also adopt the technology in the same way? No, you can't have, because the learning happens through the age group as well. So you need to have what is called as a technology adoption in factory by factory wise, shop floor by shop floor wise. And how do I do it continuously? I think sometimes you say, okay, is it a one time? Can I put in a few crores of rupees and the upliftment will happen? No, it will not happen. It's a continuous process. It's like a gamba on the shop floor each day, every day. You do the gamba, you look at the losses, you look at the problem statements in the shop floor, you solve for it, you go for the production. Similar way, you put in the technology, the adoption of the technology has to happen. The operator needs to look at the loss analysis, analytics into it, try to learn from it what action he or she needs to have in the shop floor. Or is it a closed loop system where the actions will happen automatically? So it needs a lot of iterative process. It also needs an, I would say what, what they are doing in Dr. Reddy's. I think you need a push from the CEO as well, because it is a continuous process. It also involves a capital behind it. And when you have both the things, the learning also has to happen in an ecosystem, in an environment. So you have to fund that learning as well. Nothing comes free in this world. So having the technology itself is not going to happen, technology adoption going to 100%. You need a workforce. You need a workforce which needs a continuous enrichment, continuous working, digitalization, digitizing the ecosystem around them, and also giving them a skill set. I think Rockwell CHRO also mentioned very beautifully that the skill sets are there. You can go through that skill set, but then you also need a practical training on the equipment which is there. And that is why in Unilever we have got labs inside our factories where you can go, you can learn, you have a test room, etc. also. So you make mistakes. Humans will make mistakes. So you make mistakes, you move forward, you again make mistakes, you again move forward. And the earlier you fail, the better it is. So it's a continuous process. It's a need of the hour as well. And you can't exist without these tools and tackles in the shop floor. You need to improve the productivity as well. And sweating the assets as well. Why should I invest a capex for a capacity, or a debottlenecking? I should be sweating my assets to ensure that I get the best of the assets which I have put in it, best of the workforce also, and take the practical experience of the workforce, utilize it into framing the skill sets for them. I think that is what is needed, and I'm saying Unilever, we are doing it in our factories. It's a continuous process, and to say it the success, yes, we have early success results. I think 6 of our factories are World Economic Forum, recognized factories. I think having so much of our factories within India, I think we are leading the pack, and much more, when you look at China, etc., I think there are hundreds of them. So you will have to, we can do a multiplier into this with all of you behind this program to improve the skill sets on the shop floor. Yeah.
If you allow me 1 minute more, very nicely said, Mr. Bhadoria. 2 other things that we did in our company. One is that there is a pure IT department on one side, and then there is a pure domain area people on the other side who run the factory shift on shift, keep producing tons and tons of whatever that needs to be produced. But the magic lies in between these two. Many of the people who are in pure IT do not understand the problems and nuances of the domain space. And the domain space, people, for them, IT is like, learning Arabic. It's a different language altogether. That's why an intermediate department, we in fact put it up. I was fortunate to be the head of that for the very first time, called Ops Next, Operation Next, who could put together the best of the domain knowledge and where the holes are, where the gaping holes are, where help is required, and where technologies are available which can be put together. And under that, we developed some people called as, we used to call them as DNA business translators. Digital and analytics business translators. Now these are the people who you give them a job, give them a problem, and they can ask you what is the right data required, who should be working and how it should be working, and then do that. The second thing that I wanted to tell was something not very, very different, but slightly innovative in the industry in general, is reverse mentoring. Whoever has even one strand of hair which is gray here, I call them Iqbals, Iqbal. Any Iqbal here and above, all of us need to be educated by people who are just coming out of colleges these days. And so we formalized it. We formalized it for every so-called head of the department or a senior person. We had one youngster attached who can teach them these digital skills, get them savvy with all these terms, technologies, how easily to navigate a chat GPT or Perplexity or now we are talking about so many other things, including the latest one, which is expected to be something that will probably hit the humanity hugely. That is Anthropic. But given all that, the people who are here and leaders are the people who have the tribal knowledge. We call them tribal knowledge because there's a lot of experience, rich, mature knowledge about the process that's going on. But these guys, the youngsters, are able to handle technology. It's the right combination of both that is required which will take us further, not otherwise.
Got it.
I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, thank you. So Deep, what we have understood is about the change resistance and digital skill gap remains a challenge. So what has worked best in the global markets where larger workforce adoption has happened for these technologies?
Yeah. So this is in the context of Brownfield, where we're going to take a plant and modernize it. And as I said earlier, it comes down to what's the problem that we're trying to solve. And so we made a lot of mistakes along our journey, but what we found to be most effective is what's going to make your life better? Sell that value proposition to the worker. They know their jobs the most intimately. They know what is driving frustration in the work. They know where those opportunities lie. So pulling them in and showing them what's in it for me. The second thing that I would advise is really thinking about ownership. They have to develop the solution hand in glove with the engineering team, with the management team. That ownership will facilitate great success and adoption because they are a part of the solution. They are part of the execution of this. This is part of their idea. So that's been very powerful for us in our journey. I think the third thing that we found very successful is to have diverse teams. Now, by diverse teams, I don't mean gender diversity. I mean new tenure, old tenure, young, old by age, multiple departments, supervisors, production. Bring that whole team together. Get multiple stakeholders involved because they have to come together to drive this execution. Again, when you think process automation, what I do here has impacts downstream, and so having those stakeholders coming together helped accelerate the adoption and the change management. And then lastly, what trick, I guess, if you will, that we found quite successful is to develop a technology champion. Someone who is not in management, someone who is one of them, that really understands what we're driving for, really takes to the training, really understands the tech behind what we're doing. Because what we found in our journey was, like most classroom type settings, people are shy to ask questions. People are embarrassed because they don't know as much as what they feel everyone else knows. And so having that advocate that's embedded in the team that they can have confidence to go talk to, that's not a position of authority, really helped accelerate the adoption, understanding, and bringing the project to fruition. And so those are some of the secrets of our success during our transformation on change management.
Got it. So this question is for all the panelists, and we'll have 1 minute each to answer that. So what is that one action that manufacturing leaders must take in the next 12 months to truly enable a connected workforce? We'll start with Ms. Arpita and then we'll move to Grant.
So I think the one thing that in the next 12 months, maybe more, all organizations need to do, all manufacturing organizations, again, depending on the journey that they are in on the industry smart manufacturing roadmap, I think let's do away with paper-based, siloed processes that we have and have a more mobile-first, connected worker ecosystem wherein they have the data, real-time data, which is actionable as well as I said, contextual. Otherwise, it's a data for them. And for that, I think breaking down of the data silos, like I have an ERP, I have MES, I have IoT, but how is it that a person who is sitting at the beginning of the line is going to interpret the data that I'm giving? So when I am creating any dashboards, I'm not just creating for the top floor to understand, but also for the other people to understand. And this I feel is absolutely important. And then, of course, investments on IIOT. You know, I mean, we cannot have IT and OT not talking to each other and not providing the data that is required and in the way that each, I'll use the term persona uses or understands that data. So for me, I think these are the areas that we need to work on. Move towards a mobile-first connected worker ecosystem with the data that they can consume and use. And I think the most important thing for me, because we have some 19 factories which are also managed by our third-party bottlers, the underlying network and cybersecurity is absolutely must, whatever we do.
Got it. Mr. Vikrant, your.
Yeah, it's a tough question. I can think of doing 12 things every month for the next 12 months.
What decision you have taken so? And what is that one action point you might have
Yeah,
gone to your office?
I think it's also a function of the kind of organization and the stage of the journey that we are in. To my mind, I think if I may take two instead of one, there's definitely a need for us to consciously as an organization look at redesigning our processes, our entire business processes. I don't think we can go around digitizing stuff by taking what we have and converting it into data. I think there's a need organizationally, and like he said, from the top, relooking at how our companies function today and work towards reimagining the business processes. I think that's one key. And the second, which is very specific to digital leaders like us, is that we have to, like she said, re-architect. Legacy companies like ours have an architecture. And one can tend to get lazy building on top of what we have. But I think we have to consciously re-architect, because if we're not doing that, unlikely that we'll be able to get the benefits of the reimagination of work. So to my mind, redesign processes, re-architect.
Got it. Mr. Venkat, your turn.
Yeah, I think maybe two rather than one. First is making people unlearn the older ways of working and adapt to the newer ways. That's number one. And it doesn't come so easy, so it will take some time for that to happen. Repeatedly, many things have to be done. Number two is that data, since that's the new oil, and most of the times the data that we find from the past is not very directly usable. Even for a simple function of, let's say, improving the yield of a given product, sometimes you have to work for a whole month to get the previous 100 batches proper data if it was all manually done. So that's where, companies like Rockwell and others come in very handy, where at least from now onwards, you can get into digital data, which can be then easily harnessed. But for a lot of big data work, that AI, ML kind of work that you need to do, you need to clean up a lot of data, which is not given enough importance in the beginning. People think we all have it on our documents, it's all there, but then it's not there. When you go there and see, it's not there. So these two things are very important for you as an organization to there are many more, but then these are the basic two things that I would like to start.
Got it. Mr. Ram,
Perfect. I like to add to it is hygiene of the data. I think he has rightly said it. Democratize the data. I think sometimes what happens is that you look at the data in a different way. Your shop floor employees look at the data in a different way. So once you democratize the data, which means everybody looks at the same data, I think you'll find that the gap assessment makes it, comes out of it. And we should be brutal, honest to put the problem on the table. Then only you'll find a solution to it. And then work with partners, because this is not something which an industry or an organization alone can do it. And partners like you or your fraternity partners, I'm saying Rockwell or their fraternity partners, because that is what can speed up the process as well. You need early wins also, to make sure that the program what you are driving is the right program for the right organization as well. So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Well, I wholeheartedly agree with everything my co-panelists said, and like Ron said, you need a win. So what I would advise manufacturing leaders to do is move. If you haven't started yet, get started. Find a small problem to solve. Get going. The technology is there. It's evolving rapidly. From our experience, getting that first win is a virtuous cycle. It's going to create more goodness, more appetite, more excitement. It's going to really begin that momentum like a boulder rolling downhill to drive your digital transformation. So if you haven't begun yet, find that problem. It can be any problem. It can be on maintenance. It can be on production logistics. It can be on a high turnover in a particular work cell. It doesn't matter. Find that opportunity to drive digital transformation and begin the work today, because I promise you things are not going to slow down. They're going to escalate exponentially.
Got it. Thank you so much, panelists. We'll open the house for questions from the audience. If any would like to ask any question, please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and the panelists who want to ask the question. There's one question in the back. Please give the mic.
All right, could we have the microphone being passed just right there?
Can we please give the mic at the back?
Yes, we are just rushing our way towards, if you could just run and, sir, if you could raise your hand once again, please, and thank you for helping us making this.
Yeah, he's so nice, he's coming in front to ask the question.
Hello, good afternoon everybody. This is Yash Talati from Energy in Motion. We are based out of Pune. We are a EV manufacturing company basically, EV trucks. My question is for the entire panel. Basically, it's just a slightly longer question, so bear with me for a moment. But
can you be a bit louder, please?
Yeah, sorry. I was saying that it's a slightly longer question, so bear with me for a second, please. But one of my concerns with AI was that, say, around a couple of 100 years ago, we started harnessing crude oil. And today we have gotten to a point where there is perhaps no return from that technology. And even though it's causing us so much harm, just because we are so overly reliant upon that system or the industry, that we cannot really do away with it. So my question was that, are we at such a point with AI already, or do we see that point approaching where we are overly reliant on such systems and then there is no point of us to go back, even though it may be harmful for us in the future?
Who would like to take that question?
Should I try this one? So I think you're saying, is AI going to be harmful at some point in time? Is that where you're getting to?
Sorry, being overly reliant on AI, would that be harmful? I mean, has there been any consideration, seeing that you all are experts in the given fields, has there been a consideration of this fact that we could perhaps get to a point like that? Or are we already beyond a point like that? I mean, just the way consumer AI is also working towards, working nowadays, like that point could well be behind us at this point also. So has there been any thought put into this particular problem or towards this at all?
Yeah, so let me try and take this one. Maybe you could add to what my thoughts are. They're my thoughts, so bear with me now on that. Here's my view. I think the way humans interact with AI, that is in a state of evolution as we speak. There was a time when we perhaps worked with AI to almost look at it purely as a assistant. We're now getting to a space where we are working as co-workers. And I think we as humans ought to be getting better on a few things. Let me tell you what. I think we ought to get better on the policies that we put into place which governs AI. I think we'll get better with the way we look at the efficacy of the AI we are using. I think we'll get better with the places where humans ought to be taking decisions and where we should leave it to AI. I wouldn't trivialize the intelligence of humans just because of artificial intelligence. I think there are enough and more people thinking very deeply about this subject, and I wouldn't be in a position where I'd be scared of it. I do feel personally that we're only going to harness it for the better for all of us. That's my view.
I can add to it, so I think people misunderstand what is artificial intelligence, AI. It can never be more than the human intelligence. That's a point number one. Human is the most intelligent person on this earth, so AI can never be more intelligent than that. AI is there to assist us. I'll give you one example of it. We make Dove soaps, you know, white soap, whatever the bar which you use. Now, if that bar has even a small, maybe a 0.1 mm kind of a black spot on it, it is visible. Now, can human eye see it? Yes, it can see it. Can human eye see it at a speed of, let's say, 100 tablets per minute? Not possible for a human eye. I use a tool to assist the human eye. Now, what it can see, I put a color camera on it, it will see, okay, if it is a black spot, it will reject the other. But does it see the engraving of that Dove also there? No, it will not see it unless you program it for that. Does it see the outer packaging, okay, the barcode is there? No, it's a human eye which can see it. So you use these tools for the betterment, only. It can never replace a human person for it. So it is there to assist you, to help you to produce more. That's how we should look at it, AIS, yeah?
I think thank you so much, panelists, for lovely insights and great interaction. Thank you so much, audience. Over to you, Shikha.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Are we coming together or stand?
Come on. Thank you. Thank you.
Come.
Panel will request you to, of course, please come forward and help us with the customary group picture that we always take. Of course, at every edition, we also create memories that we treasure for a lifetime. Thank you very much. And on that note, Dipanshu will request you to please help us in felicitating and extending our thank you gesture to each one of our panelists with a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, like always, we must thank them for a very compelling conversation on workforce transformation, the productivity, all that and more. And we will also request you, Dimitris, if you could just step back and help us in felicitating Dipanshu at the end of the felicitation ceremony as well. So Dimitris will felicitate and extend our token of appreciation to Dipanshu. Dimitris, could we have you back onto the stage if you could help us in saying our thank you to our wonderful moderator as well. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I know our minds are all shifted towards a topic that is on the top of our mind. I'm going to slowly introduce you to that. Sir, I will let you do the needful for sure.
Dipanshu has done a great job because this panel was having all the kinds of different people, from life-saving drug manufacturers to the salt of life, Tata Chemicals, to all the way to the luxury of life, which is Pernod Ricard. So he could manage the panel very well. Well done.
Thank you for the very kind words. And Dipanshu, of course, too many feathers to be celebrated in your cap, but always be very proud of you. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, the topic that is on the top of our mind, no prizes for guessing this one, but the prize is only reserved for the leaderboard. The topic of decarbonization and intelligent sustainability is what will hold our attention now. Coming straight up is the next panel discussion, and as you all are looking forward to it, your attendance, your attention, and also your conscious breathing tells me that you're in the moment. So what is conscious breathing? When you inhale, you fill in all the air. Your inhalation ideally should be of a minimum 5 seconds, and your exhalations could be shorter, 3 to 4 seconds. Learn it from a baby who's lying flat, in the sense that when you inhale, you should fill in all the air and your tummy inflates. And the opposite happens, it deflates when you exhale. We do it wrongly most of the time, shallow breathing. The right way to breathe is the conscious breathing. And that's what I practiced before stepping onto the stage. So having shared that little bit of a good trick there, I hope you're also keeping the hustle mode on for the leaderboard. We are very, very close to the decision making. But for now, like I said, it is time that we invite our session chair, our well-researched moderator who will be holding the contours of this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the consulting editor, ET Auto, Mr. Sumit Chaturvedi, who will hold the fort for this discussion. Sumit, hi and a very, very warm welcome to you. Well, indeed, Sumit, before you even take up the stage, I must tell you, you're already enjoying the full attention of my audience right now. So let's continue the good spirit. And of course, our accomplished panelist who would take up the stage as well. We would be welcoming just in some time from now, Vivek Bhatia, the MD and CEO, TKIL Industries. Vivek would be joining us very shortly, but in the meanwhile, please allow me to welcome, and ladies and gentlemen, I didn't hear the clap tap. You could tap or you could clap, that's up to you, but let's also please welcome Sumit Kumar Verma, the Head Investor Relations and Corporate Strategy, Keynes Semicon. We are happy to be joined by Santanu Chaudhary, the CTO from Thermax. You know, ladies and gentlemen, it's not every day that you see the brightest of the minds converging at one center, one podium, one platform, and we call it the IIOTM 2026. Please welcome Nehal Shah, the CCO, Rexel, India. Please welcome Ram Kumar Risaki, the COO, PI, Health Sciences. And we would also like to invite Harmeet Singh Sodhi, the Director, Industry and OEM, Asia Pacific, Rockwell Automation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, consolidated round of applauses as we welcome the panel. Trust me, there are going to be some game-changing insights. Of course, the AI summaries are keeping you absolutely on your toes. You can catch up with the missed insights. But you know, like I said, this is where the real gold lies, or perhaps we can say silver too. So, Sumit, we would leave it up to you to please, and of course, we will request our panelists to please get seated and get aligned as per the very good-looking pictures that we see on the screen of them. So, feel free, take your time to align yourselves on the stage while we will just get started shortly with the discussion. We'll request the panelists to please align as per the pictures on the screen out there. So, please watch that out, feel comfortable. And with that, like I said, we have Sumit with us who would facilitate this discussion for us. Ladies and gentlemen, should we go ahead? Give me a nice yes. Are we ready? All right. So they speak in the language of claps, all the way better. All right. Could we please also have, yes. Thank you. And over to you.
So thank you audience for patiently waiting for this session, and thank you panelists for joining me today at this juncture. We are talking about intelligent sustainability, which means using, I think it's here.
We need one more chair.
So great. Well, thank you everyone for joining me today, and let's start the today's topic, which is of intelligent sustainability using tools to balance economic and society goals. So first I'll start with you, Mr. Bhatia. We talk about this particular subject, but what about practical solutions to this? We talk about it as a vision, but when it comes to practicality and execution, where does intelligent sustainability stand?
Well, when we look at intelligence, so to speak, in a manufacturing context, I think one has to firstly appreciate the speed at which technology itself is changing, right? So when we look at AI, when we look at IoT, today I would say the limitation is only imagination. So if you can imagine a possible use case, definitely there are ways and means and tools that can be deployed, that can be adapted to really create an impact. And the impact from a sustainability perspective in particular is driven by the efficiencies that one extracts in traditional processes, right? So be it in terms of eliminating waste, improving the overall system efficiency, generating extra throughput. These are all, I would say, markers which ultimately enhance the sustainability quotient in any traditional manufacturing context.
Okay, coming to you, Shantanu. Now, AI is very important, artificial intelligence. We all know that. The way artificial intelligence is taking shape throughout the world. And so I would like to ask you, what data foundations are required before AI can drive sustainability outcomes, and where do manufacturers like you struggle the most when it comes to this topic?
So I would think that from the Thermex perspective, when you look at the system level thinking, right, the intelligence in manufacturing comes from the fact that there used to be very few really seasoned hands in a company who thought about this at the level of the whole system versus looking at a boiler, a chiller, a heat exchanger, right? But as we get into this whole sustainable intelligence question, I think the major impetus in the company becomes a digital thread that runs across, that makes it an interconnected system, right? And you can make many things work together, but in most Indian companies that has tremendous diversity of equipments. It is not that a semiconductor fab. It is not intelligently optimizable at this moment. But just the consciousness, just the idea that something is not operating at the ultimate efficiency level, or the whole idea of a time axis, the rate at which things are happening, were not visible before. So now what is happening is that with intelligence sustainability, from your water to your utility to your energy, and then with the electrification, what you have is, your idea, although it's not that prevalent in India, but in many places, power is used differently. So when would you run your electrical chiller? When would you run electrical, and when you go back to heat pump, right? All these decisions can be made depending on your load at a point in time. So it is continuously living system which is trying to optimize sustainability. And that's the, the idea that I think what makes us look forward to this era of higher savings, but also higher consciousness about the earth and the waste and the energy.
Coming to you, Nehal, now, and I will request also to you to be a little louder also. When it comes to overall biggest misconception manufacturers have, what do they have about decarbonization and digital transformation?
Thanks for the question. Well, I believe currently still the manufacturer have the misconception between decarbonization and digital transformation. They consider that as a separate thing, whereas we strongly believe that it should be, linked together. It can be linked to the business outcomes. Imagine a case where you don't have any real-time data, you don't have digital transformation into the manufacturing capabilities. How do you reduce the carbons? So, and on the contrary, once you have a real-time data and you put it in a contextual format, I think there is always a possibility to optimize it. So, yeah, there is a misconception, but I think we really need to work hard as a community to, get this clarified.
Okay, to Mr. Isaki, and coming to you now, talking about AI once again, and AI, as we know, is already delivering measurable energy or emission reduction in manufacturing operations. Now, what is overall AI helping here, and what is separating pilots from scaled impact in this particular juncture?
So see, I'm basically from pharma industry. If you look at pharma, it's a highly energy intensive process. We use HVAC, it's almost 60 to 80% of energy goes to HVAC or chillers and steam. We use a lot of cold storage chains. So, and also a lot of batch processes we do. See, I see there are 5 levers. I can use it for digital levers, which can improve the sustainability. The number 1 is the automation. By doing an automation, we can reduce the waste, I can improve the yield, I can work on the energy efficiency. And the second one is the IoT sensors. If you use the IoT sensor, you get a energy transparency. We can get into a predictive maintenance where you can increase your uptime so that, by the way, I'll reduce my power cost. And third one is I track the AA optimization. Like I get into a golden batch. I analyze a lot of data. What is my golden batch? How do I improve continuously my yield so that I reduce the wastage, which increase my process output as well as it reduce my manufacturing cost. So there are a lot of AI/ML tools are available. We do get into a yield optimization model where I can reduce my manufacturing cost and also improve my wastage. So when you get into a waste reduction means you are working on the decarbonization or you are reducing your waste. And also you get into a kind of a cloud where if I have a 5-6 sites, I can monitor the digital carbon footprint of each and every sites and monitor it. And also the second thing is get into a utility management system and also work on the HVAC efficiency, work on the occupancy-based HVAC models, work on the number of air changers, work on the temperature, humidity. All this gives you a lot of advantage in terms of reducing your the manufacturing cost as well as you improve the efficiency. And the last lever is can you use your AI solutions for reduce your process emissions. When I say how do you reduce your process emissions, you can get into a again the golden batch where this is the parameters needs to be monitored. This is where I can work on the sweet spot of the critical process parameters. That gives you a yield optimization model. These are all the benefits we can get out of these 5 digital levers, which can reduce my energy intensity, and I will be better on the operational efficiency.
Sumit, coming to you now, let's compare Indian companies and global companies. How do they differ when it comes to AI and intelligent sustainability adoption?
So when you talk about the comparison with respect to Indian and global companies, what we really have to take a step back and look, how digitized are we as an industry? Even before moving on to AI, like we have Perplexity, we have ChatGPT, we have Gemini. Great, we use it for a lot of service-oriented sector. But when we talk about decarbonization and other things like that, the real use of it comes with respect to manufacturing sector or non-service sector, if I put it like that. So now if we talk about it, I'm not questioning the intent. I'm talking about the timing and the maturity of the sector, if I put it like that. So I'll just give you an example that in US, if you talk about the smart grids, for example, if you have a certain, certain thunderstorm and one line is failed, then the power is routed to some other channel or some other way, or it's being stopped there automatically. I think we are still not on that stage. That is one part of it. Another part of it is looking into renewable as a sector. So when we talk about it, see, I mean, we still look renewable as a parallel source of energy and not as a hybrid source of energy. So, I mean, India boasts about being one of the highest, number 1 or 2 in terms of production of renewable with solar and other way of renewable energy. But the integration of that into the manufacturing is still a long shot. This is what I believe. So what I say is that when coming now to the AI and all those things, AI needs a lot of data with respect to volume and on-time data. When we talk about it in India, some companies may have a captive unit with respect to power. Some may be purchasing it from a third vendor. So somebody is producing energy, somebody is sourcing and sharing it with somebody, and somebody is using it. So there's a gap in the 3 different kind of people, right? So we have to have the AI which connects all the 3, and maybe then is the right way to use or maximize the benefit of the energy, decarbonize it, and maybe get the optimal use out of it.
Coming to you, Mr. Singh now, how do 3 components, main components, AI, on-site renewables, and energy efficiency, they reinforce each other and not compete for capital or management attention there?
If you ask me, AI, renewable energy, energy efficiencies, these are three important pillars, and we should not see them independently at all. I think it's a big wide space available for us where they all three get integrated. Now, one can lead other, anyone can lead. But if I take a classic example of how AI leads this, and let's put AI at a center stage for a moment. And if you have a AI-powered energy management system where AI is driving and closely monitoring the operation of a plant today, it can easily predict the exceptions there, help you manage the schedules to optimize the load requirement. Parallelly, it can give you a good forecast to the renewable side, how to adapt and what demand is going to come for. That will help the energy department to plan the productions and give the power accordingly. And also they can optimize their consumption as well as the size of the grids, which is very, very important. So take a classic example, and I quote you with an example to make better understand. One of our leading tire manufacturer in India, they use this in their production line, and they realize that the curing process in a tire building consumes highest energy, and for that they build a big capacity. Through the AI, they could identify that defect, and they realize that if I move my secondary part, that is the packaging of a tire, to the to the later shifts, I can balance this load pretty well and save a lot of energy and power. So that particular use case helped them save around 30% of their energy and a significant part on the carbon footprint. So there is always a way we can integrate these three together and make best use out of it for the sustainability perspective.
Okay, my next question is to all panelists. This one question you all have to answer one by one. Starting with you, Mr. Bhatia. If one action you have to take over the next 12 months for the advancement of intelligence sustainability, what would it be and why?
Well, I would say definitely increase the awareness quotient, right? And, the challenge that we see is, manufacturing typically has been a very traditional kind of space where, things have happened in a certain way over a long period of time, and the innovation quotient was actually driven more on, tooling, and I'm talking from a heavy engineering capital goods perspective, right? So that was driven more on the tooling side, on the machine tool side, on linear programming based approaches to, streamline the factory layout and stuff like that. Whereas in the meantime, the digital side and the digital innovation quotient has increased very, very sharply. And that's where, I feel that awareness is extremely important. We need to get people who have been active on the shop floor, who are involved in the traditional manufacturing space, need to be given due exposure into where technology is and what are the possibilities that we have through the combination of the next generation of hardware as well as software as well as AI tools, and then give them the space to reimagine what kind of changes can be brought into the shop floor. And if we do that, I think the outcome will be transformational from a performance point of view and from a sustainability point of view.
Yeah, to do Shantanu, please.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very important question, and at some level, I struggle with it because you have many options you can do if you put the number as in the next 12 months. But where we see the disconnect between the emerging world and the workplace is the visibility of AI and its benefit without creating a separate class of people who are digitally aware is very important to me. And I learned it from Boeing Company and other places where they were trying to replace the painters on the shop floor with robots so that planes can fly in and the robots will do the painting, just like automotive companies. But planes are not the same. They're a very different thing. And every hour they're not flying, they're losing money, airline industry. So I met the painters because I was trying to do the digitization. And they said that You know, we do it by just looking at it. When the painting is happening, we just know that it's not landing properly, and we change the paint setting and go for it. It's a human intelligence that tells me that this observation, this connection to the product is very important. I feel like for improving sustainability, the connection to the energy that we spend, the water that we use, is very important, even before you try to prove the ROI of sustainability and energy saving, the water saving. So as a Thermax, I believe that in my 12 months, it may sound a modest target, but it's very difficult, is to increase the awareness by using AI without becoming impediment. Rather, people feel more connected to the product that we deliver to our customer, and the customer feel more connected to our products, to things we care about, the waste, the energy, and the sustainability. So I believe that this almost invisible weaving of AI in doing measurements and showing us, it can be a dashboard, but it can be a message by saying that great operations today, you have said, saved 10% energy today. Just a simple message, it will go a long way in this transformative journey.
Nihal, to you.
So I think building up to what both of them said, on a general perspective, you know, I would say install intelligence before you install the equipment. I mean, that mostly says it all. Because when we are talking about digital transformation, sustainability, or decarbonization, data is something which you need to take the decision. So once you measure right, you optimize, you can do the decarbonize. So that's what I feel.
Yeah, see, most of us, what we think is the decarbonization or net zero is a 2040 problem or a 2050 problem. We don't look at it as a current operational optimization issue. So most of us, what we have to do is see your decarbonization or your sustainability doesn't happen in the annual reports. It happens in the shop floor, where what is your energy intensity, what kind of waste you are generating, what is the kind of efficiency we are working in. So what I would focus is focus on the day-to-day operational optimization problem. Try to improve your each and every operations so that you reduce all your scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. And in one line, if we have to say, it is not a long-term problem which we think right now. It's our current day operational optimization issue which we need to attack continuously.
To you, Sumit, what would be the one step in the next 12 months you would do for advancement of intelligence sustainability, and why?
So building on my previous point, as was mentioning that AI depends on real-time volume data. And given that I work in an EMS company, which has multiple aspects to it. One is the SMT line, and it's a high mix, low volume. So we have a different kind of products which go into machine, and there's a lot of gap in intervals. And there is a function which is a warehouse, which again require an HVAC storage system because they require certain temperature control environment. At the same time, there's an inventory, an order book, and the supply. So what I believe that sometimes I feel that certain systems, we are working in combining all these systems, but once we do it on a more real-time basis, and that is when there's a real transformation which comes in, and that is when the productivity happens, the decarbonization happens, and the real output comes in.
Yes, to you, Mr. Singh now.
So one advice that I'll give to industry on this topic is, though sustainability is a well-spoken topic for discussion, but we need to follow some standards. Then there are very well-defined standards that are available. Let's not use internet as picking up a use case simplified version. Use some standards. There are EcoVadis, CoSiri. There are many standards that are available that helps us how to execute these projects. I think we should adapt and invest there because that brings a little bit of a seriousness in the whole thing. And then start small, scale fast. I think that's very, very important. And when you are scaling, you have to ensure that it is not a one-time thing that you do, right? It's a continuous improvement. These investments and the improvements have to happen on a continuous basis for us to get a long-term success. Last but not the least, I would always advise the industries that use AI to generate your sustainability reports. I think when you have your reports generated by the artificial intelligence, which is much more data-driven, fact-based, that will bring the trust and the focus of the leadership on this whole thing. So those are the few things I would want to highlight.
Okay, I come back to you, Mr. Bhatia. On-site renewables are gaining momentum now. What are the biggest barriers that could stop them or be a hindrance from scaling them up in industrial environments?
Well, from a barriers perspective, I would say step one, I would say, is the imagination of the team, right? So, going back to my earlier point, if you don't have an exposure and awareness of what is possible with technology, you cannot envision or imagine a solution that you can deploy. So the first one is really imagination. The second one, I would say, is, when we look at potential solutions that are being curated and developed, typically what we see is manufacturing is not on the top of the list from the priority or focus industries from the digital and software perspective, right? So you see a lot of innovation happening on the banking side. You see a lot of innovation happening for various other industries. But, when was the last time we heard that somebody is building a large language model that is focused on, machine learning and, interaction between machines and something like that? So I think the prioritization that manufacturing gets from the digital talent side, in terms of, developing solutions. Thirdly, I think there's a talent challenge as well. Now, what do I mean by that? You see, to develop and adopt and progress on the innovation side, as an industry, we also need to create cross-functional groups which can really work hand in hand based on the skills that they bring. And those cross-functional groups need to include not just digital innovators or sustainability innovators, but also the manufacturing staff who have context, about what the traditional industry processes is. And one of the biggest struggles that we see in our traditional industries is how do you create those cross-functional groups, right? And there are talent gaps at various levels for us to create those teams which can really, build those solutions and deploy those solutions, test those solutions, and roll out, and therefore the benefits from that. And lastly, I think there is a challenge in terms of management mindset. And I'm not talking about the top of the pyramid, because if you ask most CEOs, then I think technology, innovation, sustainability, AI, these are all topics that most CEOs are thinking about, talking about. But really the challenge of leadership is at the mid-management level, where people are often too lost in the trenches of their day-to-day challenges for them to reflect upon now, the midterm and longer-term perspective on, how do you really create a path forward that takes you there. So these are, I would say, some of the practical roadblocks and challenges, but, the onus is also equally on us and, all the senior leaders that we see here, I'm sure are the ones who are within their firms, the champions of these kind of changes, and we have to be really standing at the top of the tower and, screaming, shouting at the top of our voice, to everybody across the organization that this is important. And, we need to put the resources behind it, we need to put the talent behind it, and we need to set the expectations that, we want certain changes to take place. And I think with that nudge is, again, extremely important for us to see that change taking place.
Chandru, you want to add something on this?
Yeah, I think these are great points. And in terms of challenges, I also think that when it comes to the mindset change, The change management is not easy because in Thermax, we have our own tools and we have created our own ecosystem because we felt like the market was not responding to the kind of company we are. And in our 60 years journey, we generally have done things our way sometime. And we still keep that whole idea that sometime get people involved in creating solutions. Sometime, once they get involved, they know what it takes. So with your IT team, with your AI experts, get the other people involved in bringing the solution to the shop floor. It gives the ownership to the people, and that's very important.
Well, last few minutes are left, and anybody from the audience, they want to ask any question to the esteemed panelists here? Yeah, we have a, yeah, please go ahead. Can you fetch me a mic, please?
Right, hello again. I'll try not to make this a habit, but there's a couple of questions. So firstly, I would like to say that I've myself got a master's in sustainability and renewable energy. So the questions I'm going to be asking, these topics are really been close. I've been working really close on these topics for the past 3.5, 4 years now. So sorry, I'll speak a little slower.
Can you be a bit louder?
Louder,
and a
okay,
bit
yeah,
slower?
sure, sorry.
Yeah.
So I've got a two-part question here. Firstly, being that since AI in itself is so power intensive, is it not a bit counterintuitive to use that to power our decarbonization? I mean, it's just like a perpetual cycle, which is possibly no solution in sight. And second question would be that all through the morning, we have been talking about prevention over cure. So is it not does it not make much more sense to invest in better types of fuels and not produce the carbon at all?
You're not audible. Can you just say your question in one line so that panelists can hear and answer?
I'm sorry, but it will be really difficult to frame that in just the... But the second part of the question was that does it not make much more sense in investing in better fuels rather than decarbonizing, like I said, prevention over cure? So those will be my two questions.
Does it make sense?
Very good questions. Let me maybe talk about the second one first. So I think, you know, there are certain processes or products which are natural emitters. So if you take two of the largest emitting industries in the world, cement is a 7 to 8% emitter of carbon, and mining is very close and probably, you know, equal to that. Now, in the cement process, it's not so much the fuel, but it is the process of calcination of the limestone itself, which creates a lot of CO2. So you end up in situations like that. Second, I think sometimes it might be easier to decarbonize at a different step rather than the first step. So I think that's the balance one has to think about. But having said that, I think the budget this year, there's a 20,000 CR allocation for carbon capture. And, you know, there are technologies which are emerging quite strongly. I mean, there are carbon capture technologies which are maturing, which are getting competitive. So I think we will see perhaps action on both fronts, you know, more greener fuels coming up. But at the same time, also, you know, carbon abatement, and then the economics will drive which solution will be used. And to your point on AI, you know, you're right, AI consumes a lot of energy, but typically, you know, if you ask AI a question, and in a manufacturing context, you know, typical optimization is limited to 1 or 2 variables. Whereas with AI, you can have, and especially in our case, for example, where we have a multi-product factory, you know, the degrees of optimization or the dimensions of optimization are significantly high. And there AI can actually, you know, provide you great outcomes in terms of reducing idle time, improving throughput, you know, improving the overall efficiency, which I would say would be order of magnitudes higher in terms of what you would actually consume in the AI model itself.
And I will just add one bit to it, because Thermax is actively involved also in the data center business, in the cooling and other activities, and also in the decarbonization, carbon capture business. I think it's a false dichotomy, because this splitting the world in, should we do that better over there? This question assumes that we make a decision. All we make a decision is about we do everything that we can in our own lives and the decisions that we make, right? And the rest is a policy question. And I can tell you that our trip planning to some place that I have 3 and we are asking AI cost you more energy than manufacturing edge device, making inference at the edge using a Jetson Nano or NVIDIA node. It is not doing what this whole idea of a trillion parameter model. We are part of a consortium that does TPC, this trillion parameter model, but those are for a very different application. And I agree with your question, but that's a dichotomy I don't get to decide. I get to decide in my company, am I spending too much on AI? I don't think so.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other question? Last 2 minutes left with us. Any question anybody has in the audience? Or fine, Nehal, I'll ask a last question to you. Now, balance is important for leaders. How do manufacturers, they pursue decarbonization without compromising on productivity or even cost competitiveness? The balance of, adapting these, if anybody from the panel can answer.
I'm not able to hear you. There's some...
Okay, I will ask. This balance is important, so how do manufacturers, they pursue decarbonization without compromising on productivity or cost efficiency?
Yeah, I mean, I think we spoke a lot on this in last few minutes, and if you really see, I mean, the steps towards that, technically, the AI needs or the digital transformation needs to be installed in the industrial manufacturing space, which is to the old electrical infrastructure or energy and so on and so forth. Is it easy? Probably no. It's not easy because industry needs reliability. On the financially aspect, if you really see, this kind of initiatives many times take a backseat because, the capital investment is more towards enhancing the capacity, may not be to this kind of, initiatives. On the other aspect of regulatory, I think we are still evolving. Net metering, grades. I mean, these are the parameters or policies which are still evolving. So I think in net, these are something which is important parameters.
Just to add what he said, see, that's the biggest misconception we have. It is going to have a cost and it's going to be trade-off against the productivity. It's not the case. Initially, it could be the investment would be high, but it will give you the returns in a long term. Most of the cases, what we worked on is, it's given us 2 to 3 years return on investment. If you look at HVAC optimization, or you work on the yield optimization model, or you look at the overall utility management system, if you invest on the AA-related models, it's going to pay off in 2 to 3 years return on investment.
All right, with that, the time's up, and that's time we had so far. Thank you, esteemed panelists, for sharing your thoughts with us, and thank you for giving your time to us this evening. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Panel, thank you very much. May we request you to please step forward for a group photograph, followed by the felicitation ceremony. And of course, your round of acknowledgement. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you, panel, for that very empowering session, I must say. And of course, an inclusive one as well. If you all could step forward for a group photograph. And as they do that, let all of us come in synchrony, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, you have the option to tap or clap, but let's come together in thanking them for all their views on sustainability and decarbonization. Thank you very much. Sumit, I will request you on that note, right after the group picture is taken, to please take a lead and help us in extending our little token of appreciation to our very supportive panelists as well. Thank you for taking out the time. And adding to this Amrit Manthan, if I may say so, the churning of knowledge, the actionable knowledge, I would like to call it. If you could please go ahead and begin felicitating each of our panelists there. And post that, we'll request you, Hermi, to please felicitate and extend our token of appreciation to Sumit as well. And that's how it makes the felicitation ceremony complete, ladies and gentlemen. But not without your applauses, so keep continuing to usher in and brim in those applauses as we do this right. Thank you once again, panel, for also engaging our audience, sharing those insights, and not to forget, as it says, the QR code to share your feedback is sitting in right in there, because we're just a few minutes away before we tabulate the final scores on the leaderboard. So come on, ladies and gentlemen, keep up the good spirit and make sure that you're submitting your feedback, also catching up with the AI summary that's also live on your event app after each of the session. I think that's indeed a very intriguing and a unique feature which you're going through. And we'll request, of course, Harmeet to extend this memento, a little note of thank you to Sumit as well. Thank you very, very much, panel. On that note, once again, thank you. Please enjoy the rest of the event with us as you take up on the audience side. Thank you, Sumit, and thank you, panel. Really, really appreciate all the efforts. Thank you. All right, looks like we are just going to set the stage, right? You know, ladies and gentlemen, when we were in the planning phase for IIOTM 2026, so for the orchestration, we thought we'll make it bigger and brighter, of course, because we were hosting it in the city of film, fashion, finance, and of course, the city of dreams, ladies and gentlemen, right? Are you all with me? Are you all with me, ladies and gentlemen? Give me a nice yes. Are you all with me? So we decided to invite Ekta Kapoor. We did reach out to her because you would agree that, you know, when we talk about leadership or when we talk about the unexpected twists and turns that happen in the world of AI that we inhabit, who better than Ekta Kapoor to understand that, right? But here's the thing. Tell me, I'm sure you'll be participative for this one. If I were to tell you, and if I were to ask you on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you right now if I tell you that she's backstage right now? Come on, give me your numbers. How excited are you on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest? 10? Wow. How about this side? How about the backbenchers? All right, I hear some numbers. Okay, 10 to 10. What if, on a scale of 1 to 10, I tell you that she's not here with us backstage? Come on, give me your numbers. How excited are you? How excited are you? 1, 10, 9, 8, 7. Come on, give me your numbers again. I want to hear the numbers, then only we can get the next session rolling. Come on. What happened? Of course, she was supposed to come, but somebody told her that IIOTM 2026 is only a one-day event. She was like, what? Only one episode? No reincarnation, no leaps at all. I'm out. So here comes the kahani mein twist. The tail twist, ladies and gentlemen. So, but having said that, we will ensure that the good TRP of IIOTM 2026 is skyrocketing as we have such wonderful showmakers such as all of you. Give it up for yourself once again as we bring to light, ladies and gentlemen, our next absolutely very engaging panel discussion that's going to come up. By the way, I'm hoping that you are absolutely keeping it right up on the leaderboard as well. But like I said, we will ensure, as the picture abhi bhi baki hai, they say. So this panel discussion will pull in all the perspectives from digital consulting to industry leadership and also ecosystem partnerships at the same time. I think definitely it cannot get bigger and brighter than this. So what's the wait for? We are all set on the stage. May I please request our session chair to come forward and get ready to moderate the innings. Please welcome Nilajit Ghosh, Principal Digital Consulting from Rockwell Automation. Please welcome Nilajit with a wonderful, wonderful round of applause. Nilajit, hi and a very warm welcome. Well, now the picture is clear that we have this discussion that's just going to unfold with you at the helm of affairs. Of course, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be welcoming our very learned panelists as well on the stage. Could you please invite Ashok Shivshankar, MD, Partner, en route to Market Sales, Cisco India and SAG joining us. Ashok, hello and a very, very warm welcome to you. Can we please have Kartika Prihadi, the VP, Partner and Routes to Market Sales, Cisco APJC. A very, very warm welcome. Can we also have Shovan Sen Gupta, the Regional VP, Market Access, Asia Pacific, Rockwell Automation, also joining in. And with that, Nilajit, we'll be handing over the strings of the conversation to you. We'll also request our panelists to just double check if you're aligned as per the pictures right behind. And let's begin in with the conversation. For now, yes, we are waiting the presence of one more of our panelists, of course, to join us. But in the meanwhile, as they take charge, ladies and gentlemen, for one final time, in your good interest, please ensure you hit a gentle reminder, the LinkedIn tab, which says that you can quickly post on the socials right now, because like I said, this moment and the moments following are very, very decisive. Literally few minutes and seconds away in announcing the final prize winners, the champions on the live leaderboard contest. 10 to 10, here we go. I know all of you are all set to lend in your ears to the discussion that we'll just unfold from secure AI, like the title says, to software-defined manufacturing. How do we build a resilient, absolutely brave, future-ready industry is going to be the talk for the moment. So take a few seconds, the last few seconds, because of course, right now in between the final tabulation of the scores on the leaderboard to all your actionable imprints on all the touch points. We don't have a networking break, so all you can do is access the event app and magnify your scores. That's the only way right now, as you all are in attendance with us. Well, Nilajit, okay, all right, one of our conversationalists, of course, would be joining in. All right, see, we got to sprint and run the way, and like I always say, walk the talk. Please welcome our final panelist as well, ladies and gentlemen, with all the warmth that you've got. I'm sure you would exercise some good energy, right? Like I said, this show is for you, of you, and by you. And with that, we are good to go. Nilajit, are we on?
Thank you, and a very good evening. I think after a day's conversations that we had, we are still excited for this discussion that we're going to have right now. And to start the conversation, I think we have a very eminent set of panelists along with me, Ashok, Kartika, and Shobhan. So maybe let us start the context as we engage with our clients, specifically in manufacturing. We are witnessing that AI today is going much beyond experimentation and into more production environments, right? It's actually getting industrialized. Business leaders are really looking at AI to deliver business outcome at scale. Now, as we talk about AI getting more intimate with the physical realities of manufacturing, as well as the society at large, I would request Ashok here, when we hear Cisco talk about secure AI, would love to hear your thoughts, Ashok, in terms of what do you think, what is your perspective as a business leader about the way you want to address our customers, our partners, as well as if you look at the national trust of India as a whole.
Hey, thanks, Nilajit. And I am acutely aware that we are kind of replacing Ekta Kapoor, so I hope the audience pardons us for that in a way. But broadly, if you look at it, right, when we talk about customers, it's really about building digital resilience. Which is, in a way, if you look at it, building a long-term success story where insights, intelligence, and security are woven in, because that's going to be, the foundation for tomorrow, right? And that's primarily what it is from a customer point of view. I think for partners, of course, it represents a huge business opportunity where they can monetize today, get closer to their customers, deliver solutions faster, and all of that. And in a slightly different way also, if you look at it, right? I mean, the pace of change is so rapid in this, not just the industry, but in technology, that for our customers to keep pace with that change, it's really complicated. And so the onus, in a way, if you look at it, falls on our partners to make sure that, the best of technology reaches our customers and at the right time. On the government side, if you ask me, public sector, essentially, probably the most profound impact of AI, would be felt there because, you're directly impacting people's life. I mean, take an example of Aadhaar. If you were to integrate that with some of the offerings that are there, you are looking at education at scale, financial inclusion, citizen services which reach much faster and to the right people, right? Of course, all this, but the foundation has to be first set up. And even at an economic scale, the government of India, and I'm just, quoting a few data points, they are looking at a projection of AI contributing almost $1.7 trillion to the Indian economy by 2035. On the other side, if you look at the industry today, the study says 47% of the enterprises have a live project going on, meaning we are starting with experimentation today, but quickly we will lead to actually mass commercialization, if we can call it that, right? And so at its core, secure AI means that all layers across, from infrastructure to applications, through the data, everything is protected seamlessly. And, you will be able to make decisions based on predictable and reliable data points, right? Which is completely visible. That's in a nutshell, Neelajit, what secure AI means.
No, thanks, Ashok. And maybe a quick follow-up question before I move on. Is secure AI, in your view, more about protecting AI systems or about protecting businesses and society from unintended AI consequences?
It's actually a bit of both, right? I mean, obviously, at a fundamental level, protecting the AI systems is necessary, whether it is the infrastructure and all of that. But the other part is also extremely critical, I think, because, the model has to be such that there is no bias and that trust is built in. And you're really not, compromising on any of those, right? I think those are the critical portions. Again, quoting a couple of data points, the World Economic Forum says 87% of respondents identified AI-related vulnerabilities as critical. Now, in our own case, if you look at it, right, I mean, deep fakes or, imposter syndrome, if you can call it that, in terms of people covering up and all of that, these are genuine, real scenarios. And, with our population, you have whatnot, right? I mean, digital arrest and stuff like that. And so it's really critical then that as we get into this, this whole layer is protected. And you can't have a position where security is something that is bolted on as an afterthought, but has to be built by design. And that's the whole, I think, summary of what we are trying to do at Cisco.
May I just add to what he's saying? So, yeah, actually, in terms of AI, we talked about cybersecurity risk of AI, because people will use AI to attack you, but you need AI to protect as well. But I think the more important, sometimes neglected part, and part of what Cisco offers is solutions around that, is the concept, the safety and trust aspect of AI, making sure that the model is safe, right? There's trust. So it's what we talk about, bias, hallucinations, and so forth. You have instances where, I think there was a case in the US where a car dealership had a chat bot, and basically that was able to do transactions, and basically through just asking so many questions, at some point, the user or the attacker was able to get a code for a car for $1 or something ridiculous, but it became actually a contract between the user and the car dealership. And so that's not the intent. So that's where AI potentially can break. So you have to think about those aspects of the safety and trust of AI as well.
Now, thanks, Karthika. And I think next we come to you. So while we speak about intelligence and we get more intimate to the factory ecosystem that we talk about, right? And we have witnessed different types of manufacturing setup, right from Brownfield to Greenfield and traditional legacy systems. Now, looking at that, would like to hear your view about Cisco's, the whole software-defined manufacturing and how it sort of works together in terms of driving the ecosystem and creating that infrastructure for manufacturing organizations to adopt intelligence.
Yeah, so in partnership with Rockwell, obviously, when Rockwell provides a lot of deep manufacturing, industrial, operational expertise, and obviously we have our networking, security, observability, expertise. And basically for us, software-defined manufacturing is about shifting from very rigid kind of hardware, traditional based processes to more dynamic, more agile environment, more programmable environment, quote unquote, using those software, right? But essentially making factories more dynamic, more agile, more efficient, more productive using software, right? And how do you do that? Is of course being able to give real-time data, insights, analytics, to being able to do more predictive analytics, for example, so that basically the factory becomes more smarter, if you quote unquote, more resilient. I think more importantly is to be able to adapt to changes faster, right, through programmability, basically. Because today, we know product life cycles are just getting shorter and shorter. Things change very quickly. The world is very dynamic. And being able to respond quickly is really critical, right? And being able to do it at a lower risk, right, without increasing risk. And that's the concept of what we mean by software-defined manufacturing, leveraging basically a critical infrastructure of networking layered on top with applications, insights, analytics. To make factories more agile and more efficient, more productive, and of course the manufacturers themselves as well.
Well, thanks, Karthika. Now, we understand that SDM, what I understood, is not something that one organization can deliver, right? It's a concept which requires an ecosystem to participate. Now, turning to Shobhan, how tightly, in your view, is the whole Cisco software-defined manufacturing integrated with Rockwell's automations architecture roadmap and support models that we have?
Yeah, no, I think we started this journey 2 years back. And obviously, Cisco and Rockwell, we have been working together for a while on what we call it as a CPWE architecture. But 2 years back, we came together and said, listen, the manufacturing landscape is changing. We have our technology. Obviously, Cisco has their technology. And both of us have been evolving with our acquisitions on software, on AI. And we said, OK, let's get together to really define architectures based on applications or use cases. So we put that together. Obviously, we were saying, OK, let's pilot. Let's not go all over Asia Pacific. Let's look at 2 or 3 countries where the GDP has been pretty high, right, the growth rate. And obviously, India was an obvious choice. I think for Cisco, it's a priority #1. For Rockwell, it's a priority #1 now. So we really put a team together, and started working on the architecture, with the support of Dilip and Daisy in India as well. They were very, supportive. So if you really look at how we have worked together on the software-defined manufacturing and, it's really a teamwork of dedicated people from both the organization. And it's been seamless, Nilajit. I think the way we have worked together in really defining that, and I'm a big believer in, you can put a lot of things in PowerPoint, but now you're going to have something that people can see, feel, and touch. and really get that experience. And I'm not going to disclose what's going to happen in the next 30 minutes, but, but yeah, it's walk the talk. So it's been a great partnership so far, but it's only, it's only a beginning. So.
Well, thanks, Shobhan. I think that really indicates that something exciting coming our way. But coming back, Ashok, if you really think from a trust perspective as a competitive advantage, when you talk about AI adoption within manufacturing and wider, how do you think it's going to shape up over the next few years as we look at it?
Yeah, trust will become a significant competitive advantage, so to say, right? And as AI becomes more pervasive and the usage increases, if you look at it, you can't trust what you can't see. The other fact, and all of us know, is, they, so to say, have to get it right only once, right? Whereas we have to get it right every single time. So as AI adoption grows, I think trust is going to be critical. And more than using AI, right, securing AI will become the whole focus area. With that, I definitely think, trust will be a competitive advantage. And if you look at us at Cisco, in a way, one of the things we've done is, build this whole secure AI factory with NVIDIA, which is, pre-integrated, pre-validated with a set of ecosystem partners that you can trust. And so it's really not, we are not leaving the customer to kind of make that decision or figure out what is good, what is not. We are kind of doing it for them. And so that is what I think, Neelajit.
No, great, Ashok. So, Karthika, on the same line, from our overall secured sort of software-defined manufacturing, how do you think it is going to help Indian factories to become more competitive and drive an edge over global environments?
Yeah, so of course, India's ambition to become a global manufacturing powerhouse is ambitious but achievable. And one of the key pillars is how to leverage technology, right, to leapfrog that. And actually, India has been very good about using technology to leapfrog in a number of areas, if I could say. So for me, is using software-defined manufacturing really can help, basically help Indian manufacturers compete on the global stage, because using the technology and the capabilities of the technology to improve productivity, quality, efficiency. But again, it's also about agility and resilience, right, which is important. Of course, doing it all securely, which is critical in this day and age. So being able to raise that productivity, raise that quality, move efficiently as the market demands. And that's really required for any company now to be, let's say, effective on the global stage. And that's how we think, software-defined manufacturing kind of architecture that combines the best of infrastructure, applications, analytics, and insights, right? Being able to do those things like predictive analytics, maintenance, and others will put Indian manufacturers on par with others, or hopefully exceed global standards as well.
No, thanks. And as a quick follow-up, while we understand from architectural perspective, it is really going to sort of support, how important is mindsets? Because I think that's where we generally see security being addressed slightly differently.
Yeah, as you know, with anything, the answer is not just about technology. Technology is one part of it. As we always say, you have to talk about technology, but don't forget the people and the process. So the change really requires a big also mindset and operating model change, because the technology is just a tool, right? So at the end of the day, it's both a technology transformation and a mindset and people and process transformation. And so that's what we need to work on. Basically, it's about being able to really, deploy new innovations quickly, develop and deploy new innovations quickly, gain new skills, right? As well as respond effectively to what's there in the market. So that all requires the people, right? And the right processes, supported by the right technology.
So we spoke about technology, we spoke about people. Now coming back to ecosystem, Shobhan, in terms of in India today, when you look at these competencies and capabilities shaping the manufacturing landscape, where do you think the ecosystem, the credibility that has been built around it, the skills that we have today, your thoughts around it, and how do we need to amplify some of those elements?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges we have, not just in India, but anywhere, well, I'll particularly my feeling on one particular challenge which is specific to India, but overall legacy systems in the manufacturing space, lack of skilled labor. You want to deploy AI, you want to deploy digital transformation, you require that skill. You require a mindset. You spoke about mindset of the manufacturing sector thinking of changing their legacy systems. But I think in India, obviously, one of the big factors to me is about return on investment. Whatever they want to invest, it can be the coolest of technologies, but I think return on investment is very important. This is where I think, a company like Rockwell, which is just, I think, done around 40 or 50 years in India, and of course Cisco has been there, I think, long enough. We have been extremely passionate about domain expertise. And we are the ones who are creating these technologies. So we actually can help shape the manufacturing transformation in collaboration with our customers, in collaboration with our partners. I think partners are going to also play a very, very critical role in that. So I think this is where, again, I'm not going to, you're tempting me to always come close to, telling what's going to come in the next 15 minutes. But it's really something that we are going to talk about. Get the customers to feel it, and customers to believe it, to what Ashok said, about seeing the thing, about really experiencing the thing. So I think we have the domain expertise, we have the partners, we have the competencies. It's all about getting some customers excited. The good thing is there are some customers who are already excited because we have been talking about a few POCs and a few cases. So some very large organizations, without taking names here, have already been talking about this, seeing the value of a software-defined manufacturing, of unified edge technology that Cisco has recently launched. So I'm very, very positive. And that's why we launched India first across the globe. And yeah, we hope to see some more success in the next coming time.
Yeah, looking forward to that. And since we have been talking about this globally and in India, so I know it's something which is going to be, obviously, we'll be talking about it very soon, but I think this is a question which possibly we all can starting with maybe Ashok from a wider. What are the early adoption sort of things that you would expect a customer to really bring on the table to make him more relevant from an adoption perspective, if you will? Oh, sorry. So I'm saying that what is it that you'd be looking from early signals from a client readiness or a customer readiness in terms of adopting these competencies based on your experience working with global sort of clients across the world? Adoption.
Couple of things, right? I mean, right now we are still in the initial stages, so to say. But as we go from this whole experimentation to, actually the live environment, from a people, process, tool, all of that, right? The whole change has to be built in. And I would also say that, companies will have to, or organizations will have to start looking at how does it integrate with their core, so to say, that they do for a living. Those two would be the critical ones for me.
Thanks, Ashok. And maybe Karthika, from your vantage, if you can touch upon the early signals that we need to look out for from an effective adoption perspective.
Yeah, so I mean, as we said about adoption is always one of the biggest challenges for new technology, but we have seen, I think, early customer interest and potentially, hopefully, success on this concept, right? And obviously, you have to be very specific on the use cases, right? For you to really get adoption of this of the new technology, you have to be very clear on the use case and what value it brings to that use case. So we are already seeing certain use cases that are very clear in terms of value, and that's where the early signals of adopting these new technologies are coming from.
Thanks, Karthik. And maybe Shobhan, from a Rockwell's vantage, if you can also share some sort of early adoption signals that.
No, as I said, we already have a couple of customers in India. And to be honest, these are the customers who have actually given us very early adoption, not just signals, they're actually talking to us about deploying POCs. And in one particular project, obviously, it will be a plant-wide deployment. When you guys see the 5 use cases, I think these are very relevant. One of them being cybersecure. Cybersecurity, and you know this, Nilajit, coming out of consulting background, is it's OT and IT now. It's not just IT cybersecurity anymore. So a lot of these use cases are going to be super, super critical in terms of thing. And it depends also on the industry, how quickly they're going to think of this software-defined manufacturing adoption. But we see the mining metal industry, we see the CPG industry already calling us. They have been calling Cisco and Rockwell separately on the IT/OT side. But this is where they are feeling excited that we are 2 giants now getting together and defining that architecture into the market. So yeah, hopefully we will already have some use cases before the end of this fiscal year and in India, and ramp up more. So it's just a start, and it's a very, very positive start.
Great. I think that's exciting. And maybe concluding comments, so open to all 3 of you, and maybe starting with Shobhan this time.
No, my concluding comments are, I think, you all know that Rockwell is, has been there for a long time in the OT world. Cisco has been a big giant in the IT world. We are getting together to give all of you here, the ecosystem of the customers, to work with us in helping you adopt some of the finer parts of whether it's production problems, whether it's legacy system change problems, whether it's cybersecurity or AI adoption problems. There's a reason why we are teaming up. We feel that we can really provide you a combined architecture solution. Our domain experts, our team of partners, again, these partners are going to learn on how that combined architecture of Rockwell and Cisco are going to help our customers. So please come with us, in that journey. And I'm sure we 3, the customer, us, and Cisco, can really help you in this transformation.
Great. Karthika?
Yeah, just to add to that, I mean, for us, is basically we want to make sure that it's not just about delivering technology in the market, but creating impact in the market, right? And so that's why we, just like what Shobhan said, do work with us, and because fundamentally, this is a partnership between, in essence, the customer and partners and like us, right? It's a partnership, and that's the only way we can make this work, because each of us bring what our capabilities to the table. And success to me or to Cisco is creating that impact, seeing our customers, manufacturers, factories to be more efficient, again, more agile, more secure, more resilient, but also being able to respond to change more quickly, more productive, higher quality. So these are the metrics that we measure success by, which is your success, right, ultimately. And so do reach out if there's interest in these areas. And as Shobhan mentioned, and we talked about the early signals, I was just surprised that actually we had a product that was just released recently, and we potentially have, Rockwell was an early partner for us, and that's basically an edge solution that for manufacturing. And we're hopefully going to get our first sale on that, obviously layered basically a full stack platform layered, computing platform layered with Rockwell applications and so forth, and which can also become an AI edge application in the future. So contact Rockwell and Cisco, and we'll be happy to talk to you about what's possible.
Great, and Ashok, so concluding remarks.
Yeah, so, one of the things that I think as an organization we've done really well over the years is, looking at market transitions, right? And not just participating in some of these transitions, whether it is the move to IP, the internet boom, IoT, of course, and now AI, but really looking at how do we use that technology to transform and enhance people's lives. I think that's something which is very core to us. And it's beyond just the profit part of the business that you see, right? So transforming people's lives is something that we do. And so if I look at success for us on the AI front as well, it goes from today being an experimentation, so to say, to a real world scenario where customers have a secure environment and a secure digital ecosystem as well, right? And our hope is that we drive that ecosystem and along with our partners. Plus, along the way, if you look at it, we would want our infrastructure to connect, our security to protect you, and our observability to really offer you that visibility across the whole chain, right? And so that's typically what success would look like.
Thanks, Ashok. That's a fantastic way to summarize the discussion. I don't know if you have time enough for any questions from the audience to the MN panel that we have.
No questions. Everyone is clear and excited.
I think they're excited for what is coming, so I really look forward to that.
I've already kind of, maybe I don't want to jinx it anymore, but I think we need to move on to the next one.
So thank you very much for your time and really appreciate the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our discussants. We'll request all of you to please step forward for a group photograph there. And shortly, we'll be entering into the felicitation ceremony at the same time. Can we please have the podium mic working as well? Can we please have the podium mic working as well? And with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this right. As we thank our discussants for all they take, we will request you, Nilaji, to please extend our token of appreciation that's being brought in and ushered onto the stage. With always a round of applause, let's thank our discussants for their participation and adding to our reservoir of knowledge sharing, as we say. Post which, Shovan will also request you to help us in felicitating our session conversationalist, Nilajit, as well. While we would like to hold our three leaders onto the stage, we will shortly say thank you to you, Nilajit, as you continue to enjoy the rest of the conference from the audience view. Like I said, we are very close to the culmination, the very fine culmination of IIOTM 2026. Nilaji, thank you very much. And we'll request the three of you to please be with us on the stage here as well. Nilaji, thank you. You may please be with our audience on that side. Now, at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a very significant milestone, I must say, an announcement that actually exemplifies how a shared vision can actually translate into a tangible impact for our industry. Like I said, if you remember, good things happen when we work as individuals, but great things happen when we actually come together. So on that note, I would also like to invite Mr. Dilip Sani, the MD, Rockwell Automation India, to please step forward and join our three leaders onto the stage. Can we welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as very shortly we enter into the Rockwell Automation and Cisco announcement of reimagining the manufacturing for India's digital and industrial future. And Dilip, may I request you to please take charge of the proceedings.
Well, thank you so much, Shrika. Hey, listen, this is probably one of the most special parts of today's proceedings. And to move further, I'm going to move backwards. What I mean by that, I want to rewind the clock back exactly 1 year to the 6th edition of India Inc. on the Move. And we put out a very special MOU. And that MOU was between these two companies that are up on the stage, with Cisco and Rockwell. And the MOU really enshrined our vision to bring to life what we're calling as software-defined manufacturing, which is what the conversation over the last several minutes was all about, right? Now, what I want to share with you is that concept has proceeded and it's become a reality now. And that's what this announcement is all about. And between my colleagues here on the stage and myself, we'll walk you through some of these details. Listen, I just want to take a minute and add on to the very extensive deliberations that have taken place over the last several minutes. But we're talking about the future being here and the future being AI-driven and this shift that is happening right in front of our eyes, which is automation to autonomy, right? All of that is basically requiring AI to go and get embedded into machine level, into production operations level, right? But if you imagine, what is AI going to do? It is going to make a whole lot of things much more easily understood by those who run the plants and the operations, and that requires changes and adaptations to happen. The systems that are deployed on the shop floor usually are systems that have existed for a long period of time, and they are somewhat rigid. You need a whole different level of agility, resilience, but you also need systems which are going to be future-proof in the sense they are cyber-secure. How do you achieve that? Without this, the entire promise of this automation to autonomy shift will run into roadblocks. And that's where the value of software-defined manufacturing really comes in, right? So that's the work that had been going on over the last 12 months. And as you already heard, and Chauvin re-emphasized that, India is the first country where the two companies are bringing together this vision, right? So this is a very, very pivotal, very important moment for us. And between all of us, we're going to walk you through details. I'm going to begin with you now, Ashok. So do you want to talk a little bit about how this whole vision of software-defined manufacturing and the way it's going to get realized, how is it going to add tangible value to our clients?
Yeah, thanks, Dilip. Pleasure being here. And if you look at, our partnership, so to say, right? I mean, it's built on a very practical promise, outcomes at scale. Now, three things that typically customers ask from us. There's clarity, there is speed, and there is trust that they want, right? If you look at SDM itself, I think what it really does brings clarity because of reference designs. There is no guesswork involved, right? It eliminates that whole portion. It brings speed with validated patterns, and of course trust because security is woven into the design itself and there is no, it's not an afterthought, so to say, right? So that's one. The second part of it, if you look at any industry sector in India, whether it is automotive, life sciences, mines, metals, any of those, the leaders are essentially balancing 2 or 3 factors, right? There is growth, there is sustainability, and of course, resilience. Now, if you look at this whole chain, what we are trying to do today is to build the entire thing together and make sure that there is a complete, platform, so to say, available for our customers to go with. And that's really not all. We are also working together. We've invested on a partner ecosystem. We will bring developers, integrators, and of course, partner into the fold so that the power of choice is with our customers. You're not just dependent on, a single company or a vendor, but really you'll have the power of choice with you. And that's not all. If you look at the final element of this as well, we will be with you throughout the process, which is whether it is a pilot that you want to do today, we will be with you, and then rolling it out, of course, in a live environment so that this just doesn't remain as a transformational project, but becomes a real-life example and, leads to sustaining advantage for you. That's in a gist, what we've done. And I'll pass it on to Kartika to talk about, the blueprint and how it really brings it to life.
All right. So next slide. So I get the pleasure of talking about the technical stuff. Okay, don't worry, I'm not going to talk about technical stuff. So basically, I think the partnership, the way it goes, is really what it is, you know, it basically, it converges IT and OT, right? Basically, it's a multi-layered approach or stack, technology stack that converges IT and OT in a less complex way, yeah? And what we're doing is that really we focus on 3 core areas. One is always security, right? We want to make sure we segment where things need to be protected. So segmentation is a clear value proposition of this, right? Second is performance, being able to provide or assure deterministic performance, right? Where you need it. Obviously, you need clear performance, right? And last, it's about data, ultimately. It's being able to access data securely, wherever that may be, and get that insights and analytics, right? So as you can see from the screen, it's basically, as I think as Ashok mentioned, it's basically building blocks, right? So we're building blocks of networking, in fact, for the factory networking or industrial networking. Then we have also building blocks for security, right? Of course, we apply the same zero trust principles that we do in IT to OT. And of course, as well, we give you secure remote access, right, where necessary as well. And on top of that, then the insights and analytics, the automation, right? And of course, in the future, or in the not so distant future, the AI that's required, right? So that's, in effect, the architecture, right? And obviously, this can be geared towards different use cases that is relevant for you, right? It's a very flexible architecture that can meet multiple use cases. And these are just some of the use cases out there that we have initially defined, but ultimately, working with you, with our customers and partners, we can define a lot more, I think, right? And also, in conjunction with Cisco country, digital acceleration program, we have what we call a CDA program where we work, we invest in new areas for, in a particular country. So we have developed basically a demo pod of sorts for software-defined manufacturing, right? So that you can see it in action, so it becomes real, right? Of course, it's not slideware, right? It's actually real, so you can touch it and feel it. And to talk a lot more about that is Shovan, right? How can you come and see the innovation in action?
Yeah, and I think, thank you, Karthika, and thank you, Ashok. Thank you, Dilip. I think I've got the best news here. You can actually now feel it with the new demo pod that's going to come up in our Gurgaon Experience Center. We will have that ready in 2 weeks. So customers can actually come, touch, feel what the 5 use cases actually look like. This is very exciting because it's no longer just in a PowerPoint. You've seen those PowerPoints. You can now feel it and see the same in the DTech Center in Gurgaon. So please visit us, and our India team led by Dilip would be more than happy to take you through. And then, as I said, please work with us so that we can, help you transform in this journey in India. Maybe I'll hand it over to Dilip for the final end comments.
No, I think, so we've gone from concept to reality, and the only last word over here is a very warm welcome to come visit the Experience Center at Gurgaon. Both the companies have put in a lot of effort. A lot of domain experts have spent their time to bring this whole idea to life. It's been set up in such a manner that you can come and really experience how these new ideas are coming to life and how does it empower you to realize your vision of moving from automation to autonomy. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I think we all must extend a big hand because, coveted presence. Cisco and Rockwell Automation just announced how reimagined manufacturing for India's digital and industrial future is right here. Thank you very much to our leaders for helping us with the announcement indeed. And as we share it with you, the stage is being set. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, the nearer we are to the decisive moment, we are also absolutely very close to this very practical and, may I say, highly anticipated segment, which will be all about real-world learning when we talk about from this very field. Hence, we got on board a specialist who will hold the talking baton. Ladies and gentlemen, as we do march ahead, and like I said, set the stage, once again, you could have a quick sneak peek into the AI summary. If you haven't submitted the feedback, please do so right now, and keep checking those scores, those rankings on Leaderboard as well. So as we go ahead, ladies and gentlemen, it is time now for our customer use case session, where we will hear as to how leading organizations, when we talk about, are translating that strategy into real execution, you know, because it's always actually about in the doing, right? So we will talk about how do we deliver those measurable, impactful outcomes. Hence, we'll be inviting a specialist. They always say the bigger the persona of the person, the shorter should be the introduction. I'm happy to be now inviting on stage the Executive Director from BlueCraft Agro. Please welcome, can we hear the applauses first? Join me in warmly welcoming Siddharth Chaudhary on the stage. Siddharth, hi, and a very warm welcome to you.
First of all, thank you, Dilipji, for inviting me today for this conference. Really overwhelmed. Good evening, everyone. Very honored to be present here today. The subject for today, Dilipji was speaking to me a week ago, and he said that we want somebody who's using automation and who's using Rockwell in their plants. So yes, the subject is here, but before we move on to the subject, a few things which I would like to speak over here during this session. We'll try to finish this as quick as possible. So India's manufacturing is a defining moment now. Capacity is expanding, compliance and expectations are rising. Customers demand consistency, traceability and speed. The question is no longer whether to automate. The question is how strategically we automate. Today, I will share how BlueCraft Agro's leveraged Rockwell automation as a growth enabler to scale responsibility and sustainability, and not just a control system. Let me quickly walk you through the topics I will discuss today. I'll begin with a few brief overview of BlueCraft Agro, who we are, our manufacturing footprints, and our growth journey. Next, I'll try to cover how Rockwell automation systems deployed across all our plants. Following that, I would like to share some key learnings and best practices from the implementation perspective. So quickly about BlueCraft Agro. We manufacture starch. Starch is a natural carbohydrate, but an industrial good. It is far more than what we think. It's just not an agri ingredient. It's a strategic raw material for many, many sectors, such as food, pharma, formulations, paper, textiles, packaging, and several other sectors. As India grows in the processed food segment, and also many other segments like pharmaceuticals, FMCG, and sure exports, starch becomes a crucial raw material for all these products to be manufactured. BlueCraft Agro has over 35 years of legacy in agro-processing industry and manufacturing specialty ingredients for many such sectors. Our growth has been driven by rising demand from food and beverages, FMCG, pharma, paper, and textile sectors. We operate multiple manufacturing locations serving all these sectors. Recently, we scaled up through the Davangiri acquisition, but our real focus was not scaling up capacity, it was scaling capabilities. From day one, automation was designed as the backbone of expansion and not an afterthought. Over the years, from 1990 till 2007, established a technical depth and manufacturing backbone. The phase from 2007 to 2012 reflects disciplined capital allocation and focus on long-term value. 2018 to 2026, we scaled rapidly, acquired 3 convert milling plants under BlueCraft. 2021, we initiated expansion of all these plants. 2023, expanded global footprint, now exporting to more than 55 countries. 2025, we expanded further, making our grinding capacity at 2,500 tons per day. With this recent acquisition, announced just 2 weeks back, of Kargil Davangeri's plant, taking our grinding capacity to 3,300 tons per day. This recent acquisition of this Davangeri plant reminds me of only one common similarities between our earlier plants and this new acquisition. It was a great motivation when we were discussing this acquisition, because this acquisition plant at the Davangeri was also using Rockwell automation. At BlueCraft, automation is treated as a foundational decision and not the post-expansion and add-on. Automation enables us to grow without compromising quality and compliance. Today, we are a team of more than 2,000 professionals across all our departments. While automation powers our plants, it's our people who power the automation. Automation has elevated the role of our workforce from manual supervision to data-driven decision-making process. As stated earlier, starch is no longer a commodity. It is a precision ingredient providing functional benefits to end products. We serve various industrial segments. Pharma demands compliance and traceability. Food requires hygiene and consistency. Paper and textiles require functional precision. Managing these diverse requirements, tight process controls, and digital visibility, we need automation. Coming to Rockwell systems used across all our plants, why we choose Rockwell as an enterprise backbone? We need more than PLCs. We needed a unified automation architecture. We needed a platform that could handle scale, complexity, regulatory rigor, ecosystem, and not siloed solutions. The focus was process visibility and future readiness. Rockwell offered integrated PLC SCADA, DCS systems, MES, analytics for performance monitoring, secure industrial network. The idea was so simple: move from manual monitoring to intelligent manufacturing. We deployed more than 12,500 IOs at a capacity at our Yamunanagar plant. And with this recent acquisition, we'll be using more than 10,000 IOs at our Davangeri plant, which will be further scaled, which is under discussion. Instead of fragmented plant-level automation, we adopted a standardized enterprise-wide Rockwell platform. This gives us scalability, operational consistency, faster deployment, and lower maintenance costs. We call this copy exact policy. During the various phases of our automation journey, we designed a robust and a scalable Rockwell platform. We transitioned from a reactive operations to data-driven operations. Automation allowed structured expansions without operational instability. The backbone remained consistent, and even as capacity increased, it was Rockwell. Rockwell automation keeps our operations consistent and transparent, gives us real-time data to make faster, smarter decisions, helping us scale efficiency and operate more sustainably. Yes, we have used many other systems in past, but Rockwell is different. It gives us the agility, flexible batch making management process, and rapid switching between food and pharma customers was not possible without Rockwell. Compliance is built into system and not dependent on manual discipline. Automated interlocks ensures strict adherence to pharma-grade audits. Stable quality process controls ensures uniform product quality across every batch. And that is why we have been exporting to more than 55 countries in less than 5 years' time. Traceability is a new subject which we discuss now and then with our customers. Every customer wants traceability, and here Rockwell plays an important role. Full backward and forward traceability, machine-level capture data of each and every batch, and also operator-level data. In regulated industries, this is not optional, but it is critical. Safety and governance. Safety is fully embedded into our control systems. We monitor emergency stops, interlocks, safety gates, and also motion control. There are few key outcomes which I felt using Rockwell systems for more than, I think, a decade now. Scale quickly to meet changing demand. Real-time data drives smarter plant-level operations. Built-in safety improves uptime and reduces cost. Standardized automation enables easy scale-up and strong foundation for next growth. Along the way, we also gained some important learnings from implementing automation at a scale. Common automation standards across all our plants ensures uniform performance and control and comparison between our plants. A strong backbone allows capacity expansion without major system redesign. Automation strengthens agility and sustains competitive advantage. Robust systems with expert support minimizes disruptions and downtime. And let me share with you a real example that about the support. I don't think any other company would have given support 24/7 what Rockwell does. Based on experience, these are 4 best practices that have ensured successful and scalable automation deployment across all our plants. Standardize aggressively. Uniform HMI and PLC libraries make operators interchangeable between both our units. Design for data integrity from day one. Architectures matters more than hardware, and that's what Rockwell has done for us. Third, design a smart alarm architecture. In our previous automation, before Rockwell, we used to get many fake alarms. In Rockwell systems, we have rationalized alarms to eliminate flooding and so-called nuisance alerts. Prioritize critical alarms for faster response and safer operations. And lastly, engage your automation partner early. We involve Rockwell at the design stage, not just at the commissioning stage. That reduced rework and improved execution and speed. Automation must be a partnership and not a procurement. That's what we say for Rockwell. As we expand further, Rockwell will remain our automation backbone. Focus areas ahead do include advanced analytics and predictive maintenance, deeper MES, energy optimization, and cybersecurity, strengthening scalable automation for future greenfield projects. Automation is not about efficiency. It is about building resilient, compliant, global competitive manufacturing. In my closing remarks, I would want to say that automation is not about replacing people. It is about empowering your own people with better systems. In today's manufacturing landscape, scale without automation is a huge risk. Scale with right automation creates competitive advantage globally. As India moves ahead with Make in India program, we need good support from Rockwell to grow further from exporting to 55 countries to 100 countries in near future. Thank you so much to Rockwell's team who invited me here, and we are a true fan of Rockwell systems. Thank you, Dilipji. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Siddharth, thank you very much. May we please request you to take the center stage for the felicitation ceremony, and to do the honors, Dilip, could we please request you to once again step onto the stage and extend our gesture of saying thank you with your round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like I got some envelopes here with me. They say it's not over until it's over. Once again, a round of applause. Thank you, Dilip, for doing the honors for us. Thank you so much, Siddharth. Thank you very, very much for your crisp and impactful takeaways there that I'm sure as you rendered, the takeaways were crisp and impactful. Exactly like the AI summaries, which I'm sure everybody relished and enjoyed in terms of assimilating all things insightful. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the day that we have been waiting for. Are we excited? Come on, you have to just say a yes. Are we excited? So what's the wait for? Ladies and gentlemen, like I always love to say, that the most important word of the day would be rendered to you, and that word is saying thank you to all of you. To render the closing remarks and the vote of thanks, and of course announce the leaderboard winners, I would take the pleasure of inviting the Director, Marketing and Strategy, Asia Pacific, Rockwell Automation. Please welcome Ruchika Jain. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have some rocking round of applauses as we are just towards a fine evening, as Ruchika is just about to take the stage. It looks like we have something abracadabra in this right now.
Thank you, Shikha. I have to steal your mic. Unfortunately, they decided I wasn't allowed to speak, possibly, because I'm not allowed to close this exciting event. Nobody really wants me to close it at the moment, because you're all having such a great time, clearly. And it is really my honor to have all of you here again, and to have this honor to close the event once again. This is the 7th edition of India Inc. on the Move that we are bringing to you in partnership now this year with Economic Times. This year's focus, or today's focus, actually is smart, sustainable, AI-driven manufacturing. It was inspiring to hear the insights and perspectives from corporate leaders, industry trailblazers, and domain experts. We had a wide variety of sectors that were represented, the experiences that were there as well, from manufacturing to mining, chemicals, metals, pharmaceuticals, automotive, F&B, oil and gas use, name it, we had it. I hope you had the chance to listen to them. So the industrial world and India is transforming like never before. We all know India is on a growth journey. Vikas Bharat's bold vision is to transform India into a developed nation by 2047 through holistic development and empowerment. India aims to transition to a 30 trillion economy by 2047. And the goal is to increase the manufacturing sector's contribution from 15% to 25% of GDP as well. We want India to be seen as an attractive destination for smart manufacturing, to be the global manufacturing hub. Now, realizing this ambition needs a significant overhaul of our manufacturing sector. Software-defined automation and AI are going to be the key enablers for this. And guess what? Today, you actually saw AI summaries. You know what? I thought for a second, wow, AI is going to do my job today. I will not have to write the closing, and I will not have to provide you the insights. But AI is not intelligent as me as yet, because it can give you separate summaries of sessions, but it can't link it with all the policies that are going through. So I still have a job. Okay, so we'll see next year how has my job transformed. So the future of industrial operations is autonomous. Machines, processes, people, and technologies working seamlessly together, end-to-end, powered by an edge-to-cloud data and AI backbone that enables a smarter, more productive, and autonomous facility. Siddharth just presented as well from BlueCraft Agro, sharing his experience, how you've actually achieved this, and you are on this journey as well. So we also heard today that we need to move from automation to autonomy, from systems that are programmed to systems that anticipate needs. They solve the problems and continuously improve without human intervention. So listening to some of the panelists, there was a theme that came across, there are some critical points for me that for smart, sustainable, AI-driven manufacturing are really important. It is about the whole connected ecosystem. We were hearing about China, how it is all ecosystem-based. They look at that. They actually design for the future and not design for now, whereas in India, we've been doing designing for now. So how do we change that? And change management is what we need to look at. It has to be business-led, outcome-driven, and be customer-centric. It is enabled by technology and people and driven by the boardroom commitment as well. I think data is the fuel that powers it all. It is our biggest asset and challenge as well. So how are we going to get a strong data fabric through our organization? So it is about an integrated organization to avoid data silos and attain actionable insights. We do have a lot of data, but is it actually all useful? AI, as I said, is becoming more mainstream, consumer, and industrial AI. Actually, remember last year at India Inc. on the Move, the conversation was AI is still in its nascency phase. The conversation was about how can we show ROI for AI? I think we've moved past that now. We're not talking ROI anymore. We're actually saying, how do we deploy it faster? The main challenge that what was ROI before is now the governance, the cybersecurity, the workforce empowerment that comes with all of that. Our culture, the change from leadership, command, and control to workforce empowerment, enablement. Siddharth talked about it as well, and Rohit Pathak from Birla Copper emphasized leadership and culture transformation as well. Because if we look at it, people are our biggest asset. And we are talking about the skills gap that we have. How do we upskill our teams? How do we upskill our people? And how do I flick a page without AI? To go to my next line. So a workforce ready for AI, upskill talent, as I said, is important. We need to partnership with government, industry, and academia to work together. A system thinking approach is needed. We can't actually work in isolation. How do we attack it from all aspects? So agility and adaptability is critical. Fail fast, learn fast. Big thinking approach is needed. How do we really go to that next step and achieve? So taking the risks, creating an environment that supports risk-taking. Sanjay Mittal from ArcelorMittal said, India's moment is now. We have the talent and the ambition. So let us work together, guys, everyone, all of us, to achieve the goal of Viksit Bharat. Accelerate the future of industrial operations and make India the global manufacturing hub. On that note, I would like to thank all of our speakers, panelists, and moderators for taking the time to share these valuable insights. This did not come from me. This did not come from AI. This came from all of our speakers who've experienced all of this every day. But yes, it is going to be enabled by technology. But all of this would have been meaningless without all of you in this room, our audience, all 1,250 plus of you. It has been, as Dilip said, Mumbai continues to impress us, continues to raise the benchmark for us, and we're now at like 1,250 people plus. We know it isn't a significant investment for all of you, so I hope you've really enjoyed the day and you've got some great insights that you can take back and implement in your own workplace as well. The other thing that at Rockwell Automation we're really proud of is our over 100 years history of partner ecosystem. You just heard what we are doing with Cisco at the moment to move more towards that software-defined manufacturing. Also the Joint Digital Skills Initiative to address the skills gap as well. We've had 13 partners exhibit today with us. And I really want to call out our distributor, Rexel, for supporting us heavily in this event. And then also our partners, featured partners, Cisco and Meta Toledo. And all of the other partners as well. You know, we want to thank you for your ongoing support, and we couldn't have done it without you. I hope all of you have had the opportunity to visit their booths, because you don't want to miss out on what they're talking about to really see the future of industrial operations in action. And last but not the least, I want to thank Economic Times for your partnership once again, for supporting us in making this event happen. And you know who needs to get the most thanks is my team. The amount of work they do, the sleepless nights they go through, the blood, sweat, and the stress of Ekta not turning up. The drama like her series. I don't know any of them. I heard Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi, whatever that was, but we won't go there. So Ekta created drama, decided wasn't going to turn up. That's good for us. You know, the time is here, as Shikha would say. I must, as Shikha said, I must announce the prize winners. Because if I don't do that, it will not be good, okay? So I have to announce the Leaderboard prize winners. People who've taken the time and effort to really go and visit all of the booths, attend the sessions as well. And for that, I would like to get 3 partners in crime up on stage. So can I get Scott Woolridge, President Asia Pacific, Rockwell Automation, to please come on stage? Dilip Sani, Managing Director, Rockwell Automation India, to please come on stage. And Dennis Tang, Regional Vice President, Intelligent Devices and Software Control, Asia Pacific, to come up on stage. All right, who are the winners? Reveal the people. And the deal is, if you're not in the room, you're not winning. Mark D'Souza, Outronics Technologies. Only I can see it. Mark, are you in the room? I don't know. Yeah. All right, it's flashing, it's gone. I need to be able to see the leaderboard. Thank you. Okay. I get to take Mark's prize home? No. I'm going to move to number 2. Number 2 is WebHub. Please bring the leaderboard back. WebHub Bhujbali. Sorry, the screen's flashing. They're testing my ability to read at this point. Bhaskar Khatrawat from JSW. Is Bhaskar Khatrawat here? Okay, Avishkar Sonawale. Well, I need some sona or I need some sleep. Reliance Industries, Avishkar Sonawale. All right, Praveen Raja, Multivista Global. All right, I'm taking all the money home. Jatin Prajapati, Aarti Industries. Jatin Prajapati, Dipesh MS, Bharat Engineering, Sarvedya Gade. Who is coming? Well, we found Bhaskar. Sarvedya Gade, Reliance Industries. Manish Singh, Godrej Enterprises. Okay, well, you know, the positive thing is the industry tracks and the technical tracks are still running. So we've decided to close the event and people are still attending the sessions. So that's absolutely amazing. I'm just going to repeat the names again. Mark D'Souza, Vaibhav, Avishkar. Oops, that's gone. That's gone. Hi. Yes.
Please come.
Okay, Manish Singh. Nobody's here? All right. Thank you, everyone. It's been an amazing day again, and we hope to see you all again next year at India Inc. on the Move.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a big hand to the team? And of course to all the winners there, to our leaders. Thank you, Ruchika. Thank you for spreading a cheer, a delight, something that we had been toiling for since the morning. And let's have a group photograph of all of you on the stage. With a round of applause, always, ladies and gentlemen, I'll only take a few seconds to say the final word of thank you and some important announcements there. But thank you, team. Thank you so much. Mumbai indeed is relentlessly resilient, ladies and gentlemen, and so are we. Presenting to you IIOTM 2026, brought to you by Rockwell Automation and in association with the Economic Times. Ladies and gentlemen, this platform really brewed your ideas, your energy and inspiration. Thank you so much. We also have a heart of gratitude towards all our ecosystem partners. Can we please bring a round of applause for Rexel? Thank you very much. Cisco, Mettler Toledo, ATC, Concord Technologies, Horizon Automation, Logicon Techno Solutions, thank you so much. Master Integrator, NoClay, Saral Control, Servilink, thank you. Thank you to SI Energy Venture and Softcon. All the partners, your support indeed means a lot to us. It's been instrumental in driving this experience, putting it to life. Ladies and gentlemen, please continue visiting the day's key insights through your AI-generated summary. Complete the curated quotes and the takeaways. Scan the QR code on the screen for all the personalized summaries your way, just at the click. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we wish you a happy heart set, soul set, and a mindset, as we call it, a wrap to IIOTM 2026. You can still continue to enjoy the booth visits, and at the same time, please don't forget to show the success message of the submitted feedback, and do not forget to accept the token of appreciation from the team to you all. Give yourself a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Please enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.